I want to welcome Mike Modest on. Mike, how you doing today?
Good.
That's good. That's good. You in town right now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Mike? Yeah, I'm in town. I'm just working at my day job.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Well, we're doing pretty good. Anything new as far as going on with you right now?
Nothing new. Everything's pretty. Yeah, it's basically hurry up and wait. That's where I am right now.
Are you under contract or what's the status?
No, I'm not under contract. When I went out there and worked for WCW, basically I was offered a contract, which I accepted. I was told that it was a done deal, and no contract was ever sent out. When the new regime, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, a day late and a buck short, I guess. I was told by the old management that it was a done deal and that I would be signing for sure. It was a 2-year deal. And then when the new regime came in, everything was like on hold. And so my contract never got sent out, so I haven't signed anything. I am not under contract. I've spoken with Terry Taylor and several other people from the company, and basically what they've told me is that I'm just on hold right now, and I've been told just to hang in there. There's no answer, as to whether or not they are going to honor the agreement or not. So I really don't know anything at this point.
Do you know anything about Christopher Daniels?
Chris is basically in the same situation as me, but I do believe he has a contract. It's kind of a weird deal. I was used on TV, and I think I got over pretty well. I was used on TV, and I didn't yet have the contract, and Chris has a contract, and he hasn't been used yet. And Chris is basically, from what I understand, he's in the same kind of boat where it's just, right now we're concentrating on the guys that are here that have been used. We don't want to bring in any new talent at this point, so just, hold on and wait.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's kind of a terrible position to be in, because when I went out there, what's that?
You're in that limbo again.
Yeah, it's the worst place to be. It really is.
As far as your wrestling plans right now, are you going to be doing some independent shows while waiting, or?
Yeah, I've got some dates out in Pennsylvania for Pennsylvania Championship Wrestling, and then of course I'll still be wrestling with APW, and there's some other indies that just like little startup indies here and there, a couple down in Fresno and around. So yeah, I'll be still working indies.
Anything big going on in the indie scene as far as new companies that you've seen or that are looking good?
No, not right now. PCW of course is pretty good, but they're kind of a mainstay type indie. They've been around for a little while now. And APW always looks good to me, but other than that, nothing that I think actually looks really good. There's some indies with money apparently, but nothing that I see that's really promising. I hear something about something that's starting up, possibly like a minority league, believe it or not.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I hear about a league that may be like strictly ethnic, African American, Latino, and Asian. Yeah, I've heard.
Like out here, or like on the east?
No, I think that was going to be on the East Coast, but I'm not really sure. They went down and looked at some guys in L.A. And they also looked at one of the APW guys, Tony Jones, who just got back from Battle Arts. He went out to Japan and wrestled for Battle Arts. And then also they looked at Brown Bomber, Robert Thompson, and also Boyce LeGrand out here. So they're looking for people right now, I guess.
What did you talk to Tony as far as how he liked Japan and everything?
Yeah, he loved it. He had a great time. I think he only worked like twice. I think there was some kind of screw up with his plane ticket, so he didn't get out there, in time for his first match. But then he, wrestled the second two matches, and I guess he was really over, and there's a real strong possibility he's going to be returning there for a lengthy tour. I guess he was very over back there, and his mother's half Japanese, so he understands Japanese and speaks a little. So and plus with that shooting background and stuff, I mean, he fits right in over there.
I know it's always been kind of your goal to get over there. Is there any, do you think there's any chance that you can go over like with him or something? Because I know you can. I
just was talking to Beef Wellington not too long ago, and he wants to get me out to Michinoka, and of course I'd love to go. Japan's always, it's my favorite thing to watch. I like the Japanese wrestling, especially like All Japan, and so yeah, I'm definitely working on it, and I'm going to be sending some footage to All Japan as well.
You should work on that, because if you could get in there, that would be, that'd be a great career.
Yeah, I'd love it. I'd love to get back there.
Let's start the phone calls. We're going to go to Danny in Hawaii. You're first up.
Oh, yeah, actually, it's Darren.
Darren, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, hey, Dave, I was about to say, I love your show. I think it's really, I just was listening to you for like the past 3 weeks, I think, and found you through The Law, which I used to listen to, and I really, really liked your interviews. I especially like that one that, not an interview in particular, but that one caller that he was talking about that wrestler that was the Japanese wrestler put in the hospital.
Fukuda?
Yeah, and he was trying to tell you, like, you don't know the story and stuff.
Oh, no, that wasn't a Japanese wrestler. That was Jeff Peterson.
Oh, sorry. Well, and you were willing to recant your story if he just told you the real story, but he wasn't willing to give it up. That wasn't a
fun deal. That was like the only caller I think I've had in 6 months that actually, like, I just thought was really like, oh God.
I totally agree with you on that. But anyway, I'll have a quick question. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I just wanted to know, as far as all your interviews that you've done, what was the worst interview that you've ever done with either wrestler, promoter, or manager for that matter, and why? And then what was the one that you would like to do but haven't done yet?
I don't know. I'd like to do but haven't done. I don't know. I mean, there's people out there. I'd like to get Kurt Angle on the show. I mean, I don't know what. I'd like to get Jericho on the show. Just as some names that I would personally like to get on the show. I don't really like anyone that I would. I'm dying to interview that I never have.
I remember, like, even one time I listened to The Law, and I think Donnie Abreu, he was saying that the Undertaker was really hard to do an interview with because he just doesn't break character.
Yeah, I don't know if I would like to do the Undertaker, even though he's a superstar, for that, because it's too gimmicky. I like to just talk to people like people. I don't know. As far as on this show, there's no one I would really. I will say that the most disappointing one was Luthez, because he wouldn't break character, and I've known him for so long, and he always does with me, and I think just the fact that it was like public to so many people, and it was, I was disappointed in that one. I mean, if I had to pick one on this show, right? Because that was like the first week I think we did the show, and he was like one of the maybe the third or fourth guy I had on, and I was really looking forward to it because, he's been around forever and knows every story in the book, and he wasn't really very forthcoming.
Is there a certain reason why, like, I don't or have a hard time finding any, website or anything that has anything from, Triple H or Steve Austin for that matter? I've seen Steve Austin on, like Conan O'Brien and stuff like that, but, just a long, lengthy interview or something, I know, like, The Rock's done a few. I was just wondering, is there, like, when they reach a certain status, they just prefer not to, or they're too busy, or is that what it is?
They are really busy, and there are a lot of demands on their time. I mean, Helmsley he's done some mainstream stuff, things like that. Austin's kind of a shy type of person, actually. Oh. As far as I don't think he really enjoys doing it. He does it because it's when it's necessary. Whereas some people like, I think Mick Foley, maybe not as much now because he did so much this year, but I think in the past, I think he really got a kick out of it. And he may still, for all I know. I'm just saying that, like, then all of a sudden when you become a superstar, the demands are like incredible on your time.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks for the time, and I appreciate your show. I'll keep listening.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Darren.
Bye.
Okay, let's go to Andy in Los Angeles. Andy, how are you today?
Not bad. How's it going, Dave?
It's going pretty good.
Hey, Mike, I'm tempted to offer my condolences on losing the big job, but, well, considering who it's with, I don't know if I want to offer too much condolences. But maybe you can get back in there, or maybe the WWF will come calling. I want to talk about last night's show, Dave. I would give it a thumbs up, but I'll tell you, I had to agree with JR. That ending to the two Christmas matches really sucked, and it really took the whole... those guys put on a clinic. And, man, how could they come up with that finish? I don't know.
Mike, did you watch the pay-per-view last night?
No, I sure didn't, Dave.
You would have enjoyed it. It was some real... Dean Malenko and Scotty Tuhati had a tremendous match. Benoit and Jericho had a tremendous match, but I agree with Andy. It was a finish where they'd gone 15 minutes, done everything in the world to each other, and then it was Benoit off the top ropes with a headbutt, and Jericho pulls the belt in front of him, and Benoit headbutts the belt, and they just call a DQ on Jericho. So
the ref had taken a bump. He hadn't seen the belt come into the ring. All he saw was the belt lying there, and he calls the DQ, and you should have heard JR, Mike. It was, that sucked. He just yelled it out loud, which is kind of ironic given that he's on the booking committee in the first place.
Well, I think that was more because from the finish was supposed to be that, which we just and what it looked like on the camera. If you remember the first time we saw it, you couldn't really see the finish, and I think that he was reacting to the fact that based on what he saw, the finish, it was just a weak DQ. Whereas when he sees the replay and the replay shows what it's supposed to be, he just goes, "Oh, I was wrong," and the referee made the right call. I think that the suck was kind of like, more of a reaction to, as it was going on, seemingly being really bad refereeing.
Well, it was a pretty genuine reaction, and I kind of had the same reaction. The other funny thing that he said that really struck me as ironic. Well, actually, before I get off that match, Lawler did a WCW move last night that was just smacked of Heenan when Chris put the abdominal stretch on Jericho, and he said, "I'll have a heart attack if he gives up to this move." Remember that?
Yeah. And Jim Ross mentioned Wilbur Snyder.
Yeah, it's like, well, not so much that, but just the fact that Lawler said, "I'll have a heart attack if he gives up to that move." It's like all those times in WCW where Heenan, with the first thing when a submission move gets slapped on, "Oh, he won't quit."
I always hate when the announcers don't sell. Mike, what do you think as far as a wrestler? Because you do a lot of mat wrestling in your matches.
What's that? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
Just as far as the calling of a match, as far as when you put on, say, like a leg lock or an arm bar or something like that, that's like a near submission going for a rope break, and then the announcers, use it as a comedy moment.
Yeah, I can't stand that. And one of the other things that really disappoints me now is that everybody uses the submissions like the cross arm breaker and everything. They use it as rest holds, and it kind of destroys the believability of the move. It's one of the things that I think, it's like Ric Flair really worked a long time to get the figure four leg lock over, and now it's pretty much a rest hold. Well, I think in most matches when you see it used, except when Flair uses it. But it's kind of a shame because you don't see a whole lot of submission wrestling out here in the States. Well, and I think that's one of the reasons why is because the announcers don't sell it, and they don't put over the submission holds.
Well, also, I mean, submission holds, I think, got killed by all of these stiffs in the 80s and 90s who did use it as a rest hold, and people saw right through it. And submissions don't work in the era of extreme wrestling either. Who's going to submit when you're getting wrapped up in barbed wire? The other thing... go ahead.
I know the point you're making, but like in the Benoit Jericho match, when Benoit got that crossface on, that was the crowd really came alive.
Yeah, they really reacted to it.
And the Walls of Jericho also when Jericho got the Walls of Jericho back on. So I think that if you get the move over. Now, if it's a move that the fans don't know and that the announcers don't know how to explain, you're right. It won't get over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other thing that was kind of ironic out of the commentators last night was Jim was complaining about Eddie Guerrero setting race relations or the image of Latinos back 10 years by the way he talks because of that silly gimmick that they styled him with now.
He said that on the air?
Yes.
Wow.
I caught it.
That's kind of what we were saying last week.
I caught it as Eddie was coming in because there was a lot of commotion being made. It was just when he was making his entrance and he was getting undressed for the match. And I thought, well, that's pretty ironic coming from a guy on the booking committee.
I'm amazed he said. I mean, I remember when Pat. Did you catch the line when Patterson came in?
No, what did he say? I couldn't hear it.
Okay, they had Patterson came in. Patterson came in when Pat Patterson did the run-in in the main event last night, and he just goes, "Oh my God, it's Patterson! He's right back from the parade." They had just had like a gay rights parade in D.C. that afternoon, so that's where that line was. And I didn't know they had I kind of assumed it, and then someone like wrote me a letter and goes, "Oh, by the way, there was a gay rights parade that afternoon in D.C. that was pretty high profile."
I could not understand what Jarrett said because the audience really picked up at that point. I was wondering what I thought he said the party or something. It sounded like he took a swing at him.
Yeah.
The one thing that I thought was just a little disturbing last night was how badly the audience wanted Trish Stratus to go through that table. I mean, they were chanting for it from the beginning.
They didn't want to see them wrestle at all.
They could have just gone out there, just thrown her into the ring, have her go through the table, and not have a match, and the audience would have been just as happy, which is kind of disturbing. How are heels supposed to get over anymore? If putting a woman through a table gets you a face pop, what the hell makes a heel out of you these days?
Let's see. You put a babyface through a table, maybe. I don't know, Mike. What do you think?
They put Rock through a table.
I think one of the problems, with a lot of heels is that they're not believable heels. They all have a cartoon voice, and people don't believe that they're really a bad guy. So when they see something happen, they know it was supposed to happen. It's like we all loved Darth Vader when we were kids and watched Star Wars. Well, that's because we knew Darth Vader wasn't real. And I think the key to getting legitimate heat is if people believe what you're doing is real and not supposed to happen.
Well, you know what it is? I think the loss of jobbers really hurts because that was a great way to get a heel over, was just kill a jobber, not pin him 5 or 6 times, 1-2, pull him up, without people to thrash, basically, like what the Moondogs used to do for them.
But see, even that, to me, like when I'm healing, I don't pick a jobber up. Because to me, that's cartoon. If you're a real badass and you're a real mean person, you're going to go in there, demolish him, pin him as fast as possible, and just be in and out of the ring. And that's one of the things. Like you started seeing like all the heels. They'd go for the cover, 1, 2, pick the guy up. You already knew it was coming. It's no different than the heel going for the count 1, 2, and then the guy kicks out, and now the heel looks at the ref and slaps the mat 3 times. Come on, ref. Stuff like that it gets so corny because they just do it all the time. It gets so overly used.
The thing is, though, when you talk about go in there, demolish him, get out, that's basically Stone Cold Steve Austin as a face or a heel. I mean, if there's no differentiation anymore between behavior and face and heel, I don't know how you get either of them over, to be perfectly honest. Speaking of which, he was looking pretty fat last night, wasn't he?
Well, that's what happens when you're laid up and you can't train.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like Prince Albert with a shave, basically.
I thought he looked like, what I thought he looked like was Ron Harris. But much shorter, obviously.
Yeah, and he was pretty sluggish too when he was swinging that chair. It's like, wow, he was really rusty. I said, hopefully, I'm glad that they did it the way they did it. That they left the 2 guys to carry most of the match, and he was just out there for a minute, minimizing exposure.
He had to be, looking back on it, because, you could tell he really couldn't do anything physically.
He didn't get touched. Nobody touched him.
They couldn't. I'm sure he couldn't, he couldn't take a bump. I mean, you saw when he went down how much trouble he had just getting up.
Yep.
So, this is from Ben talking about last night's show. He says, although it was a solid show, I was disappointed that other than Trish Stratus getting slammed through a table, there were no unexpected happenings. Everything the people wanted, they got. Last night's show was the closest thing to a wrestling show that WF has put on in a long time. Yeah, I was, the lack of outside skits, and it was almost all in the ring, or 90% in the ring. It was a very different feel to the show. But it worked because it was good. It needed good matches. I mean, a show like that would really fail with bad ones, and the guys delivered. I actually, after Trish getting slammed through the table, I thought was totally expected. I thought everything on the show was expected, but it was okay. Sometimes expected isn't bad. In fact, I think that show, there was a lesson to that show, and that's what it was. How did you like Big Show's Hogan impersonation? I mean, it was comedy. It was pretty good. It was fine. it wouldn't have been good had it lasted much longer. He did it for 2 minutes, and then got on with the rest of the show. This is from. This says that Beyond the Mat is scheduled to be released June 30th all across Canada, which I was not aware of. Let's see. Barry Thrill here says the Hogan parody last night was quite possibly the funniest parody I've ever seen. Maybe because Paul White knows Hogan personally, but the WWF did the camera work excellent by being behind White the whole time walking down the walkway. I felt like I was in 1990 at the Sky Dome. And this is, in your opinion, which was a better pay-per-view, the EMLL pay-per-view on March 17th or Backlash? EMLL pay-per-view, I was thinking about that this morning when I was writing stuff up. And EMLL pay-per-view was definitely a better show, I thought, than Backlash, because the main event with Viano Tercera and Atlantis was so good. It was the match of the year. And undercard was maybe even, but just superior main event, just far superior main event. Let's see. This is regarding Paul Heyman. Why would Paul Heyman be furious about being offered a Tuesday night time slot on CNN as has been reported elsewhere? From what I gather, it's been suggested to him. He's balked at it, and I think the reason is that he is under the impression that the WWF is going to go on TNN in September, that he's going to be getting kicked off, so why build up a new time slot on Tuesday only to lose it, because at the beginning, not always, but generally speaking, switching time slots, you're going to lose some audience. And so I think that it's like, why, rebuild the product from scratch? A lot of people have blamed Friday night for ECW's ratings. And they may be right, and they may not be right, because Roller Jam, and I checked into this, Roller Jam used to do 2 hours on Friday, and then it switched to 1 hour on Tuesday and 1 hour on Friday, and the Tuesday never did the rating that the Friday did. And ECW, while the demographics are not exactly the same as Roller Jam's, they're pretty darn similar. Let's go to Dominic in Virginia. Dominic, you're up with myself and Mike Modest.
How are we doing, Dave? Mike.
Yes.
Actually, I'm trying to figure out, you were saying that they're not going to use you because they don't know where to put you. But they can find Mike Awesome and put him in right away, or they're possibly going to bring in, by Lance Storm and probably put him right away.
Yeah, it's a little different. Those guys are, what you would consider quote unquote name guys.
Sure.
Of course they're going to listen to a guy like that, and they're going to talk to him and so on and so forth. Me, I'm just a little indie guy. I've been working for 8 years now, and I'm not really a name. So it's a totally different situation. And no, I haven't said that they aren't going to use me. In fact, they haven't said that either. All they've said is basically just hold on, just hang in there. They haven't really said anything one way or the other yet. It's really funny. The guys in WCW, the locker room atmosphere is incredible. They're a great bunch of guys, and they have a hell of a lot of talent over there. Me and Chris Candido spent a lot of time together. We shared rent-a-car and everything, and Chris and I have a lot of the same, beliefs about the business and everything. And, so I really think it's a great company. And, one of the other callers, they called and said, I'd like to give you my condolences for not getting hired. And then again, maybe it's the best thing that you didn't, maybe it'd be better if you went and worked for WWF, to be honest with you, WCW is always, kind of the company I'd rather work for, because of the fact that in the past, they have been the company that does the wrestling. Now WWF, they're so full of talent right now. When they got when they got Malenko and Guerrero and Saturn and et cetera, they really, I don't think, are looking for talent right now.
Mike,
WCW is still in a position where I think they can still use talent.
Yeah, because thanks. Unfortunately, there's very few people right now they could possibly work into, but in a way, a lot of wrestlers they have. I figure like your beliefs in wrestling are, true and form. But how do you feel personally about David Arquette being the world heavyweight champion?
Well, I'd like to plead the fifth on that one. I'd like to just say no comment.
I dig where you're coming from,
so that I can stay political. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to go towards that entertainment thing that McMahon has done. But at the same time, McMahon has done the entertainment thing with guys like The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin and Jericho and you know, it's a little different than just you know, bringing in David Arquette. You know, hey, I don't know, to each his own, and you know, I'm sure the ratings will tell them whether or not they're going in the right direction with that. You know, I mean, they're not dumb guys. You know, both Russo and Bischoff really know what they're doing. You know, and so they'll know whether or not they made the right decision.
Also, with the independent scene, just wondering, were you ever offered to work the Grade 8 in Delaware?
No, I was not.
So that would have actually been a real good fit. I won't say a good fit, but at least would, like they did last year with Christopher Daniels, kind of bring someone that really no one ever heard before from outside the East Coast. I figure like that would be good for you. Cause I thought,
there's a lot of indies out there that I'd love to work for. Wolverine Pro is one of them. You know, is another one. Unfortunately, you know, I'm kind of cursed being out here in California. You know, the airfare is so expensive. You know, I just, you know, I can't thank Blaine DeSantis of Pennsylvania Championship Wrestling enough for bringing me out. And he's brought me out on a pretty consistent basis. And, you know, it's really given me a chance to meet a lot of really, you know, great guys like Cheetah Master and Lance Diamond or Simon Diamond. You know, really great guys that I wouldn't have normally had a chance to meet and be acquainted with.
And I think with those guys, I mean, like I know Cheetah Master is a very regular in ECWA, and I mean, at least for me, it's only about an hour and 50-minute drive. So instead of the 4-hour drive to Pennsylvania, to be able to. But also, final question. I mean, you were talking about Michinoku and possibly, you know, Battle Arts and All Japan. I mean, you said you're like pretty much a huge mark for Japanese wrestling. If you could have like quote unquote your dream match against someone in Japan, lightweight or heavyweight, who would it probably be?
Misawa is like, I mean, I just watched that guy and he's amazing, man. You know, there's a lot of guys back there though, like, you know, Kawada's, you know, awesome, and Kabashi and Akiyama. You know, there's a lot of talent out there, and there's a lot of guys that I'd love to get in the ring with, but I think Misawa would probably be the one that I'd most like to be able to get in the ring with.
You basically say if you could ever do that, that would pretty much make your career just one match against them.
Yeah, I mean, it damn near would. You know, it's funny. It's like, you know, even with the WCW thing, you know, I'm not the type to, you know, cry baby about things, because, you know, I'm just really thankful for the opportunity that they gave me. You know, when I arrived in South Padre Island, you know, I was expecting to wrestle Elix Skipper again. And I wrestled Elix Skipper on the Worldwide show, and they used me as Mike Carrillo because they didn't research the rights to Modest yet. And you know, we had a hell of a match, and in my opinion, it was actually a better match than my match against the Artist.
Well, actually, most matches will be better than any match against the Artist.
Well, you know, the Artist is a hell, you know, he's a good worker too, but you know, I mean, you know, some people they just click better with others, and Elix Skipper, he's a hell of an athlete, and
I think, is he right now in New Japan? Because I know they got about 4 guys out there from WCW.
No, he's not. They got Rick Cornell, Chuck Palumbo, and Dan Devine are the 3 guys out in New Japan right now. But he may go because they're saying different. I think they want to send different guys every month.
Nothing wrong with that. And more, hey, they need, because with, I mean, pretty much Saturday night done. It sounds like done for good, and like, and there's really no independent deal with NWA Worldwide or Heartland yet. I mean, this is pretty much the only way for them to, I mean, for any lower level guys to work right now. Which I think is kind of sad in a way, because really, at least Worldwide gave them a chance to at least, you know, show, I would say show their stuff, but at least get the exposure somewhat, get matches done.
I think WCW, what they would benefit them is to open up an office somewhere like in Oregon and Washington, because it's so far away that nobody would ever see it, and send like a couple of veterans. You know, like WCW, like WWF did with Steve Regal, that kind of a guy. You know, and they have they also have Lawler, and you know, like Cornette in Ohio Valley, and have a couple of veterans that they're not using, but they're good workers. You know, kind of work the main events and do the interviews, and then coach these guys and have them work, you know, 5 cities a week. You know, even if it's in front of only 100 people, it's 5 cities a week. You learn to wrestle. I think that would really speed up the progress, because I think. You know, and Mike, you know, you'd be a good person to talk to this about. You know, it's like I mean, what if you were able, because you've never really been able to do like a 5 or 4 show a week schedule. It's always been a couple weekends here and things like that. Don't you think that would really speed up your progress and learning curve?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, that's one of the things that's helped me is just, you know, having a ring so close. I'm always in the ring, you know, working out. It is completely different, and it is a lot better to be in front of a crowd, you know, and have that. But yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I just think I'd be so much smoother and even better, you know, than I am if I had that opportunity to work, you know, 3-4 nights a week.
I think WCW, the best thing for them to do would be, like, stay out in Southern California or Texas, where if, like, they want to kind of rebuild the cruiserweight division, because I think they're trying to level certain people away from that. Like the Candido, he may have that belt for 3-4 months, and they'll jump up one more. At least they can pick up some luchadors out there and try to give them a work right now. Trying to, you know, even, like, quote, adapting a little bit to the American style just so they can get used to it.
You know, the one thing with WCW, though, is like, realistically, if you actually look at the roster, they have a really good roster. They just have to there's just a lot of guys that are kind of like in the holding pattern that they need to bring into the mix.
Yeah, like a lot basically younger, even like luchadors. Actually,
they've got some great luchadors out there. And Jude Guerrero is one of the best workers in the business.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know how good he's off from the injury, but again, he's in the Super Juniors. Actually, what is the deal with Psychosis? From last I heard of anything, he just wants to wrestle on Tijuana. He doesn't really give a crap what's going to happen with him in WCW.
I don't know how it relates to WCW. I just know that, you know, he's wrestling Tijuana every weekend, and he's doing a big hair match on May the 12th with Rey Mysterio's uncle. And I haven't seen him in WCW in a while. I don't know if he's fired or what the story is. I mean, a couple of weeks ago he came back, but he hasn't been around. But then again, I don't know if he no-showed several dates, and then they didn't book him a lot as well. So I don't know what his status is. Don, we got to get running, okay?
All right, roll off. Good night, Jack.
Okay, thanks very much. Got a couple of email questions for you, Mike. This is from Rich Hunt, who says, who were some of the wrestlers that you patterned your style of wrestling after?
Well, you know, Mike Tenay, you know, it was funny. Mike Tenay came up to me after I wrestled Elix Skipper and also the artist, and Mike Tenay came up and he said, "You were a big Stevens fan, weren't you?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "How'd you know?" And he goes, "Man, I can really see it in your wrestling." So I mean, that's one of them for sure, Ray Stevens. And then, you know, I've always liked just the good physical, you know, wrestling. You know, I've watched a lot of guys like Mike Graham, Bob Orton Jr., you know, a lot of guys like that, even Terry Funk. You know, I mean, I watch a lot of the older guys and learn from them. Roddy Piper, you know, I try to take a little bit from every guy, but I would say that if I patterned myself after anybody, it would be Ray Stevens.
I remember the first time I saw you wrestle, which was in San Jose. It was many years ago. I just remember it was Father's Day, but I don't remember the year. And you were wrestling Max Justice,
yes,
who as Mike Diamond at that point.
Yeah.
And I just remember it was like, wow. I mean, that was the first thing that popped into my head watching you, and you've improved, you know, loads since then because that's many years back.
Yes.
But it was very much a Ray Stevens, you know, kind of a Ray Stevens smaller heel, you know, that you know, wrestling, because I saw Ray Stevens as you did,
yes,
wrestle a lot of real big guys. And, you know, what's funny about, like, talk about believability. I mean, I know as a kid, I saw Ray Stevens wrestle most matches against guys much bigger than him, and I never ever had that feeling that Ray Stevens wasn't going to come out ahead because he was smaller, because of the way he wrestled. And he sold a ton in those matches.
Yeah.
But he was never, you know, you never got the feeling he was ever out of it, yet he you know, I mean, Ray Stevens, for people who don't know about him, was a guy who could go in there with someone who was really one of the worst workers in the world, you know, kind of like a Bret Hart when Bret Hart was really on, and make you think that, wow, this guy, you know, this guy's a really great worker. Yeah.
One of the things, that's one of the biggest things I think in my style that resembles Stevens is if you give a lot in a match and you take a lot of bumps for a guy, when you do go over, you're beating somebody. Whereas if you go in there and pummel a guy and you're greedy and you want all the heat, and now you beat him, it really doesn't mean a whole lot. You haven't beaten anybody. You've beaten a jobber is all you've done. When I wrestled Elix Skipper, you know, he had the big comeback. He was tossing me all around, boom, 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 shot me in for a backdrop, gave me a really nice high backdrop, and shot me in again. Boom, I cut him off, took it home, got the quick cover, and that was it. You know, so he was, even though I went over, he was still over as well. You know, it leaves the crowd with the impression, well, it could have really gone either way. And so it really makes it look like you've beaten somebody.
And it also makes, the guy coming close. I mean, I remember growing up watching San Francisco wrestling, and we had squash matches on television, but they were not like the squash matches that when I went to New York and saw their television. Mm-hmm. The New York squash matches would be a big guy like a Stan Stasiak, whoever the heel at the time was, come in and pummel a guy for 2 minutes. I mean, our quote squash matches would go anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes on television, and whoever the guy was doing the losing on the losing end got a lot of offense in, and always got threatening spots and hope spots, and like Mike, you probably remember Jerry Monty, the late Jerry Monty.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
we saw him in. Yeah, Jerry Monty, we saw him in many what I would call really good matches, but they were really he never went over almost ever.
Yeah. Jerry Monty was the guy that actually originally broke me in and to the business, and he's one of those guys, man. I've never heard anybody say a bad word about him. He was a great guy, and he was a pretty good worker and had a hell of a body on him, in his younger days and everything. And I'd seen a lot of footage on him where even though he wasn't one of the main event guys, you wouldn't really know it by the way he looked and by the way he acted in the ring. And when he had that heel on the run, you would actually start buying it. You know what? This might be his night. And that's one of the things I like about Japan too is they'll take a guy, a young kid, bring him in, and he'll job maybe for 2 years, but eventually he starts getting those wins, and you keep him over like that, and it adds a lot of credibility to the wrestler,
One of the things All Japan just did in the last tour actually, that I thought was tremendous watching it was I don't know if you've seen the tape of this yet, but it was the 7-second win that Takao Omori beat Jun Akiyama.
No,
because it was a guy. It was tremendous because it was a guy. Everyone knew Akiyama was going over, and he just got beat. And the way Akiyama sold the 7-second loss, it made it like you're probably thinking a 7-second loss. It's just like what a joke.
Yeah.
He made it like, oh my God, I got beat in 7 seconds, and it was a great thing for the company because you know how that crowd often sits there for 15 minutes knowing no one's losing early.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean that's awesome. You do something like that, and it comes across as completely unexpected. And that's the thing, man, about the Japanese wrestlers. Everything they do, it's so believable. Everything.
From Mike, and it's from Rick Jones in Salt Lake City, who says, we've started a wrestling school in Salt Lake City and are aiming to start our first show in the summer. And is there a way to get a hold of you to come in and work the show?
Yeah. You can call All Pro Wrestling at 510-785-8396 and give them a buzz. You can also call me on my business line, 510-593-3615.
Okay, that's good. Let's get to Ryan in Wisconsin. Ryan, what's going on?
Hey, Dave. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. I just wanted to ask Dave a quick question about something that I wanted to ask Mike a couple questions. What's with Bob Ryder's vendetta against you lately? He's been going off on you so much.
The thing is about that is like I'm kind of aware of what he's saying now because people keep emailing it to me. It's like I kind of like it because it's just like more publicity for me. But then if I were to respond, the problem is then everyone's going to go, oh boy, it's like this catfight between two reporters, and then it like lowers me to this level that I don't really want to be at. So it's like I would rather just watch wrestling and comment on wrestling and leave that other stuff. Like, those guys can say whatever they want.
I was going to say, I think it's all a work. I don't think there's any heat between Dave and Bob at all. I think what they're trying to do is work their way onto a pay-per-view. The big, it's a big.
Yeah, but I'm not like. I'm not doing the angle very well. You better give me pointers on.
Either.
What?
You're not like 100 pounds overweight, so you couldn't have a Madden Ryder feud against you. You'd look too
No,
small.
I personally like Mark Madden, so.
Well, I think he does a really good job. I mean, it's just funny because
I'm not talking business-wise. I just have known the guy for like 15 years. That's what I mean. As far as, I think that as far as TV, I think Mark Madden's got a really quick wit. He's still feeling his way around. It's very different to internet commentary where you're doing a lot of smart than going on TV in front of 5 million people every Monday night on the flagship show. I mean, I think he's doing well, but he's improving.
Yeah. Did you hear any of? I'm sure you heard of a lot of Russo's comments last week on WCW Live.
Yes.
I actually listened to that, and as a wrestling fan, and I've always considered myself an NWA then WCW fan instead of a WWF fan, I was like totally appalled by some of his comments because I was like, I like the true wrestling, and I think for him to come out and say, "Oh, the title doesn't mean anything anymore," and I'm a wrestling fan, let alone what the actual workers must actually think about that. Because if you don't have your top title, what does your company stand for?
I actually just wrote something the other day about this, for this coming issue, because somebody who heard what Russo said and agreed with it just goes, it's just a prop, and if you look at it, and if you look at it and you don't really look at it deeply, you would say, if you're an outsider who's not a wrestling fan, and it's just like an example, if you watch Wrestling with Shadows, and you kind of going like, wait a minute, what's all this about some, fake title that they win and lose, by the orders of the promoter? Why was he upset? If you look at it that way, to someone who isn't really a wrestling fan, it is completely silly. But if you understand the psychology of wrestling, I'll tell you what, because I was thinking about this. Realistically, on last night's pay-per-view, just as a guess, I'm guessing they probably did 450 to 500,000 buys. If there was no title involved in that show, I don't know if they would have done 300. So you're talking about that title is worth 150,000 buys at $30 a head, so that's $4.5 million. That's what it was worth last night. It was probably worth, in fact, I actually figured this number out. It's probably worth $12 million 4 weeks ago at Mania if you took the title out of that four-way and figured what it would have drawn with or without it. So that championship is worth, probably, over the course of this year, the WF title is probably the value of that title. Forget about athletic credibility, the economic credibility of that title. It may be worth $30-40 million in a year. And for Russo to say it's not worth anything, that statement tells me, and I hate to do this, I didn't even want to talk about this in front of Mike because he's in a bad position, but I feel that shows that Vince Russo does not understand professional wrestling. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong, but I'm just looking at it from a numbers and a money standpoint. $30-40 million is pretty significant bread.
That's what I was thinking too. And then you can even probably times that by 2 if you consider. And
I'm not talking house shows, and I'm not even talking TV ratings. I'm talking for 12 pay-per-views a year only. Factor everything else in, it's even more.
Yeah, and then look at who your actual title holder is, and you can probably multiply that by 2, because if you put a Rock or an Austin up against David Arquette headlining a pay-per-view, which do you think is going to? It just doesn't make any sense. I guess I'd like to.
Well, also, just talk about Rock, okay? If Rock did not have a quest for the title as the main storyline feud the last couple of months, or before Rock, and actually between Rock, because he did one before and after, you had Mick Foley in his quest for the title. If you didn't have that as your key storyline, what would Rock be doing once you've exhausted the personal issues, which are, of course, a main part of it? That belt is the ultimate issue in most cases. Every now and then a feud supersedes the world title, but that's rare.
Yeah, I guess just hearing his comments and everything, it's like, he's saying that nobody wants to watch real wrestling. Well, if he's such a creative genius, he should be able to take a different approach to pro wrestling to make it unique to the WWF, and that would be to actually put on a strong wrestling. Granted, the WWF is getting more stronger in the wrestling, but if they really wanted to make a niche for themselves, they could be the wrestling place with strong storylines to back up the strong wrestling, where WWF has got the strong storylines backed up by fairly good wrestling with some of the wrestlers. But I think that would be a niche for them to be able to go after. Granted, they've lost a lot of talent with Malenko and Benoit gone.
but they have enough talent on that. I'd sort of like to get Mike's view, because he said he wanted to be more of, he's more of a wrestler. I guess I'd sort of like to get his views on that point.
Yeah,
Mike,
it's like, I hear what you're saying. I think what Russo's trying to do is he's trying to really implement the entertainment value, that Vince has implemented with WWF, and I understand what Russo's doing. I don't know that I agree with the David Arquette thing, and I don't know that I agree with the fact that the title doesn't, with what he said about the title not meaning anything. But I do understand, what he's trying to implement. But I think it's important, for any booker to remember that there is a reason why people are not tuning in to Melrose Place and they are tuning in to Raw. And it is because of the wrestling. Vince always likens his product to a soap opera. Well, yeah, it's a soap opera to an extent, but there's still athletic competition. There's still the excitement of who's going to win this match and the unexpected action. People still like to see, like Mae Young getting slammed through a table and things like that. People love to see the wrestling action side of it. So, I hope that, any booker of any promotion, I would hope that they wouldn't forget what industry they're working for. They're not working for Hollywood specifically. Vince always says, well, we make movies here. Well, yeah, to a certain extent that's kind of true, but it's important to remember that you make action movies that most of the storyline happens in and around the ring. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I got to be real careful what I say. But I do understand where Russo's coming from. I don't think he's actually saying that the wrestling isn't important at all. I would think he would realize that the in-ring product is still very, very important.
I think one thing that everyone needs to recognize, and sometimes is forgotten, is that there's a reason why guys have to go to wrestling school and learn to perform. And sometimes we've seen it on shows when you see people who are not trained to wrestle try to wrestle. It's not entertainment.
No, it's not entertaining at all. Not one little bit. I heard someone say one time that they really thought it was entertaining to watch someone go in the ring that wasn't trained. And like, for instance, one of the Misfits wrestled Dr. Death in a steel cage a while back, and a friend of mine was saying, that was kind of entertaining. And I said, well, yeah, it was kind of entertaining for you because he was an insider. He knew, he knows the business. He works in the business, and so for him, it was kind of funny to watch this guy that wasn't trained go in there and try to wrestle a match with Dr. Death. But I think to someone that's not smart to the business or doesn't really pay attention to the business, I think for them to watch that, I think they're going to be like, oh God, what kind of crap is this? My kids can do this in the backyard. I don't see anybody. There's not a whole lot of backyard promotions that are selling out. So
yeah, that was an embarrassing to watch.
Yeah, that was awful.
Yeah.
Do you ever make your way to the Midwest in any of your wrestling, Mike?
What states in particular?
And like, where in particular in the Midwest?
Like anything in Wisconsin?
No, I've never been to Wisconsin.
Okay. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of shows in the area. I've caught some of the WCW, WWF, and ECW, but all the smaller promotion independents are really bad.
Yeah.
If some good workers come in, it'd be sort of nice to see. And I actually had a comment, I tried to call him last week, with some of the Phil Mushnick comments, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually at the ECW show that was in La Crosse, probably maybe 2 months ago. And I actually went with my dad, and it was his first wrestling match that he'd been to probably in about 20 years. And I'm like, I go, it's pretty unique than what you're used to, because he went to a lot of the AWA stuff. He knew the promoters, and we went to a lot of those matches. I'm like, it's different than that. I'm like, I go, but I think you'll get a kick out of it. Well, where we sat down, across from us was a family, probably maybe 30 years old. The two parents were with their, I don't know, maybe 10-year-old kids. I'm like, if they last a half an hour, I will be surprised. The show started late. Dreamer comes out, and it was blank this, blank that. You know, this is the blankiest town. And they were out of there within like 20 minutes. And I think he had some valid points that some of this wrestling just isn't suitable. I don't know if 18 years old is the right age, but I think there needs to be, I don't know if we should ban them, but there should be some more parental guidance, or, I mean, because I don't think these people watch ECW on TNN. They just saw, oh, wrestling, let's go down to the Civic Center and watch some wrestling. So, I mean, I think they need to do, if there's, you know, a warning, you know, this may be offensive to children under this, I mean, on the even or something. I mean, I think they need to do something like that.
You know, Mike, you know, because you've been involved a lot with the APW as far as booking what's on the show. It's sometimes risque, sometimes when you're in high schools it's not. I mean, That's a real tough call, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, and depending on what community you go into, you know, different things are acceptable, and we've gotten a lot of heat. You know, we've even gone to schools where, you know, a guy so much as grabs a valet's arm, and we've actually gotten heat from, you know, the city and everything about it. So yeah, it's tough, and you know, if I'm not mistaken, I think ECW does make it somehow obvious. I'm not sure, but I think I heard someone say that they do put up like a disclaimer, you know, outside where you buy the tickets, some kind of thing explaining that, you know, this is an adult, you know, orientated type, you know, thing, and you know, they're not so bad that like teenagers couldn't go, but I would say definitely they're not, you know, real great for small children. You know, but it's funny, I wrestled for promotion down in LA, and they use a lot of you know, porn stars and stuff, and there was this kid, I swear he was probably like 9 years old, and he had this Jasmine St. Clair shirt on, you know, and his parents like, you know, bought him Jasmine St. Clair videos and stuff. And I just thought, oh, Jesus Christ, you know, next Jeffrey Dahmer in the making, you know. I just couldn't believe it. And he's talking like a sailor. This kid's like F this and F that, and he's spitting and yelling, and I couldn't believe it, you know. So, I mean, you know, it's one of the nice things about America is you got freedom of speech, you know, and if they don't like the show, they can leave. And I'm sure, you know, Paulie probably gave them their money back, you know. I mean, Paulie's a pretty fair guy, so I'm sure they were, you know, totally out of it. They got 20 minutes of wrestling, and then they probably got their money back and took off. So
yeah, I was like, oh, I made that call right, because I mean, I'm just like, you know, I've watched enough tapes on it that I knew what to expect, and I was just like, oh man, they're not going to last.
Yeah,
and I'm like, Ryan, it's really bad.
Yeah, Ryan, we've got to head to a break, and also Mike's got to go because he's actually supposed to leave a couple of minutes ago. Mike, I just want to thank you. Okay, Ryan. Mike, I want to thank you very much for doing the show today, and I want to wish you the best of luck. Are there any dates you've got coming up you want to plug real quick?
Well, you know, I've got one coming up May 6th here at Pacifica High School in California, and that's about it within the next week or two. And then we've got something coming up in Healdsburg, but I'm not exactly sure, you know, what the date is. You know, but APW is still kicking strong and everything. And well, anyways, Dave, I'll let you go. I know you got to go, but you know, I'd love to be on again, because there's a lot of stories I'd like to tell. So.
Okay, well, you're welcome to come back anytime.
Okay, take care, Dave.
We got Les on the line. Les, how you doing today?
All right, David, how about yourself?
Hey, really good.
Good. I hear you guys trying to make common sense out of the booking on Nitro.
And failing.
Is it called Frivolous Pursuit by Dave Meltzer?
We're bound and determined to make that show make sense, and they had a good show, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it all made sense.
I know. Yeah, they have put together a more solid show. There are no two ways about it. But,
yeah, but okay. I mean, it was, but you know, someone like emailed me this morning and just goes, you know, that was a really good show, but if you took all the Ric Flair segments out, it's the same show it's been. It's just that damn Ric Flair. You know, what's so funny is like, people will go to me and just go, he's 51 years old, and isn't it time for him to retire? But I mean, the whole thing is like. But it's like he's the only one who can make an angle get over, except for Arn.
Yes, I know. I'm like you. I was just reading the Observer this morning, and please put trunks and a T-shirt on him. I mean, in his tailor-made slacks just makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
that's just and it just I don't know. He deserves better than that. I mean, just his reputation.
Yeah,
but. He's now the 15-time. I can't say it that many times, can I?
No. And not only that, he had probably, him and Jarrett had a very good match last night, and he did it with one arm.
Right.
I mean, it's like he's 51 years old and he's got one arm. And granted, he wasn't working with a bum this time, but he had he had the best match on Nitro and. God, I don't know. When was the last? Because they rarely have good matches on Nitro.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. And he did. That's what I was sitting there following was the fact that I knew he was favoring the arm, the shoulder, and watching him protect it and yet still, give as much as he could. And again, you got to go back and say this guy is a consummate professional.
You know what else? I actually believe he's going to have a. Now this may be completely ridiculous, and I may end up looking like the biggest fool in the world on June the 12th. But I predict he's going to get a 3-star match out of David.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see that match now. After watching Arn and David.
Well, if David's not comfortable with the old man, he's never going to be comfortable with anybody.
Well, if he doesn't, then there is no hope.
You're right. You're right. I thought Arn's interview on Thunder last week, the punchline, I may not be the enforcer anymore, but David, you're damn sure not your daddy. And Arn still cuts a hell of a promo, doesn't he?
Oh, good. Yeah. He's tremendous.
Yes, he sure is. I know we're backing up here. I thought I would have to agree with you, and I hate agreeing with you, David. Damn it! But I thought the first two matches and the last two on the last WWF pay-per-view made the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I thought it was. I just said to JR the other day, talked to him briefly, and I said, "You put wrestling back into wrestling. I think that's tremendous."
I really like that Backlash pay-per-view a lot.
Oh yeah.
I mean that was a really that's like really how many good pay-per-views? I mean the WCW pay-per-view was good. The ECW pay-per-view was good. I mean it's like we went through that period where like we were dreading every pay-per-view. Every pay-per-view was bad from every company. Now all of a sudden. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the water or something. But it's like guys are motivated. You can see. I think it's like pressure from outside sources, but you can see that guys at all three companies are really motivated to. I think nobody wants to have a bad match right now, whereas even a couple of months ago, it just seemed like a lot of guys were just like collecting paychecks, and something's motivated the guys.
You're right. Even Hogan has cranked it up a notch or two.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, and that's scary. That's frightening. Yeah. But that's, I think, if he can lead at all, I mean, if he's going to be a leader at all, and of course I know there's a lot of, he's not actually a leader in the locker room, but I would think with some of these guys, if they pay attention and see that he's working harder, that should motivate them some too, because I think that kind of tells you he's trying to hang on to his spot.
Well, he knows, like, I think the last management that they had there, I think that there was a feeling that they didn't have the guts to make the changes.
Right.
And maybe Hogan thinks, if he, I think the company hit rock bottom. Let's face it. And I think that Hogan wants to be perceived as the guy who helps rebuild it if he sees that there's light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know if he really,
He also saw Russo get rid of him the first time he was in.
Yeah, but that was half his doing too. Russo got rid of him, but Hogan was playing a game. Hogan was sitting there thinking that Russo was going to fail, and he was just going to sit out there while the ratings plummeted without him, and then he would come back as the savior, which is kind of what happened, except when he came back as the savior, he didn't say nothing.
Yeah. The one thing I didn't understand last night was Russo and David with the robe at the top of the hour.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't see that obviously he felt he was going to hold the crowd, but that would have been my last call. I didn't see the strength in that,
Well, it had Rick.
Yeah, well, that's true, too. But I just thought, you could have used something a little stronger than just Russo with a robe on. Yeah. I mean, it's not like that's something new anyway. He's out there a lot. And I just felt that wasn't as strong as it should have been at that point in time.
Did you ever bump into Jumbo Tsuruta?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. When he was over in the States, that's been, I'm trying to think, that must have been back in the 70s, Dave.
Yeah.
When he was a young, probably just his first or second year in the business.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd send him over. They used to send a lot of guys over to Dory Funk Sr. in Amarillo and Eddie Graham in Florida to get him some seasoning.
Right.
So I worked with Fujiyami. He was in the early 70s, just as a young guy.
Yeah. Okay. What is the lineup for the Pillman show?
You want the entire lineup? Or just the big stars?
No, give us the whole show.
Okay. We got 16 matches.
Oh, my God.
Yes. First of all, we're starting at the Photos with the Stars, which we do every year. Starts at 4. That runs 4 to 6. And, the first year in 98 at the middle school field house, we had, I think, 6 or 7 stars, or about 7 stars posing for photographs. Depending on transportation, this year we're going to have 16 to 18 posing for Polaroids with the fans, and that runs for 2 hours. And beginning at 5:30, we're starting what we're calling basically the developmental independent showcase, and that'll run from 5:30 to approximately 7. And the matches on that card got Rapid Delivery Rory Fox and Logan Kane taking on Jeremy Lopez and Jet Jaguar. Rory is out of our school. Logan is Al Snow's half-brother. Lopez and Jaguar were trained by Malenko. Then we've got Rico Constantina against B.J. Payne. They're both WWF developmental wrestlers out of Ohio Valley. And B.J. Payne's managed by one of our guys here, GQ Masters III. And then we've got WCW developmental Chuck Palumbo against Sean O'Hare. Then we've got Reckless Youth from WWF against Scotty Saber, who's out of Ohio Valley. Both are WWF developmental. And then an HWA, a combination. Our tag team champions, Surfer Cody Hawk and the taxi driver, Matt Anthony McMurphy, against one of our guys, Matt Stryker, with Helena Heavenly, and his partner is Flash Flanagan, who's out of Ohio Valley, and also a WWF developmental wrestler. That should take us up to about this 7 o'clock hour, where we do our normal introduction of the VIPs, the family, the 10-bell count, and all that. Then about 7:35, we come back. Shark Boy defends his HWA Cruiser title against Jamie Son of the Young Dragons, and he'll be managed by Tony Marinero. And then we have the finals of the HWA Heavyweight Tournament. Thus far, Chip Fairway has made it into the finals, and we won't know this weekend who his opponent will be. The winner of that will receive the brand-new belt from HWA Heavyweight belt from Jamar, which will be presented by the former HWA Heavyweight champion, D'Lo Brown. Then we have Cody Michaels against Terry Taylor. Then we have Dr. Tom Pritchard, managed by Jim Cornette, against White Lightning Tim Horner with Missy Hyatt. Then we have the Harris Twins against Vampiro and David Flair. Special referee for that is Cincinnati Reds outfielder Dimitri Young. Then we have Billy Kidman with Tori against Chris Candido with Tammy. Then we have D'Lo Brown against the Road Dog. D'Lo's special guest manager is Cincinnati Reds closer Danny Graves, and Doggy's special guest manager is Reds first baseman Sean Casey. Then we've got the franchise, Shane Douglas versus we're not sure because, as you know, Flair's dad is in the hospital and it's day-to-day. So we're not sure if Rick's going to be able to make it or not, but Shane says he'll take on any WCW guy in the house, so if Rick doesn't show up, he'll be ready to do battle. Then we've got a triple threat match, Dean Malenko versus Perry Saturn versus Eddie Guerrero. Then we have the ECW World title, Just Incredible with Francine against Raven. And to round it out, Chris Benoit with Woman, and of course his new son, Daniel Christopher, to take on Lord Steven Regal. And I think that should be textbook wrestling.
Wow, that's a lot of wrestling. I'm really interested in, especially some of the. I'm interested in looking at a lot of the undercard guys. Really,
yeah.
Got a lot of the developmental guys from both companies.
Yeah, I think we got a good cross section. You know, the developmental, the independents of the stars. Oh, and by the way, Kevin Nash and Dallas Page will be here as our special guest, along with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat as well.
Yeah.
So, and of course, we got the celebrity auction right now out on eBay. We have a Ric Flair robe a pair of Chris Jericho boots, one of Kimberly's Nitro Girl outfits, one of Dallas Page sent us a white fringed leather jacket that he wore when he was managing the Diamond Stud. Billy Kidman's bringing a pair of his jean shorts autographed. D'Lo's bringing the white satin pimp outfit from WrestleMania. And so, it's just going to be another. And if you go to the JMAR belt site, we sent Joe Marshall, who makes the championship belts. He always donates a belt for a raffle every year. And this year, usually it's an old a replica of an old NWA belt. And this year, he has taken the artwork for the Pillman 2000 T-shirt and made that the main plate on the belt. So you talk about something that's going to be one of a kind. And we're going to have all the wrestlers autograph the leather part of that belt, and that will be raffled off. And then the friend of Ricky Steamboat's that did the artwork for us last year is coming up with another rendering, which will also be part of that raffle. So, and of course, Dave Meltzer's going to do his show live.
We're doing the show live 6 to 8, so we'll be watching a lot of those. We'll be talking about those matches, some of the undercard matches as they go on. Actually,
yes.
Actually, a lot of this will be going on during the show.
Sure, absolutely.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think we got some tremendous matches, and I think if the Loose Cannon were around, he would say, "Yep, that's pretty good. We're going to see some damn good wrestling on this show," and I think we will too. And Dave, you were here last year, don't you think that the guys, since they're working in front of their peers, kind of crank it up a notch?
Yeah, I thought everyone did, especially Benoit and Rey Mysterio Jr. and those guys. I mean, they had a really good match.
Oh yeah.
And I mean every match was good. I mean even like I'll tell you what, like Terry Taylor and Tom Pritchard, it was old school, but it was like it was like it was like totally solid,
Right. Yeah, some of my kids, that particular match, a couple of my students came to me the next day and said, you're always talking about psychology and how the match flows. And he said, boy, everything you've said to me was very clear in the Pritchard-Taylor match. And I said, yes, I expect it was. But, a lot of these matches, there's a lot of good, solid workers on this card. And, to me, Rhodey is one of the most underestimated performers in our business, because although Brian doesn't have that great body or that great, matinee idol look, he understands the psychology from his dad and his brothers, and he goes out there, I think, and elevates everybody he gets a chance to work with. And D'Lo's no slouch either as a performer.
Yeah, they did real well. Was D'Lo or was it Al Snow with it was Al Snow with Road Dogg last year?
Yeah, it was Al with Road Dogg last year, and D'Lo was with Foley.
Right.
Yeah. But that's, I think all these, I think anybody that shows up for this show will get their money's worth, no doubt about it.
And I think also the other thing is that for a lot of the guys, these underneath guys, it's probably, it's like a national audience for them to work in front of. I think that, I noticed it with your guys last year. You could see everybody was, those guys were up. That was like, the biggest show those guys were going to work on all year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Of course, Shark was able to get his developmental contract basically off the strength of that, too. And we've had independent kids sending us tapes and emails 6 months ago, saying, I live in wherever, Seattle, or I'll pay my own transportation, let me come and work on the show. And, the sad thing is, David, I'd love to give all those kids, a chance to showcase themselves. It's just, somebody said, well, how are you going to top this one? I said, unless we can add 3 days to this thing, I don't see how we can even come close. And of course, what we haven't mentioned is on Wednesday before we're doing the fantasy camp, the Mark Curtis fantasy camp.
So that's the
24th.
24th, and then the show that we're talking about is the 25th.
25th, right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone knows it's, I guess, what's that, a week from Thursday?
Yeah, the fantasy camp's a week from tomorrow, and then a week from Thursday is the Pillman. Yes.
Yeah.
Fantasy camp, if you don't mind me throwing a little plug in here, we still have some spots open. It's $550 for the day. We start at 11 a.m. We'll probably finish somewhere around 8. We're going to serve lunch and a hot buffet at the end of the day. You get a T-shirt, a group picture. You get to cut a promo with your favorite wrestler or the wrestler of your pick. We hand you the video right there on the spot. And, of course, we're going to try to simulate the first day in camp, and put these people through some paces and have a good time while we're at it. And at the camp, we're going to have Benoit, D'Lo, Shane Douglas, Eddie Guerrero, Road Dogg, Billy Kidman, Malenko, Cody Michaels, Tommy Pritchard, Perry Saturn, Shark Boys, Al Snow, Terry Taylor, myself. Tori Wilson's going to be there if you just want to stand around and stare. And David Pinzer's going to be in for both days. And when we serve dinner that evening on Wednesday, David's going to conduct a Q&A session. So we're having 2 of our rings set up in the ballroom of the Quality Inn just around the corner from our gym. And I think that's going to be a fun thing, too. Pam, of course, Hildebrand will be in for both days. And we're also going to have Mark's referee jersey at ringside for the Pillman show. As you know, he was an intricate part of that show both years. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I just think all in all, and I don't know, you've heard the rumors about Arquette, right?
What about David Arquette? No.
That he was going to donate money to wrestlers?
Yeah, I did hear that.
Well, yeah, he's going to.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been, I'm proud to say he contacted us, and he has a deal coming up, and I'm not sure in terms of the amount, but he wants us to be do the disbursement, and he plans on, he's got a series of events that he's doing with the WCW, and whatever the contractual agreement is on that, he will send to us, and he wants us to distribute it between the Pillman Foundation, the Mark Curtis, and Drosdor's family.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's really nice of him.
Yes, I said I would. He is certainly a champion human being, if not a champion wrestler, and I'll be the first to give him a belt for that. So I've invited him. He's prepping for a movie up in Vancouver currently. I talked to him on Saturday, and just a real nice guy. I was very impressed, by his demeanor, and I invited him to come to the Pillman. I thought, because Melanie, obviously, and Pam, 2 of the 3 recipients will be there, and he's going to see if he can make arrangements, so Arquette may be in the house as well. So I think we have a great day.
Wow, that's really impressive. Before we get to the calls, I wanted to ask you one question. There was a guy you had when you were on ABC 2020 a couple months back.
Right.
There was a guy that you had, one of your students, who was a muscular football player guy.
Right.
Is he still around?
Yes, he is. Ray Steele.
Right. You were real high on him.
He is in the finals of the heavyweight tournament. In fact, he and a guy named Alexis Machine, who's one of our guys, are wrestling to see who takes on Fairway. They're wrestling Friday night in Carlisle, Ohio. So it'll either be Alexis Machine or Ray Steele against Chip on the 25th for the HWA heavyweight belt. Yeah, he's looking good, David. He is 255 with abs. It's about 6'1" and clean.
Wow.
Yes. And John Perillo's here in town. And Perillo Performance Products, and a friend of mine has a real great hardcore gym just north of us in a little community called Middletown, Ohio. And Ray's been training up there with my friend Mike, and John met him, took a shine to him, so John's been helping me with nutrition. My friend Mike's been working with him in the gym. This kid, I think, if for no other reason than just his focus and his fire and dedication to the business, he's got to go someplace. I think you'll be impressed. Last year, he was just a student here and was part of the security force and helped around around the Pillman show. And I think if you see him perform this year, you'll be quite impressed with, especially for the fact that he's actually just been out in front of the public just a little over 6 months at this point in time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's start with phone calls. Let's go to Brent in Seattle. Brent, how you doing today?
Yes, doing well, Dave. How about yourself? And hey, Brian.
Hey.
Les, first I think this show is just outstanding. It's great how you're able to get both WCW and the WWF to cooperate on an adventure at the United States.
David, I'm unable to hear him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's just speak up, but also he's just saying how great it is that you've been able to get WWF and WCW to cooperate. I mean, you see the WCW and WWF developmental guys on the same show. That's pretty impressive. Aside from the big stars.
Let me say right here that both those companies and Paul Heyman and ECW have been tremendous. Heyman moved a show this year to get out of our way.
Right.
Unsolicited. Yeah, he was in Columbus, just 100 miles north of us on that Thursday night, the 25th, and we didn't prompt it or even ask or even suggest that he had canceled that show. And he has Stephen DeAngelis call me and said, tell Les that we're moving the show to Saturday in Columbus. And but he was prepared even when they were still thinking about running the show. We're going to send us this match down. We're going to put them on first in Columbus and then shoot them right down to us. So, in fact, he had the local promo we cut, 30 seconds to run on the cable stations here in the area. He told Steven to call me and have me ship one off to him, and if he got it in time, it's going to pop up on TNN this next Friday night. So I was teasing Steven. I said, this is bad. I said, Paul Heyman's bad reputation is going to get washed clean. We can't have this. But they've all been tremendous. And Jim Ross with Vince and Terry Taylor and JJ down in Atlanta, and we couldn't have done it, obviously, without them, and they've all been tremendously cooperative. And, of course, the real big deal is the guys that are coming in here for not one day this year, but a lot of them for 2 days. They're valuable days off, and they're giving it up. And, of course, these guys are performing for nothing.
Yeah.
It's just sounds like a spectacular show, and I got a lot of respect for Paul Heyman. Dave and Brian, I had a question for you guys. What exactly is Eric Bischoff doing right now? Because if he's not allowed to touch a checkbook, and Vince Russo's taking care of booking, what is he doing?
Staying out of everybody's way and trying to probably trying to cut deals and things like that.
What kind of
to
deal?
expand the company name and things.
I think there is actually a deal they're working on for Wednesday, not just storyline.
As far as
the deal they did at the end of the show where they said they weren't going to be at Thunder or whatever.
Yeah, I heard Russo's going to actually be at Thunder, but he's not going to perform.
Yeah.
Which is part of the storyline. But Eric's working on something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
they keep it real secret of exactly what that is?
I don't know what it is. Somebody told me it's a WWF guy, but I don't know.
They're saying it's huge.
Yeah, big WWF thing.
What, Russo's going to wrestle?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, Russo's going to be there, but Russo's not going to perform there, but he will be there, putting the show together. But Bischoff, I was told, it was not even at TV tonight.
Oh.
He's working on whatever big deal he's working on.
I see. He's back doing big deals again then.
Yeah, he's trying to get people to find the loopholes in the contract. He did a good job with that. He got a lot of big stars in there the first time.
My favorite was when he took Mike Awesome, who was got him from his contract or whatever, and then, like, in that same span of however many weeks or whatever, put the Cruiserweight and Hardcore title on two guys not under contract. How brilliant is that?
When does CBS announce their fall lineup? And will that, will they be announcing the WWF part of the fall lineup? I guess NBC just announced yesterday.
Everything, from what I gather, everything is on hold waiting for the courts, or to settle out of court, one or the other. I think there's some settlement meetings, and if they would go through, I guess the idea is that USA would get paid money to relinquish its claim to right of first refusal, and that, the wrestling wouldn't go on CBS except as specials, but it would go on, it would stay on the UPN, and then it would go on the Raw, all the Raw and the Raw, the Superstars, and the Challenge, or not the Challenge, the Live Wire would go to TNN, and then MTV would have Sunday Night Heat on Sunday night. So that's how it would go this season, and then the season after. I don't know what's going to happen to SmackDown at that point.
And then the two syndicated programs could continue to be syndicated?
Right.
Okay. And CBS can go ahead and announce their fall lineup, and regardless of how the court case turns out, they wouldn't have to change anything.
Right, because CBS, whatever they're going to do with wrestling is only going to be special programming anyway. Like they may do the old Saturday Night Main Event type thing once every 2 months or something before pay-per-view or something, before a major pay-per-view do a big special. But they're not going to do weekly shows, at least this season. The season after, who knows.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
I want to mention real quick, because we have not brought this up, but it is official that Lance Storm has signed a 3-year contract with World Championship Wrestling. I think that it was pretty evident watching the pay-per-view, and he did release it on his website. I think he's going to be starting in a couple of weeks. I don't think he's going to be on this Monday, although he may be. But within probably 2-3 weeks, I'm sure he'll be on Nitro, and who knows?
Let me ask you a question, David. Sure. The last caller was talking about the TNN and WWF and so forth. I realize that WWF can elevate TNN to some degree. I don't see that TNN can do a thing for WWF, but I'm not sure that even the combination puts WWF in the same position they are in on USA. I don't see the value.
I don't think it's as strong. I think that they're, obviously they're going to get a lot of money, and they're going to be connected with the CBS organization. They'll have a lot more tie-ins as far as, billboards, radio advertising.
Right.
Since, that's what they're looking for. As far as come the fall, will their ratings go up? Based on this, I would say they would probably go slightly down.
Right.
I don't know if I mean, people don't, USA Network regular viewers, I don't think watch WWF, but whenever you're on a stronger station, your ratings are going to be higher, just natural.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think their ratings will go down a little bit on TNN, and they're just hoping that everything else will make up for it. And I mean,
but
whatever
now,
it is,
I do see that if ECW goes to USA, that's a major jump for Paul.
Well, the thing is, it's huge, but then it requires the negative is if they throw him on Monday night for 2 hours against those other two shows, he may come out looking real bad too.
Right. Well, yeah, I would think that if this was a fly, ECW and USA is going to have to pump some money in there to up the production values, and Paul's going to have to change his style of booking, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be real tough. But the thing with the ECW is that they've been fortunate for themselves to stay out of that direct comparison where on Monday night, we see like WCW getting its ass kicked, so to speak, every Monday night as far as the ratings aspect of this goes. And ECW can go in there on Friday, and their ratings are, in comparison to their companies, they're not good, but there's always the excuse of it's Friday, it's TNN. I mean, they've got a lot of what I would call crutches on that.
Right.
They go to USA on Monday. I mean, there's no crutch. It's Monday night. It's wrestling night. They're going in there against those two shows that are both going to be on weaker networks. And, they, I would presume, would have the third highest rated show on those networks. I mean, they'd probably do better than they do on TNN.
Right.
But maybe not, just because the fact that, they'll probably still do better than they did on TNN. But I mean, it's just like being there Monday for 2 hours. That's a lot. That's a lot for that roster because that roster doesn't have a lot of depth.
You're right. There's no depth to it. You're right. Yeah, but of course, again, if USA pumps some money in, that gives him a chance to go out there and get in the hunt for some talent too when the contract time comes up.
He's going to have to.
Right.
Because I mean, I was like watching like the pay-per-view they had, and like just as an example, they had Dave Cash and C.W. Anderson who went out there and had a really good match. But you put that match on Monday night against like anyone on WWF, and I mean, CW, just people aren't going to look at him as a star. And then also on Monday night, the look of the show, they're going to see this great-looking Raw, this not as great-looking Nitro, but it looks pretty great compared to the ECW look. And the look is just, the look and the pyro and all that to the casual fan when they're comparing, that's what makes stars is the look of the show. It's like, one of the things that I've always think that, like, the promoters of boxing and other sports like that miss in the success of K1 in Japan and WWF in the United States both is, they're inherently, unless you've been around wrestling forever and know, like a lot of guys in different environments, you can take the same guys and put them in different environments. In some places, when everyone looks like a star and the production is great, these guys like a Bob Holly can get over as a star, where in another situation, Bob Holly would get over as nothing because of the environment.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, and that's one of the things, of course, Vince is obviously good at, is how to showcase average talent to make it look above average. I think that's the great thing that he does.
Paul Heyman's good with that too, though.
In a different way.
Yeah.
For wrestling fans, because he knows how to develop. Actually, what Paul Heyman's good at, and this is something that even I would say he's much better than Vince at, is Vince is good at showcasing talent. Paul Heyman is good at hiding weaknesses and accentuating strengths of talent in the ring.
Yes, and that's never been more apparent than when guys leave there. Yeah. And they aren't protected. And you see, my God, he was a lot better than that on ECW.
Yeah, but it's because Paul, like, I mean, just as a perfect example with Awesome, I would talk to Paul about certain matchups with Awesome, and he would just go, no, can't do it. It'll expose Awesome.
Right.
And in WCW, they throw Awesome out there with Nash, who's, not a particularly good worker. And, all of a sudden, Mike Awesome certainly doesn't look the same as he did in ECW, and there's a reason, because Paul protected him with Tanaka and guys like Spike Dudley and Kid Cash would take big bumps for him.
Sure, and he looks more like an average person than when he's standing next to Nash or Sid or some of the guys who we wouldn't consider big as far as WCW, but he looks average with those guys. And the one thing they shouldn't allow him to do yet is interview.
Yeah, and Paul barely did.
Yeah. But there's the thing that I don't understand about both companies yet. This has become more of an interview-driven industry, it's so, the little skits, the little vignettes are so important, then with all the money that's being spent to produce these shows, why wouldn't we get a diction coach or an acting coach or someone?
Coach.
Or even use someone like Arn.
Yeah, Lord, yes.
We say it all the time. Why isn't Arn Anderson coaching, or Terry Funk?
Exactly.
I mean, when they brought Terry Funk back, before they ever brought him back, I would always go, you guys should bring in Terry Funk and have him coach. This is when Benoit and those guys were there. Coach Chris Benoit, be his tutor on interviews, because, Chris Benoit can learn. He just needs the hands-on, training. And instead they bring Terry Funk in to wrestle, and
yes.
And they got Arn there, who's just an incredible interview. And I think both sides should do it. I think that Vince should hire an interview coach for Benoit and have him study it, because, my God, when that guy can interview, his ring work's the best in the world.
You're absolutely right. Yes, I agree. Yeah, Arn should be put to better use. And Terry should be a part of somebody's booking committee, Terry Funk. He's just got a tremendous agile mind for this business. And, of course, I realize he doesn't play politics well, and he'll be the first to say that himself. So maybe that's part of it. But, yeah, I think when you got somebody like that, him and Arn there, and along with Rick, my God, if these young guys in that company couldn't learn from these three, they couldn't learn at all.
Yeah.
And I would try to utilize them in some way, to elevate my younger talent. Like Billy, tremendous worker, Billy Kidman. And a great kid. He's a really nice kid. But he can't do a heel interview in part because his voice is higher. But it just doesn't, coming from that physique and that face, him trying to be a bad guy just doesn't work.
I just think he's so miscast.
Yeah.
I think he's, Billy Kidman is so begging to be an underdog babyface.
Right.
And, just and he's just so miscast, especially because he just doesn't do good heel promos.
Yeah, and then watching the thing with him and Hogan. Okay, so Terry's selling for him a little bit. Okay, given, but still the size difference, and
a little bit.
Yeah, and Hogan can't even get close to working Billy's style, and Billy certainly is not a guy who does power stuff. He's can't get out there and just power bomb somebody and make it believable. That's just a bad matchup, any way, shape, or form. And I think, to me, the automatic thing that I saw when Candido came on the scene was Billy and Tori and Chris and Tammy. That's why I put it on the film, and it made sense to me. I had a kid call our radio show the other night and said, do you realize that the semifinal in the WWF, this last pay-per-view, was your main event 3 years ago on Pillman? I said, yeah. He said, do you think you're smarter than they are? I said, no, don't say that. I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. But, it's just, when I book that show, I book it in part, I guess, to please myself. Why lie about it? But in part, what I think Brian Pillman would book. Because he was about good, solid work. And to me, Candido and Kidman go out there and tear the building down, given the opportunity.
Let's go to Weston, Virginia. Wes, you're next up with Les Thatcher.
Hey, guys, how's it going tonight?
All right, how about you?
Pretty good. Les, I wanted to ask you if you have any update with your relationship with WCW, and if there's any new prospects that you got sent in there or that they've got sent in to you.
We're just getting that underway. We're just getting the ball rolling on that, and next week will be the first, at the film, will be the first chance that Terry Taylor's had a chance to look at my guys, and that they're going to start feeding me guys actually the first part of June. And so I haven't really had a chance to work with any of their guys extensively. I was enjoying watching the Saturday night show when they were showcasing the Power Plant kids, because it gave me an opportunity to look at them and critique them. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a good relationship, and it's for us, it's an opportunity to prove that we can do something. And I think with those kids down there, it's just a matter of getting them out in front of crowds, and then trying to work the weak points out of their offense and defense once you see them out there. I think they've got some tremendous athletes, and I think I've got a few that might be of value to them. It's just a matter of getting everybody together. It's I think right now there's a lot of good development in town. I think WWF's got some. Cornette and Danny Davis have got some good kids down there. I think that, it bodes. 2 years ago, I would have said, my God, I don't know what's going to happen to our industry in 10 years, but I wouldn't say that today because I see some good kids, and thank God there's some good people working with them. That's the main thing.
Also, well, picking up on that note, the way that they've handled this situation in New Japan with the tournament, I just can't believe that they couldn't have picked better people to send over than Funk and Skipper. I mean, I saw them on Saturday night, and they've got talent, but I just don't think they're ready for that kind of platform. I was wondering what your thoughts were.
I would agree with that. Now I know a couple guys in WCW are real high on Skipper, and somebody was telling me that this kid is a tremendous dancer. My question is, why is he dancing it? I mean, seriously, that when I was told to me, my old feverish mind started to work, and I could see, I'm thinking about music and how to get into the ring with it. I mean, you have to, it's showbiz to a big degree anymore, and you got to play to somebody's strengths. Well, it's kind of like Palumbo. Is he an impressive-looking athlete? Certainly, but I think he needs to be protected currently like they protected Goldberg. I mean, the more you leave him out there, the more obvious his weak points are showing. And I think brief little, a few minutes at a time is all he needs out there until he becomes more comfortable with the whole situation. And,
I mean, he wasn't ready to do an interview on prime time.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, that was the one thing when I went out there, and I was really feeling sad for him because. He went to Japan, and I thought that was a good place. Get those because if they work in Japan in the undercard, no one here will ever see them. So first time you see him, you want to be able to impress him, and he's got a good look. I mean, I thought he had a good look when I saw him on some of the other shows before, but then as soon as he did the interview, all of a sudden I just see like everyone going like, here's some guy they're trying to push on us rather than here's some guy who's good.
Right. Exactly. And I realize that most people say, well, the day of the squash matches are over just since studio wrestling, has become passé. But I would think in a situation like Palumbo, a squash match is the way to keep him fresh and not expose his weaknesses. To give him, I mean, you don't have to, he obviously doesn't have to beat some established star, but give him another power plant kid or something, and give him a clean win.
Give him one of the Vianos. Give him one of the Vianos. Those guys are awesome.
When in doubt, give him a Viano.
Give him Dandy. Dandy small, so he can make him look big.
Sure.
But he has no talent, yeah.
The thing I felt sorry for is you have poor Chuck Palumbo in there, and he's supposed to be the next Lex Luger, and, I mean, the way he's been pushed and everything like that, he's not even measuring up to Lex Luger.
Well, my biggest thought about WCW is, I think we all agree that, it's been said, my God, printed and read and said and posted on websites that it's 6 months to a year before this company's going to be turned around. Anyway, regardless of what anybody wants in the hierarchy above them in the corporate structure, that's what it's going to take. And I think to slowly build these guys and quit trying to rush them. The rushing is a mistake, I think, with Palumbo. Let him get some good sound foundation. If you got to put him out there on a major TV show, get him a quick win, and so the fans can't pick his weaknesses apart. And I think again, some good, solid, clean finishes on that TV right now would be very appropriate.
Brian, I got to read this to you. This is from Snoopy, and they're filling in the gaps anyway. Chronic stole the tag team belts back from Bagwell and Douglas last week on Sunday Night Heat, so that's why we didn't see it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. We're gonna get an email going wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
If it did, we wouldn't be talking about it, right?
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that one up. Anything else, Wes?
Yeah, one last quick thing. There's a vignette that I've seen on several WWF shows with these little girls jumping rope that says "Judgment Day is coming." You heard anything about that one?
Well, that's just a preview for that's just the piece that the people in the creative department put together for their next pay-per-view.
Okay, thanks for the comments, guys.
Okay, guys, it's time for our WWF Daily Trivia brought to you by RC Edge. The first two people to respond correctly by email to Dave Meltzer at IATA.com will win a poster of a WWF superstar courtesy of RC Edge. And remember to include your mailing address with your answer. Here's today's question, and this is one that I know is going to be answered within 5 minutes by at least two people. Who was the first wrestler in the modern era? When I say modern era, let's say 1965 to the present, who was allowed to wrestle in Madison Square Garden wearing a mask. For a while there, they weren't allowed. They were not allowed to wrestle with a mask in Madison Square Garden. I remember when I was a very young kid, where the masked wrestlers would have these like the spoiler Don Jardine, for example, would be a masked man in the circuit, but in Madison Square Garden he would actually not. He could wear a mask around like his ear. Do you ever hear about this, Brian? The way they used to do the masked wrestlers in the Garden before the law changed?
No.
They would wear a mask, but their whole face would be exposed. So like they'd have a mask around their ears and the back of their head, but you could see their face. It's kind of weird.
It was a long time before they let girls wrestle there too.
Yeah, because Moolah and them came in. That was in the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Before they had the first women's match ever in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, I remember they had a tag team called the Russians that were actually two, I think Cubans actually. Juan Sebastian and Pedro Godoy wrestled as the Mad Russians, but under masks.
Yeah, Juan Sebastian and Pedro Godoy. You're right.
Yeah, and they wrestled at the Garden as the masked or as the Mad Russians, and everyone could see they were Hispanic.
Well, Pedro, you might have misconstrued as a Russian, but never Juan. He looked as Spanish. You could have typecast him as Cesar Romero, for God's sake.
Anyway, let's see. Let's run through a couple of emails here. We've got some stuff for Les, so I'll get to that first. This is our question every time you're on the show. What's up with Rory Fox?
What's up with Rory Fox? Well, he's going to be on the Pillman show. He's putting on a little size. He's getting some experience, and he's coming along real well. He's developing fine, and I think there's a contract, I think, in his future there someplace. He's got a good look and a good attitude. He's doing real well.
Did you get a lot of feedback? I guess they must have, I don't know, within the last 2 weeks we played that MTV thing because we got a bunch of emails. I'm thinking like about a week ago from people who seen that MTV. So did you get a lot of feedback from that the second time?
Oh yeah. It's amazing. I don't even have to see it, and I know it's played. The phones start to ring, and we start to get emails. People requesting brochures on the camp and all that. I heard from the Banks Tarver who produced that. Just a few weeks ago, he was talking about possibly doing a follow-up, which they do, I guess, on some of their features. But he was also telling me that he had taken that 90-minute feature down to a film festival in North Carolina and got very, very good reviews on it.
It was a good deal.
Yeah, they obviously the numbers on MTV must be good because they've been running that thing, Lord knows, off and on since August of last year.
Yeah.
And it was last week or the week before they ran it, I think, 3 or 4 times. So yeah, that's we always seem to the phone seems to ring a little more when MTV pops that thing in. Did you see the Men's Journal feature of the May issue?
No, I have not seen that.
Yeah, we're featured in I guess it's on newsstands currently, the May issue of Men's Journal. They sent a writer in to stay with us for a week. Actually, a novelist out of Florida. It was the first feature article I think he'd done for this magazine. But I thought it's entertaining, and he shows a lot of respect for the business. He was a very nice guy. It's a good article. Pick it up and get a chance to read it.
Also, is there going to be a tape of this of the Pillman show available? A video?
We're hoping so. You know how the politics are of getting releases and all that sort of thing. One of the fans emailed us a few weeks ago with a very bright idea that I'm surprised none of us came up with. But he was saying that, what you should do is do the best of Pillman over the last 3 years just using the independent matches. And, making a tape of those, and which is something we've taped all three years. It's just a matter of getting releases and getting everything put together. But I think what we're going to end up doing, because it's a little late to try to get 98 out there and 99. I think we're going to try to do a best of. And, see if we can get all the companies to finally cough up a release saying, yes, go ahead and sell this thing. We're hoping to. I know Smokey Genta, Dallas's friend.
Who wrote the book.
Yeah, exactly. He said, I guess the next step's pay-per-view. I said, well, Smoke, if you send me $300,000 to build a basis on it, sure it is. But until that time, that's a pipe dream. But, we're talking about the great cooperation from all these companies. But if you were to try to do a pay-per-view,
but then you couldn't get cooperation. They'd all start cutting your throat.
Sure. I thought of, when he mentioned that, though, and I thought, well, how would you go about that? And I thought, well, I guess if that were ever even remotely close to being a reality, if some angel came out of the sky and said, here's $300,000 if you'll actually do a Pillman pay-per-view, but I guess I would approach the 3 companies and say, look, you guys each pick a strong match to give us for the top 3 matches that will help, escalate your own storylines or, to your next pay-per-views, and then just let me book the card below that.
I think that then I don't know, at that point I think that's when you start running into real problems.
Oh, yeah, I would agree. Well, it's like now everybody says, well, which match is the main? I said, they're all main events.
Yeah.
And of course everybody can't be on top, and in part to keep anyone from getting your feelings hurt, we've kind of done this thing. Chris Benoit, it was tight with Brian, and he's been tremendous in helping me, line up guys that I didn't really know or had just knew remotely, and he's been so much help that I feel, and he's kind of the what am I trying to say here? I guess he would represent Brian Pillman in terms of his fire and heart as far as this business is concerned. And so I've tried to, to make Chris, that's why when at first we started, we're going to have the Radicals, we're going to have Benoit and Malenko against Guerrero and Saturn, and then we had Al Snow was unable, he's coming in for the fantasy camp, but because of some things come up with the family, won't be able to be here for Thursday. I was going to have him with Steven Regal, simply to give Al a showcase. I'm always teasing Al. I said, the fact that you're a good technical wrestler is the best kept secret in the industry. Between you and the heads and trying to make Blackman a personality, you never get a chance to really wrestle. I'm going to put you with Regal. And Al was actually looking forward to it, and then he couldn't do that, and I'm trying to think, okay, now, who do I get to work with Steven? And bless his heart, Benoit came forward, and he said, well, we both work in European style, Japanese style, and, of course, catch-can American style. He said, and I love working with a guy named Regal. Had expressed the same opinion several months ago to me. And so the other 3 guys said, well, we'll do a 3-way, and everybody just, so we're keeping Benoit on top as long as we can do that, and he hasn't disappointed us yet, so... and again, I think that's going to be, if there's any aspiring young wrestlers and you're going to be at the Pillman, don't move from your seat when Regal and Benoit hit the ring, because you'll probably see a few moves you've never seen before.
I want to make a real quick comment. Al, who won the trivia question? We got 2 winners already. Okay, and the correct answer to the first wrestler who was allowed to wear a mask in the modern era in Madison Square Garden was Mil Mascaras, who, in fact, as I recall, the way that thing went, and that would be around 74, I'm guessing, that, he went and appeared before the New York State Athletic Commission, which actually had the rule, in effect, that you couldn't wear a mask in Madison Square Garden. And basically it was, if I can't wear a mask, I'm not wrestling there. You know what I mean? I mean, it wasn't like Don Jardine and the rest of those guys who all, they went there and, went without the mask. I mean, Mil Mascaras just told him, he goes, if there's no mask, then I will not go there. And I guess, he was a big money player back in those days, and whatever happened to cause the commission to change its mind, they did. And he headlined a lot of those shows there.
I don't know that he ever did wrestle without his mask, has he?
I don't think ever.
I don't either.
Because he started as Mil Mascaras, because the actual, there was actually a comic book character called Mil Mascaras, and they hired a bodybuilder who was Aaron Rodriguez to play the role of Mil Mascaras in pro wrestling. It wasn't like he was a wrestler who came upon a gimmick. The gimmick was actually made, and then they looked for a bodybuilder because the character in the comic book was a bodybuilder. So Mil Mascaras or Aaron Rodriguez was the Mr. Mexico. And I guess he had done judo and everything, so he was a good athlete, and then they trained him in pro wrestling to be Mil Mascaras. So I'm sure that he never wrestled without a mask.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Is he still working, David?
Oh, yeah. He'll be working until we're all dead.
How old would he be now?
62 this summer.
Wow.
So he's having his farewell tour of Japan, but he's really mad because they're billing it as his farewell tour, but he wants to keep coming back. and he's still not selling, and he still never does jobs.
And I would think at his 60s, it's time to do a job or two, isn't it?
Yeah. I think of all the legends in wrestling, I mean, it's kind of in Mick Foley's book a little bit, but of all the legends in wrestling, there's probably not one that I've heard of where it's like personally, I know people like him, but business-wise, it's like everyone, I mean, just like the books, like Mick Foley's book, Billy Graham's working on a book, and Billy Graham is just like, you should see the stuff he wrote about Mil Mascaras, about trying to work with Mil Mascaras, because Mil Mascaras would, here's Billy Graham, who was a, marginal worker, giving him a lot of benefit of the doubt. But, a strong personality, obviously.
Sure.
And Billy Graham was like, Mil Moskowitz wouldn't sell for him. I mean, how do you wrestle a match where the babyface doesn't sell? And if you look at the Madison Square Garden record books, in the old days, the way they did their title, and one of the reasons their title was so strong is the champion always won the finishing match of the series. Like, this was when Bruno was champion and Backlund and Morales and all of them.
Right.
I mean, they might do a DQ and they might do a stopped on blood, but the final match was a 1-2-3 or a cage match win, but it was a clean win for the champion. And when Moskowitz drew 2 sellouts with Billy Graham, and when it came time for the clean one, I think Billy worked with Peter Maivia because Mil wouldn't do the job.
Wow.
And that's Madison Square Garden main event sellout crowd.
Good old Mil.
Amazing. Yeah, I know, I don't know him well. I've met him on a couple of different occasions, but most of the guys were very negative in terms of, I know that I've talked to that have worked for the guy for the very reasons you're stating, No sell, no jobs, no nothing.
I mean, for his day, he was an innovative performer. He was a great performer,
yeah.
but not to work with, I guess. Just to watch.
Yeah, there you go.
This is a question, Brian. You may have an answer for this, and people listening may have an answer because I have no idea. And it just says, is there a credible site or source for internet information about Roller Jam? So anyway, a Roller Jam Observer is actually what the guy's asking for, or something.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Is that signed Cyrus from the network?
I got Cyrus's website.
That's a great character, but I'm like you. That's a horrible name for an executive of a network, Cyrus.
Well, thank God, like on TNN on Friday, the badge used to say Cyrus on it, and now, even though they call him Cyrus, the badge does say Don Callis.
Does it?
At least it doesn't say Mr. Virus.
I hated that name even before they gave him this gimmick. This is someone who's asking about Mako, who wrestled for Main Event.
Who wrestles for Main Event?
It goes, whatever became of the Goldberg clone Mako that wrestled for Main Event out of Nashville?
That kid, I don't know. He lives in Hawaii. I would love to get my hands on him for a long period. He and I spoke about the possibility of him coming up here. He lives in Hawaii, so I can't blame him for not wanting to leave home for any length of time. Tremendous looking bodybuilder, David. About 6'2", probably legitimately around 280, rock hard, and good kid, good attitude, no experience and no talent, and apparently no one's tried to train him. He made a European tour, which obviously anybody can do if you just look like a wrestler. Stephen Dunn and Reno used him in there a couple times, but it was strictly talk about squashes, it was the choke slam, big splash or whatever, and you go home. But he is a good-looking guy, and from the couple conversations we had, I would think he has the attitude that if someone were to take him and work with him, he would at least give you his all to try. And if you can make any kind of worker at him with the look he's got, I think he would be damn good.
Okay, let's go to Terry in North Carolina. Terry, you're next up.
Hello, how you doing, Dave?
Real good.
Okay, yes, I got a question. How you like last night's Nitro?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was probably the best one because of the Flair stuff. The best one in, a while. The first one that those guys did was a good show, too. But, the Flair stuff was enough to where when the show was over, I thought it was a pretty darn good television show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of liked it pretty much also, too. But the question I want to ask you, too, was this right here. It's about Mayhem, WCW Mayhem pay-per-view.
Mayhem pay-per-view in November?
Uh-huh.
What about it? That's too far away. Or do you mean the last one?
I mean, because they have a lot of wrestling action in it involved also.
Oh, because they did a lot of matches that night. As I recall, so many pay-per-views back in November, I don't think I liked the show. Mm-hmm. I thought that I think Benoit had some good matches with Jarrett. Benoit and Jarrett had a really good match, and then they had it was Benoit and Jarrett, I think.
Mayhem, wasn't that the?
It's Bret Hart and Benoit main event.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
And Sting wrestled Bret, right?
That was a pretty good show. Just a lot of the matches were so short with horrible finishes.
Yeah,
and I thought they really hurt the main event they hurt the main event a lot with all the run-ins that they didn't need.
Yeah, and that horrible match between Sid Vicious and Goldberg, the I Quit match was horrible.
Was that the one where we stopped on blood?
Yeah.
Nope. No, that was Havoc.
Okay, yeah, the Stopped on Blood one wasn't too bad. You're right. Yeah, okay, so this is the one that came back that wasn't good. Okay.
You know, this is nothing to do with what you guys are talking about, but when you mentioned Goldberg and Brett in the same breath, I want to throw a little plug in here for the Pillman auction. Dallas, I guess it was left in the dressing room, and Dallas came up. Remember the breastplate that Brett wore when Goldberg speared him?
In Toronto.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got it for the auction. Dallas came up with it, and I guess he's a collector too. And, so yeah, he sent it to us, and we've got that for the auction at Pillman.
That was a tremendous beginning of an angle that never went anywhere.
Yes.
I mean, it was just like when they did that, it was like, wow, Bret Hart and Bill Goldberg is a great angle because they're going to have good matches. It's going to make Bill Goldberg a better wrestler. And Bret Hart's reputation was enough that I think, people would have bought it. And then somehow it just went nowhere.
Yeah, I noticed.
Well, they both got hurt at the same. I think it was going to go somewhere, and they both got hurt. Is what happened. I mean, it's nobody's fault. They both got hurt.
Okay. Yes, and another show I thought it had less wrestling too was last year's WrestleMania.
What, the one a year ago?
Yeah, with The Rock and Austin in the main event.
I remember that being a pretty good show.
You remember
This year's wasn't as good.
Yeah, I know that one. Not this year. I know that was weak, pretty much. But,
the backlash was real good. By the way, we were talking about this earlier, and I should bring this up because a couple people emailed this in. Rock did win a match once in the WWF by submission, theoretically, because he used a sharpshooter on Mankind when they did the ring the bell finish on one of those pay-per-views.
Yeah,
where he won the title.
Mm-hmm.
God, like that same finish we've seen a million times.
I like how they brought up Bret Hart when he put on the sharpshooter last night, and I guess it was just a hint for what the finish would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm expecting that pay-per-view that they're going to be on coming up this Sunday is going to be pretty weak, that main event.
Well, it's either going to, I'll tell you what, I mean, obviously the show's going to be made or broken by that main event. And
talking about the Iron Man now?
The Iron Man, yeah. It's like they got a lot of pressure on him, and I hope they do it because it's a long time to not have a good match.
You can tell me if you agree or not, but I was being interviewed, and somebody asked me about that on set, and I said, if they're going to go 60, Helmsley's going to have to carry it. I mean, he's obviously the more experienced worker, and I think his style lends more to getting 60 minutes in than Rock's does.
Yeah.
But I think that if they start that brawling all over the building, cardiovascular-wise, they're not going to last 60.
Plus, if they start off like that, it'll get redundant if they keep going.
Yes, exactly. And now here again, and I think Dwayne Johnson is a tremendous performer, great personality. I think he's still learning in terms of the technical skills in his work. So I think Helmsley's got to carry the thing, and Rock's going to have to let Triple H call the match, and so I had to pace it a little bit because that's the key to getting it in. I thought the Hart Michaels 60 was very good, but in this day and age, obviously you can't sit down in a hammerlock for 15 minutes. But I think Helmsley's going to have to pace the thing because I think Rock's pace is too fast, and he's accustomed to the shorter, maybe a 20-minute match, but we're talking 20 times 3 here. It's going to have to be Helmsley's pace, or they're going to blow it out before they ever get there.
Got a ton of emails to get to. Let me just go through. You're going to talk about Lance Storm. What can WCW do with him? I see him working with Candido. If WCW starts wrestling again, if they don't do wrestling, what's the point of bringing him in? I think they felt they wanted to steal someone from ECW. I knew this was coming. Very first email we got, Brian, this quarter hour. Dave, Chronic couldn't have taken the belts back at Heat on Sunday. They work for WCW. I told you. This is from someone who says, I think you may have misunderstood Wes's question, but maybe he was just talking about the regular Judgment Day commercial, but there's a commercial aired during Raw that says his Judgment Day is coming. Who is he? If there's a he, it's The Undertaker. So The Undertaker's going to be there. So maybe that's who he is.
There's nobody else in Judgment Day in WWF, could there be?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either, but it seems like he's due back, next month?
I think he's still due back in the ring, but I think he's going to be there at the show. I think he's going to I think he's going to be there in the last 5 minutes. Maybe when Vince goes to ring his Judgment Day. Oh, I got it. I got the finish. We got the finish of the last pay-per-view, too, which was really too bad because they didn't switch it. Actually, it was good because it was a good finish. Vince is going to ring the bell, and The Undertaker comes and stops him. It's Vince's Judgment Day. How's that?
All right.
Because Undertaker comes in. Because I know Undertaker's coming in the last 5 minutes of that match. I don't know that. I'm just assuming that's the way they introduce people. You know what I mean? For Impact.
Right.
So last minute Undertaker's coming out because, Rock's about to get screwed. Yeah, I think that's the finish. Okay. Anyway, this is from Sean Kemp for you, Les, because this is actually an interesting question. He goes, I'm an asthmatic, and I would like to enter the business, and I'm very intrigued to know if anyone who suffers from this or what, if that would be a drawback.
The first guy that comes to mind, my God, and he's deceased, is Jay York, the Alaskan, the original Alaskan. Mm-hmm. Jay was an asthmatic because I remember him coming back from the ring wheezing and getting the atomizer out of his bag. And, using, there's been a few guys in the business that have been asthmatics. And I would, not being a medical person, I would assume it's to what degree, you have the asthma. But yes, I've known several wrestlers that have had asthma and performed quite well. I guess.
X-Pac asthmatic?
Beg pardon?
Yeah, X-Pac would be, X-Pac was suffering from asthma just a couple weeks ago. So yeah, he would be.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sean is, as a matter of fact. You're right. Yeah. So yeah, that's not an impossible hurdle to cross.
This is about Ric Flair. It says this is from Richard Sullivan, who says Bob Ryder puts a photo of Ric Flair superimposed over a giant 15 on WCW.com. His other website proclaims that Ric Flair won the title for the 17th time, while WrestleLine declares that he's a 16-time champion. I still say he's a 20-time champion. He says Royal Duncan and Gary will agree, but come to their conclusion slightly differently than I do. Either way, here's my obsessive-compulsive rant on Ric Flair's titles. I remember a year ago, I'm going to look up whatever number we came up with. I think it was 18. So that would make this 19. Anyway, rather than go through, maybe we don't have enough time on the show to go through the ones, but I'm going to go through and figure out, because I remember Richard Sullivan wrote a thing, and there were a couple that, anyway, I came up with, I don't remember what number I came up with, but whatever the number is, 15's not right, but 15's the number they're going to use, so
well,
that's
a lot of times back before cable, and you could see the same show all over the world, that belt could have been changed in Japan and was never recorded as such. And,
No, but we know everything. Yeah.
Right. Well, of course, know all, been all.
No, when it comes to, they used to, they tried that once with Flair and Race in Singapore, and it was supposed to be a secret, but that one came out, and I don't know.
Yeah, you're the guy that stirred our business topsy-turvy, Meltzer. That seeks out all this stuff.
Yeah, all of this stuff that actually, especially now that David Arquette held the title, I don't think it really matters how many times the guy's held it.
That's like somebody, an interviewer Saturday was talking to me. He said, what's your opinion of David Arquette as a WCW champion? I said, in a word, no. Why go past that, right?
Let's go to Ricardo in New York. Ricardo, you're next up.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Mr. Thatcher.
How you doing, Ricardo?
I was just going to ask you about that David Arquette question, because I've had a lot of arguments with some of my friends that are WCW fans, and I tell them that the WCW belt, has been really hurt by David Arquette winning it. But they try to make it as it's the same thing as Vince McMahon winning it. How would you say it's different, or is the same deal?
I'll tell you exactly why it's different, okay?
Yeah.
When Vince McMahon won the belt, SmackDown did a record rating. When David Arquette won the belt, Nitro did a record rating. But one was a record low and one was a record high. And that is the answer, okay?
Yeah. Yeah,
and believe me, Brian and I complained about Vince winning it. We complained about the way he didn't lose it back. If it was up to me, I wouldn't have done it because it was a hot shot for ratings. I don't think, Nevertheless, ultimately, that's the answer on what the difference is. And it's not like it's right or wrong. It's just which judgment worked and which judgment didn't. And if the Arquette thing had built to a big rating, I wouldn't have liked it, but I would have said, okay, it worked. when it did a record low rating, the people who decided have to admit that what they were doing it for did not work. Now, they won't say that, but you really have to admit that.
Yeah, that's true.
Failed experiment, there's no two ways about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the buy rate on that pay-per-view was real bad.
Yeah.
And, and that was because they didn't, they changed their plans every week, but they wanted to swerve people into having David Arquette beat Tank Abbott and go into the pay-per-view as world champion to swerve people, and they swerved themselves into, I think, the second or third lowest buy rate in the history of the company. So who swerved who?
Yeah, that's right. I have a question for, it's for both of you guys, or is Brian there?
Yeah, Brian's here.
Okay, so for three of you. Jarrett or Jericho, who would you build your promotion around?
Me? I think Jericho's got more charisma than Jarrett. I like Jarrett. I just don't think. I don't think both of them. I don't think both of them are world champions yet, to me. But I think that Jericho's closer than Jarrett because of the charisma factor.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have to go along with that, and I think I think right now, and this is no disrespect to Jeff Jarrett. He's worked his butt off. He's given them everything. He's put his butt out there on the line and worked hard. But I think in terms of heat, he's exactly where he's going to go. I don't think they can build the territory around him, no matter how hard they try. But I think in the future with Jericho, that is a possibility. Ryan, your turn.
I mean, I would go with Jericho. I mean, there's something about Jarrett. I mean, he's a solid worker, and he's really old school. But I mean, when you watch him, it's almost like you don't see a guy that's state of the art. I mean, I see him going for. He's done this a couple of times. It's like he's going for a Frankenstein or he gets a power bomb, and I always think, when has Jeff Jarrett ever did a Frankenstein in his life? Never. And I don't know if that affects anybody else the way it affects me, but I just look at Jarrett as a mid-carder for that very reason. He just doesn't seem like, a state-of-the-art 90s or, I guess, new millennium wrestler who could get up there and hold the world title.
To me, one of the things about the world title, and I guess it's, unless probably, from that same era of when the world champion was, the guy.
Right.
And I mean, he held it for years, and, frivolous guys didn't win the world title in the 70s. I mean, if you look at the guys who held it, you had Hall of Fame wrestlers, Harley Race, Dory Funk Jr., Jack Briscoe, Terry Funk, Hall of Fame wrestlers. And those are like the only guys who really held it for the most part the whole decade of the 70s. And to me, when I look at a world champion, he should be that caliber where you stand up above your peers rather than just a guy, even someone like DDP, just as an example, who works really hard. He is a good worker. He is over, but to me, I don't see him as a world champion. It's really weird. Even at 51, and I don't know what it is, Ric Flair is very close to that, and the only reason he wouldn't be all the way there is the age of 51. I mean, there's something about, I don't know, it's the aura when he stands in the ring. He looks like somebody special. You just notice him, and whereas Jarrett looks like just when Jarrett was out there, he just looks like just another pro wrestler. And he's a damn good one.
You mentioned that, and this is something that I say, when we're sitting around our gym here talking about, when they're saying, tell the old man to tell some stories so we don't have to train so hard. One of the things that I have always said about Lou Thez and Buddy Rogers, I mean, two totally different styles, obviously, but you could be in a room with your back to the door, and when either one of these guys walked into the room, something told you to turn around. There was something special in that room. And Thez and Rogers were that kind of people. And I think the guys you're talking about are the same way. And I think I don't care what anybody says. There's a foundation to this business, a formula. I mean, you can do pyro, you can do TNA, you can do soap operas, vignettes. I don't care. There's a basis to this business that hasn't changed in the 40 years I've been in. It's not going to change in the next 40. Quit trying to reinvent it. I think the world title is mythical or not. It's an important prop in your promotion. And I think whether they think it's been hurt or not, I think it's been terribly hurt. And by switching it on a weekly basis is not going to do anything to rejuvenate it.
Last question. Mm-hmm. How would you handle Angle from now? I mean, do you think it would be smart to give him a title push, like a heavyweight title push by the end of this year, or you would still wait?
Kurt Angle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Angle needs more experience before he gets to that point, because I think the one thing, David just mentioned Race, Briscoe, Funk, Flair. There's one common thread that runs through all these people besides what else we're talking about. They can elevate somebody else's game. They can take different style wrestlers and conform to their style and perform with them. And I don't think Kurt has enough. I think he's got the potential for all that. I just don't think he has enough experience to do that at this point in time.
I think some of those comedy skits he did recently kind of sidetracked him, too.
Also, I think it's just a rush. I don't think a guy 2 years in, I think that he should be, I think that when the fans kind of get the impression that a guy should be world champion, I think that he should probably, to me, shouldn't be world champion then for another 6 to 9 months, because you got to make him really want it bad before you give it to him.
Sure.
Rather than like once the people kind of figure out, hey, wait a minute, this guy's world championship caliber, then that's when you start building it, rather than try to shove him down the throat and give him a belt to get him over. Because to me, it's like when you give the guy a belt to get him over, all it does is take the belt down.
Right. Exactly. And I think that world title thing, in the past, that's always been the case. It was the plum that was hung up there. Well, I'll tell you, a guy who was red hot as a young babyface who all the grandmothers and the little 14-year-old girls loved and would cry if he was getting his can kicked, and they gave him a title and took it away from him in a short period of time back in the 70s, and basically, as far as I'm concerned, killed a lot of his heat, and that was Tommy Rich.
Yeah.
As long as he was the clean-cut babyface fighting to get there, and he never quite attained it. But once they gave him that belt and then took it off of him in just a matter of days, I think that took a lot of the steam right out of him.
He was never the same.
No, absolutely
he was
not.
hurt by that.
And he and I discussed that at one point back in the 80s, and he mistaken what I said to think that he never. I said, no, Tommy, I don't mean you. But I said, your style lend more to being the contender, the guy chasing the bad champ, the heel champion, opposed to being, because a lot of times with a good that type of babyface, once they attain the high level they can go, then that mystique that the fans are following is gone. They've achieved what you've been hoping they'll achieve, and once they have, there's nothing left to fight for.
Okay, let's go to our last caller right now. How you doing? Hello?
Me?
Yeah, go ahead. We got to make it real quick because we're running low on time. Hey, how you doing?
I just want to ask you, who do you think's the best two people that can carry an Iron match today?
I could do U.S. because they're Japanese guys who are probably the two best.
Yeah, Masao Kobashi, I think.
Yeah, Masao Kobashi. I would say Masao Kobashi too.
David, you're more attuned to what's going on in the Orient than I would. But here currently, right off the top of my head, without thinking twice, Malenko and Benoit, I'm going to give you 60 tomorrow.
You serious?
Yeah, it'd be tough though. It'd be tough for them. What'd be tough for them is to they could do it, but I don't know if you'd have to get them over enough to where the people would want to see it. I mean, it'd probably be a phenomenal match.
Oh yeah, I can't see Malenko because he can't get that much crowd heat, not as much as Benoit. He's not that much water.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Malenko can't get that much crowd heat. Can he?
Sometimes it's hard. I mean, I've seen him like with Scotty 2 Hotty. He did a hell of a job, but that was not a 60-minute match either.
I know they'd lose that.
And David, you noticed what a lot of the fans did. So my kids gave me this. Boy, Scotty and Dean had a hell of a match. I said, yes, Dean carried him well, didn't he?
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't notice, but I mean, which is not to take anything away from Scott, but Dean elevated him, and I think that's the thing with Malenko. Yeah, he probably, don't get me wrong when I said those two guys automatically Benoit and Malenko. I didn't mean that they're going to draw a record buy rate or anything like that, but I mean in terms of talent, mechanical skills, those two guys can go out and give you 60. I would think every night, just like Flair or Funk or Harley could have.
Yeah, we are totally out of time. As far as that question goes, I think it'd be hard for anyone today to do 60, and we're going to see. But I think I just think it would be so hard because 30 is a marathon today.
Yes.
20 is a super long match, so 60 is like doing 2 marathons in the same day. And I don't know. We're gonna learn a lot about American wrestling fans on Sunday because they are the two most over guys except for Austin in the business. and they are good workers. They've never done this before, and we'll see how the crowd reacts to it. Maybe it'll be a big surprise.
Can I throw a plug in here for a couple websites for filming in Hildebrand?
Yeah, make it real quick.
Okay, filminshow.com, BrianHildebrand.com, HWAOnline.com. They're all linked. Join us next Wednesday for the fantasy camp. Give us a call, 513-771-1650, or for the filming on the 25th. And, David, look forward to seeing you next week.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you. And don't forget, we'll be back here tomorrow at 6. Thanks very much, Brian. Thanks, Les. Okay, welcome back to Wrestling Observer Live. I'm Dave Meltzer, editor of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. We're here with Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly and our special guest today, Bad News Allen from Calgary, longtime wrestler, 22 years in the business, just having retired about a year ago. And I want to ask you also, now, did you have one knee done or two knees done this past year? You had them both done? How are you progressing from?
Actually, I was having trouble with my right knee, and it kept going out on me. And when I went in to see the specialist, he decided to x-ray both of them. He said that actually the left was worse than the right. He said, I'll do one first, and then you come back here 6 months later, and I'll do the other one. And I don't particularly like being in the hospital, so I said, well, is there any way possible you can do both at the same time? He said, sure. So that's what happened. They did both of them at the same time.
How was the recovery from having two knees done?
Oh, very good. I should have done 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you like? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me keep going.
I mean, I can walk now without pain, and I can even start to jog a little bit, you know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How do you like doing the color on the Stampede shows?
I enjoy it, you know. My partner and play-by-play guy, he really cracks me up, you know. I'm always ribbing him about being a bot because he gets so excited sometimes, but I really enjoy doing it.
Yeah. Is there a favorite, for you personally, a favorite style of wrestling? Because you've done UWFI, you've done New Japan, you did WWF, Stampede. Did it even really matter to you?
Well, I thought that actually the New Japan Pro Wrestling and Stampede at the time, when Dynamite and them were here, I thought they were sort of close, similar. And I enjoyed that style because it was really more or less sort of hardcore, but it didn't go like, you know, just nonsense that they're doing now today, you know. But I enjoyed that more than anything else.
There was an incident, it pops into my head, many years ago. Something happened with were you with Archie the Stomper Gouldy or Jeff Gouldy?
Yes.
What was the story? In fact, they actually replayed it on Stampede Wrestling about a month or two ago.
Right, exactly.
And I saw the interview with Archie Gouldy, which was a phenomenal interview. What was the story behind all that?
Well, the thing was that I was probably the only wrestler in the history up here that ever got suspended by the commission. And they really disliked me, you know. So after my third suspension, I just got off suspension, and I came in to do TV, and they came up with the idea they wanted to do this with me, the Stomper. They wanted to have a program with him and I. And they had this kid up here who was supposed to be his son. So I told him, I said, look, I'm just off suspension for the third time. I said, you know this commissioner hates me. This guy actually tried to get his best to actually have me run out the country. And that's a true story. He actually tried.
What were they, like, what charges or whatever were they suspending you for? Was it brawling in the crowd, or?
Well, yeah, you know, it's the first time Dynamite and I, we saw it everywhere we went, and we did the hardcore thing, and, you know, like I would slam him on the table, and then I went and got in an accident, went to hit him with the axe, and he moved to chop the table in half and stuff like that, you know. Actually, we were the originators of really hardcore wrestling at the time, our style, and, you know, the commissioner, he just flipped out. He claimed that nobody else ever did. I mean, they had Abdullah up here and King Curtis. And, you know, I could have been the worst than they were, but they claimed that I was the worst and I should be tired and southern and driven out the country, you know. But anyway, so that was the program they set up for me and Stomper to work, but it all blew up, of course. They all put the heat on me and said it was my fault. Yeah.
So it got out of hand, and then they got moved out of Calgary for a while, right? Didn't they have to run the shows outside the city limits?
Yeah, we actually had to run on the South Sea Reserve, which is a native reserve just outside of Calgary. The commissioner had no authority out there, so we actually would run there, and the people would come from the city. It's not that far outside the city, but they would actually come out there and just pack the place. license in the city. And they
wow.
Yeah, it was really, and like for 2 weeks in a row, every day in the Sun newspaper up here, they would run a story on the front page with a picture of me and just all kinds of stuff. It really hit the fan when they went down.
Did it make you a stronger heel as far as a draw, all that publicity?
Well, you know, it was funny because actually it got so bad that the people, you know, they always like to look for the underdog. They actually thought that I was them. They actually turned me a babyface.
Oh, really?
I came back to wrestle. Yeah. I came in and the people would actually cheer me because they thought it was sort of unfair that, like I said, King Curtis and Abdullah and, you know, Stu had many wrestlers up here for years that have, you know, pretty much done stuff that we've done. And a lot of people really thought it was unfair that they just really attacked me the way they did. So actually when I came out, they actually had to turn me a babyface for a while because I was so popular. And then, of course, you know, the way we worked and everything, I wound up turning heel again against Owens.
What were your thoughts as far as, like, the different, you know, because you worked against some of the real great workers of that period and people who gained, like, national fame, whether like Owen, Brett, Dynamite, Davey Boy Smith, Pillman, I guess. Did you ever work with Pillman, actually? I know
yeah, actually, one time I worked with him up in Edmonton. We had a helmet match because, you know, he used to play football or something. I never played football, but we did a helmet match anyway.
What were your thoughts as far as, like, those guys, and some of them were in the infancy of their career when you bumped in Benoit? I mean, you were the one. Did you get the one who got Benoit in Japan?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the one that got him there.
Yeah. What was it? Did you just take a liking to him and just recommend him to the Japanese, or did he just want to go really bad and you paved the way?
No, you know, I'm like one of these guys. I'm a Libra, and we have, you know, the thing with the scale and everything. We hate to see injustice being done, you know. And I thought that here's a kid that had a lot of talent, a lot of potential, and I think that the office saw that too. And there was a lot of jealousy there, so they used to do all kinds of stuff to him that would try to discourage him. And I really got sort of ticked off about it. So he actually moved down from Edmonton into Calgary, and he was living at his aunt's house a few blocks from where my home was. And I asked him one day, I said, would you ever think about going to Japan? He said, I would love to go. So I said, well, let me talk to a few people. And I went and talked to Inuki because I was like his right-hand man. He used to, anything I wanted, he'd give it to me, you know, because he always liked me. I worked hard, and I never caused any problems. And I asked him, I said, would it be possible we can bring this guy over and put him in the dojo like me and let him train, you know? And he said, sure. And I never asked him for money or anything. And he said, we'll even pay him too. He said, you know, and so we set it up that way, and that's the way it happened. They brought him over, and they kept him there, and they paid him and everything. He stayed in the dojo, and he ate. He had room and board free, and he ate free, and all he had to do was train. So put his money in the bank.
Now, how would you compare as far as crowd enthusiasm, as far as fun for yourself? You were in New Japan during, I guess, that 82, 83, 84 period, where that, I guess, was the peak period for them. And then later, after that, you went to the WWF during a pretty hot period for WWF. Right. How would you compare those two atmospheres?
Well, you know, at both levels, well, the Japanese, you know, the Japanese audience at that time, when I first started over there, was a lot different. They were really quiet and everything. And I think once satellite TV came over, they became more boisterous. But they always drew good crowds, you know. Like, I mean, Inuki was like a god there. And wherever he showed up, places were always sold out. And it was the same thing when I went to WWF. Hogan was like a god. I knew Hogan before I came to WWF because he used to come to Japan all the time. They always used him well there. And it was the same thing when I came to the WWF for the second time. I actually was there once before. I worked for Vincent's father.
Oh, that's right. Just for a little while, yeah.
Yeah, 78. I was there for a small period of time. But actually, when I came, like I said, when I got back and worked under Junior, Hogan was the same thing. He was like God to the people in the States, you know. So it was pretty similar. But I yeah, you asked me a question. I never did answer it. You know,
about Dynamite and all those guys.
Yeah, only guys that I wrestled with, and I've worked against everybody in the business just about. You know, I thought that, to me, two of the tremendous wrestlers that I ever worked against was Steamboat and well, Dynamite has to be first, and Steamboat would have to be second. Those two I thought were two of the greatest wrestlers that I ever worked with.
Anything about him? Because like Dynamite was, you know, you worked a lot with Dynamite. He was actually much smaller than you.
Yeah, exactly. But he was born for wrestling. I mean, he had everything going for him. what he did look good. Like I always said, pound for pound, until somebody proves different to this day, I think the closest one is Benoit probably. Pound for pound, I thought he was the best wrestler in the business ever. And even though he was small, he just had something about him, you know, that like the audience, he brought it out. The people, they just wanted to get in there and help him out because he would sell in such a way that, you know, they just wanted to, he would just give a look and a ride would break out, you know. People just wanted to help him, you know, this big heel beating the hell out of him. It was just something about him, just the way he wrestled that really, people really enjoyed it, you know. And I enjoyed working with him.
Do you think there's anything special as far as like why you clicked in Calgary so well? Was it just the right time? Because you know you were in other territories, and Calgary you kind of became like the top heel for you know a couple of year period there.
Well, like I said, you know, Stu, like he's the kind of guy. He don't care what color you are, who you are. If you can get out there and do the job, he's gonna give you a chance. And that's the only thing I ever asked for as anybody. I never asked for no special favors or nothing. Just give me a chance to do my thing, and we'll go from there. And he just let me do that, and that's exactly what I did. And the people really brought it, which I thought in other territories they always sort of just kept a lid on me. You know, they just wanted to have me there, but they really didn't have big plans on doing anything. You know, like they brought me in and they tell me all this nonsense, but you can always see the handwriting on the wall. They really planned on doing nothing.
Were there any territories you went to where you thought you were totally misused?
Yeah, I thought the WWF. I thought that they just let me cut loose and do my stuff. You know, because they actually brought me in there on false pretenses, told me, you know, because actually when Stu sold his territory, he made arrangements for Dynamite, Davey, Brett, myself to go with Vince, but I didn't go because my wife was having a baby and that was my last one, and I was always on the road with my other kids, so I figured I was going to be home. But once I came in there, I figured that they would just, you know, because they made a promise to me, well, you know, we never had an African-American world champ before, and this is great, you're a heel and everything, and we're really, you know, we want you to do it. We're going to, then Hogan, he's going to leave and make a movie, he's come back a year later, and you keep going all around the territory. And I think this is great, you know, but, you know, they just brought me in there because I guess he wanted to snatch up everybody, but he really didn't have plans to do much with me, because any time that I got in the main event or anything, I actually had to fight with him just to get in it, you know, like he did it like to throw me crumbs, keep me quiet, that type of thing. But he never really kept his word to me. You know?
In Dynamite Kid's book, he kind of made the illusion that you know one of the reasons why he got to work with you so much was because a lot of the wrestlers in the Calgary territory were kind of scared to work with you. I mean, do you think that? I mean, everyone knew you were a tough guy from the judo and everything, and even out of the judo, you had a big rep in the business. Do you think there was anything to that, or?
Well, you know, that's in their mind. They have to look at that, you know, because like I never came into the business to impress anybody. Oh yeah, well I was a judo champion, Olympic champion, all this. You know, I came in there to do my job because I always told everybody when I got into the business, I have the scrapbook. I'm in this for the bank book. If I have to do a job every night, as long as you're paying me, that's all I'm concerned about. But I used to have trouble with people when they would lie to me and then they wouldn't pay me the money they're supposed to pay me. And of course, they're going to hear my mouth. But, you know, it's like a lot of these guys, too, that they never done anything outside the business. And what they would like to do is get young guys in there and just jerk them around, you know, do all kinds of stuff on them. But, you know, I wasn't going to have that. I mean, I go in there and do my job, but if you get out of line, I'm going to straighten you out. It's that simple. You know?
This is an email we got here from Frank Jewett, who says that I think these are questions regarding the from your perspective as a worker, how different was the UWFI style from the traditional pro wrestling style that you had worked, and what did you like or not like about the style? And he also says the UWFI had some high-profile instances of double-crossing and non-cooperation. He mentions Tamura, Matthew Saad Muhammad, Gary Albright, Tamura. I don't know if you're aware of those. I'm not even sure. I know the whole story behind those two. But anyway, did you ever feel like someone was trying to double-cross you when you were in the UWFI?
Well, yeah, they did it actually at the end, you know, like they brought me in, same thing again, you know. What the thing was, if it was just a total shoot, then you would have to win on your own, lose on your own, and that would have been okay, you know. But the thing was is that it was a work, and that certain guys wanted to go over and certain guys wanted to do this, you know, same old story with, you know, wrestling is today. And unfortunately, there was, like, I know the story with Gary and the other kid, and there was just a lot of double-crossing going on there. And they had too many chiefs in that office there and no Indians. That's what the problem was. Everybody wanted to be on top.
So what happened with Gary in the thing? Because I remember watching the tape where Gary just like took him down and held him down, and then it was a very strange looking match.
Well, the problem was that they promised Gary was supposed to get another crack at the belt, because when they brought me over there to work with him and I put him over, he was actually the champ. And then the belt was supposed to go to him, back to Takata, to Vader, and then they were going to set up a match with him and Vader, and they was going to put him over. But then all of a sudden they started going a different direction, and they put him with the other kid who was a lot smaller than he was, and they wanted him to put him over, and Gary didn't want to do it because he felt that this was ruining his chances to get the belt back again, and then I guess they got into a little shoot in the match there. So then they got pissed off, and they didn't want to pay Gary his money and everything, and I told him, I said, you got to pay him his money, I don't care, he came over here and he did what he was supposed to do, and that was it.
And then he ended up with All Japan, and UWF didn't last much longer. I remember a match. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, it was just too many things going on in there, because I enjoyed going over there because I worked. We'd be in Japan for a week every month, and you'd only work one show, and that was it. And you got paid for the whole week. But the thing was that it was just too many guys in there, and everybody wanted to put each other over, and they were making a lot of money. They were selling out. Every time we went to all the big arenas, and we sold out. But it was just too much going on in the office there, and the egos were getting in the way, and that's what happened.
Okay. When you started in wrestling in the mid-'70s, did you expect you were going to last 22 years?
No, not at all. Not at all. I had no idea, I just got in there and just, pretty much did what I was trained to do, and I was really surprised it lasted that long.
I read a comment, and I actually sort of had heard this story before, from Don Callis wrote a column about you and Andre the Giant back, I guess this would be in the early New Japan days.
Yeah, that's right.
What was the story about that?
Well, the story was they used to, Vince Sr. used to run the Madison Square Garden tournament, the single tournament, he had the team tournament. So he'd bring in all the big stars over, Dusty and Hogan and Giant and everything. So one day we were going to a town, and I was sitting in the front of the bus, and I was sort of half sleeping. I think Hogan was sitting behind me, and Dusty was on the tour, and Chavo Guerrero and the Giant. Anyway, but he was in the back of the bus, and he started telling all these racist jokes. And I was like half asleep, and I woke up, and I heard all this nonsense going on. He's throwing the N-word around left and right and center. So then I finally said, look, man, I said, hey, I don't like what you say. If you a bigot, that's your problem. But you just watch what you say around me, So the bus got really quiet. You could actually hear a pin drop. And so as the bus continued to go on, all of a sudden he spoke up, and with that deep voice, he said, hey, Alan, and I said, yeah, he told me to go after myself, So I told the bus driver, I said, pull the bus over. I said, if you want to talk to me like that, let's get off this bus. And I said, we can settle this now, man to man. I said, I don't care how big you are. If I have to take a beating, it's just a beating I'm going to have to take. But you are going to know that I was there, So then, Stan Hansen was on the bus, too. So they said, no, calm down and everything. It'll be okay. I said, no, I don't accept that from nobody. I said, I don't care who you are, what you are. I don't accept that talk from anybody. So then the next day, that night, we got to the hotel. And the next day, I was so irritated that night that I didn't sleep. And I got up the next day, and he came down for breakfast. And I told him, I said, come on, let's go outside. He didn't want to go outside. I said, no, let's go outside. We're going to talk this out, me and you, man to man, not around these assholes that are sitting here. And we went out, and I told him, and I said, look, and he was really big at that time. And I said, let me tell you something. I said, I don't like what you say. I said, you keep your racist jokes to yourself. You want to joke around with those other guys, that's fine. You don't do that around me. So then he said, well, I'm Polish Jamaican. I said, you never hear me make any racist remarks about anybody. I said, Andre, I don't care how big you are. I said, I'll get a baseball bat, chop you down the sides, and then kick your butt, And after that, for a couple of years, we really never spoke. But just before he died, I ran into him in Mexico, and we actually straightened everything out. Became friends after that.
How was work in Mexico?
I enjoyed it. It was crazy when I first went down there because I went there in the early 80s, and it was funny the first time. We were always in tag matches. I was in a 6-man tag, and I'm standing out on the apron, and my partner rolled out the ring, and I didn't know you were supposed to get in the ring without the tag, and I'm just standing there, you know. And I'm like, no, you got to get in the ring, you know. But it was really crazy. I enjoyed it there. They really treated me great there, and the promoter looked out after me. And he used to tell me every night they always have 2 out of 3 falls. He always goes, you, only 1 bump a night. I said, that makes me happy because those rings are like falling on the floor, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phone calls. We'll start with Wes in Virginia. Wes, you're first up with Bad News Allen.
Hey, Bad News, how's it going?
Not bad. How you doing?
Pretty good. I wanted to ask you, you worked Florida, didn't you, with Kevin Sullivan? And if you did, just wondering what your experiences were down there.
Yeah, I was down there with Kevin and Ray Candy, and I enjoyed it there. We didn't make no money, but I had a good time down there anyway. I like working with those guys. And I thought Sullivan was a bit nuts, you know. It was his idea, so I thought he was crazy because at that time he used to book her down there.
Anything else, Wes?
Yeah, real quick. Also, are you surprised that it's taken this long? I mean, people look at The Rock really not as a true African-American, I guess, but are you surprised that it's taken this long really for one to ever get over in the mainstream?
Oh, yeah. You know, like I always felt that, like his father, Rocky Johnson, was a hell of a wrestler, and he was, they gave him a push in Florida and everything, but they never really pushed him the way he should. And there's quite a few that were around there, but, you know, it's a shame that it's the year 2000 and he finally realized that, you know, like a guy that is a Muhammad Ali type that can make a lot of money, which Muhammad Ali made. All the boxers today are reaping the benefits from all the money and the publicity he brought towards boxing.
I was going to say, but did you ever get a chance? And I know you never worked for him, but did you ever get any offers or feelers or anything to work for Bill Watts during your career?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, I was just wondering because I know in I guess early '80s, I mean down there they were looking for heels and everything,
right.
And I know your name came up, but I don't know if they ever contacted you. I know you were working for Stampede at the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I never worked for him.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I never even heard from him. So.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Anything else, Wes?
No, thanks for the comments, Bad News.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks so much, Wes. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Matt, you're next up.
Hey, Bad News. How's it going?
Not bad. How you doing?
All right. Hey, Dave, you may remember this. It was in the late 80s. There was an independent TV station out here in the Bay Area that got the Polynesian Championship Wrestling show.
Right.
Sure, because I remember seeing Ric Flair and Kerry Von Erich do a 60-minute draw on, I forget the station. But, yeah, and you Bad News you were working there with Lars Anderson then.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have any good stories about that time?
Well, it was funny because I think somebody told me that Rock mentioned this in his book about the time they had a anniversary show for his grandfather, the Chief. And a lot of people don't know this, that the Chief, my Veer, when I got into the business and I came to the States, because he was coming back and forth to Japan, he took me under his wing more or less because I was green as grass. And he more or less treated me like his son, So I had some good memories about him. And so they wanted Lars to drop the belt to me, and he didn't want to do it. And we got into the ring, and then he started trying to shoot with me and all this nonsense, And so I stretched him in the ring, and then the next day we went to San Jose in California, and I was supposed to work with him again. I told him, I said, well, you got a choice tonight. You can either work with me or we can shoot. It don't make a difference to me, Just said, no, tonight we'll work,
Wasn't there a situation? I seem to remember something where when he was Booker and he took a beating, like it was on one of those big stadium shows. I don't know if you were on that card. Do you remember that?
No, I actually wasn't. But from what I gather was that him and Leah went to some dance with all the Samoans that night, and they got into an argument. He shoved her or something, and the Samoans beat him up.
Yeah, that's
right. Anyway.
Yeah. What was some others? Well, real quick here. This is from Daniel, who says, I was a big fan of your work in WWF Stampede in Japan. Can you explain the incident? I don't know the story about this, actually. It says, can you explain the incident with the WWF and the naming of Sapphire? Did you have anything to do with that?
No, I didn't. Actually, I went in with Vince, and I really got ticked off about it because amongst our people, African-American people, that's an insult to call a woman a sapphire because it was taken from the old Amos and Andy movies, TV show. And I actually went and told him that he shouldn't be calling her sapphire. that dollar as good as anybody else's, you know. Well, he tried to claim he didn't know enough about it, which I knew he was lying. He said, I had no idea, you know. So I said, well, since you don't know.
What a coincidence.
Huh?
What a coincidence.
Yeah, exactly. So then he tells me, says, I'm going to change her name. I'm going to change it. So he started calling her Sweet Sapphire. I said, this guy is too much. Just has to have his way.
Yeah. Let's go to, we got Steve in Calgary. What's up, Steve?
Hello, Bad News and Dave out there. I just wanted to ask Bad News a couple questions.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Talk louder, Steve.
Okay, I'm sorry there. Bad News, I've been a fan of yours ever since you came to Calgary, and from way back in the Stampede days. And there's a couple questions I'd like to ask you. When the Stampede shut down or got bought out by the WWF, there was a couple of years where Calgary had a void. And then when it started up again, it started up as Stampede Wrestling again. And there was something with the names not being registered or whatever. But I remember I used to sit ringside all the time, and there was a match that you were involved with. I think it was either Leo Burke or his brother, Frenchie. I'm not even sure. I can't remember his name. But you guys were right beside me in the front row, and you got pile driven on that concrete, and I thought I heard your stall get crushed. Now, whether that was a shoot or a work or if you got really hurt, it was amazing the kind of things that go on there.
Everything we did in that match was work. Nothing was a shoot. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. Actually, another promoter came up here, and he did some digging, and he found out that all the years that Stu had the name, he never had it registered, so he actually brought the rights to the name, and he started calling it Stampede Wrestling, and I worked, I think, a couple of shows for him, and then I went up to Japan, and by the time I got back, they closed down.
I've got a really bad connection. I can hardly hear you, and we're both phoning from Calgary, I presume. The one other question I wanted to ask you, being a fan of yours for so long, is just give me a second. I forgot here.
Can I ask Alan, when you were wrestling, like I guess this is about 84-ish, when the territory was bought out. Right. Was there any inclination you're just like working as a regular job with Stampede Wrestling, and then all of a sudden one day it's like Vince bought us out? Is that kind of how you got the news, or was there any?
Well, it was funny because none of the family knew. Stu called me up though. He called my house because we did TV we would do TV every Friday, and he actually called me up and he said, "Look, I sold the territory out to Vince," and he says, "You're going to hear about it tonight, but I just wanted to call you and let you know before." The others. So I asked him, I said, well, did Bruce and Brett and all them know? He said, no, they didn't know anything. And so apparently when I got down there, they just happened to have heard it on the news that night. And all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. And I was just standing in the back. I was just tickled, you know, because I already knew, Stu already told me earlier that evening.
Okay. One quick question before I let you go, and what I wanted to ask you was, did you ever have the opportunity to work with Archie the Stomper Goldie in Calgary here?
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that. Yeah, he was asking about working with Archie Goldie.
Yeah, we worked after that fiasco. We worked a couple of times, and then not too long after that, he left, and then I went back to Japan for a while.
Terrific. All the best to you. Watch Stampede every Saturday at noon, and I'll continue to do so forever. Okay. Take care, friend.
All right,
bye-bye.
Another thing about that period, what were your thoughts? I mean, there were so many hearts in Stampede. I mean, from Wayne and Ross, and I mean, there's just like a lot of kids, and they were all at one point or another wrestlers.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts of the different hearts?
Well, you know, I thought it was really funny. Like Stu, I love Stu, you know, and I love Wayne. He was the referee, but I always had problems with Brett. You know, like I always thought, and to this day, I still dislike the guy. I mean, I don't make no bones about it because I feel that he wants to be something that he's really not. You know, he never treated the business the way the business should have been treated, and you know, all Brett thinks about is himself. And you know, complaining about what Vince did to him. You know, like, I always felt, well, you know, he was there longer than anybody else. And he saw all the dirty things that Vince done to everybody, so why did he think he was any different, you know? And, you know, when we all left here, we put him over and put the belt, you know, so why couldn't he do that for somebody else? I mean, that's part of the game, you know? And I just never really got along with him that well. And actually, it's a funny story. When I came up in 82, I was working with him all around. And when I came back in 83, Stu asked me to work with him again. I refused. I said, I don't want to work with him. I said, this guy's too hard to do business with, you know? And he said, well, who you want to work with? I said, put me with Dynamite. And that's how we got together.
What about Bruce and Keith and the rest of them?
Well, Keith, he never worked that much. I think I worked one match with him all the years up here, and I worked a couple of times with him in South Africa. And Bruce, it was funny because a lot of people don't really realize this. I've never, ever worked with Bruce all the years that I was here.
Wow.
He was always in the tag in the middle, the mid-heavyweight title thing, and I was always chasing after the North American title. So I really never worked with him all those years. You know? And a lot of people don't realize that. They always thought I worked with him, and I never did.
Let's go to Evan in Vancouver. Evan, you're next up with bad news.
Hi, bad news.
How's it going?
Good. Before I ask you your question, I just want to make a comment.
Yeah, could you speak up a little bit? I can't.
Okay, but my comment is that I think giving the title to Ric Flair was an absolute joke. I think Ric Flair obviously was a legend maybe 7 or 8 years ago, but a legend should also know when to call it quits. And everyone praises the guy's effort, but you still have to have ability in the ring to entertain the fans, and he just lost that. And I respect him for what he's done in the past, but I just think that was a very poor move done on WWE's behalf. But for bad news, I just want to know, during your WWF tenure, don't you think your character was a bit stereotypical of the African-American person? I remember your feud with Roddy Piper, and you used to take all these, mild remarks by Roddy Piper, really offensively. You thought they were offensive to the black person. Do you think that, it's maybe even currently, recently, in the Nation of Domination days in the WWF, do you think that black people in wrestling have been stereotyped for their characters?
Yeah, could you repeat that, because I couldn't get everything you said.
Well, I'll repeat it so you can hear. But he basically was saying did you think that when you were there that your character was somewhat of a stereotype, and do you think that, wrestling has stereotyped? Obviously it has.
You know, it was a stereotype, and even the part with the snake and everything, my wife really hated that, because she knew that
I hated that too, because it was such a stereotype.
Yeah, and she used to just get on my case about it. And actually, it's funny because one time I had to work in San Francisco and Sacramento, and she flew in and she was going to be there with me for the 3 days, and she just lit me up for almost an hour. We were driving up to the town. By the time I got out of the car, I was 2 feet tall, and I went and gave Vince my notice. But it was, everything he did was stereotype, because they even came with me. He sent Pat Patterson to make a proposal that they wanted me to dye my beard blonde and be almost like a Stephen Thatcher type of character, And I started laughing. I said, no way, shape, or form I was going to do that. I said, you guys went too far this time, And he told me, I told Vince that, and I said, oh, you told Vince,
Now, when Roddy Piper, what did you think about when you did the match with Roddy Piper when he did the blackface?
Yeah, well, it was funny because they brought me in and they asked me. I never liked Piper anyway, He is a bigot, actually, and a couple of times I had to call him on his mouth and the words he likes to use. And they brought me in with Vince and him, and they said, well, we'd like to do this thing. And I said, well, yeah. I said, that sounds like a good idea to me. I'm thinking, yeah, one of the brothers is going to get a hold of him and slice his throat, He deserves it. But, that's the way they think, They can't think that, everybody should be just treated equally on their ability. They don't think that, They always think they got to make fun of somebody,
Evan, is there anything else?
Do you think colored wrestlers have overcome that barrier?
I don't like that word, but did you think that wrestling has gotten past that point today?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell, because, you take a look down in the WCW, you have no African-American wrestlers down there doing anything, really, and Vince is barely doing anything. Well, he's got The Rock now, But
The Rock's never, The Rock's almost been, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah. He's
It's like he's never. It's like The Rock is. People don't even. No one thinks of The Rock as black.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's actually multicultural, so he's more or less like a Tiger Woods type of person, and you can actually say all of true African American.
Okay, guys, now it's time for WF Daily Trivia, brought to you by RC Edge. The first two people to respond correctly by email to DaveMeltzer@yada.com will win a poster of a WF Superstar, courtesy of RC Edge. And remember to include your mailing address with your answer. Here's today's question. There was a WWF championship change that took place that was completely forgotten, or almost completely forgotten, never recognized, because one of the participants in the match was not fired, as was expected. It's kind of curious. What match am I talking about? What was the title change that we're referring to that was never actually recognized, even though it took place in the ring? So anyway, that is our question, and we're going back with Bad News Alan, and this is from Gabriel here, who wants to know, what do you think as far as things like Ultimate Fighting, that type of genre, the shoot fighting that's become popular in Japan? Because UWFI was kind of like, it was a worked shoot fighting, but some of those guys, like, Sakuraba, who was there, is, turned into pretty much of a, one of the great no-holds-barred fighters, I guess. And if you were younger, if you were younger and this was coming around, would it be something that would interest you, or is it just something that you wouldn't be interested in?
Yeah, I think if I was younger and still back in my judo days, and once I broke into this business, I would have loved to have gone into the Ultimate Fighting. But actually, by the time it came around, I was too beat up, too old to be in there doing that with those young guys,
Do you follow it at all, or no?
I haven't in a while, so I really don't know what's going on now, man.
Okay.
I got a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Actually, first I want to apologize to Bad News. I can barely hear you, so you might have already answered this question. But I know you did a lot of work for ICW up in Canada until like about a year ago, and I was wondering if there was, you ever thought about doing occasional matches or anything like that, or the knees just too bad?
He's asking me, I caught some of it, if I'm going to...
Okay. What he was asking you about is there any chance that you would actually wrestle again now, or he said no.
No, my wrestling days are over with. Since they put in these artificial knees, that's it.
Was it hard for you to walk away from being an active competitor after 22 years and being an athlete for basically your whole life?
No, not really, because it was hard for me to walk away from judo after the Olympics, because I trained for so long, and, like I said, it left a bitter taste in my mouth with all the politics that went on. But this business here was more or less the same thing, but it was easy for me to walk away from because it was show business. It wasn't something that I really had to go out there and do on my own. It was all show business, so it was easy for me to leave.
Now, so you finished judo, after the 76 Olympics? Is that right?
What's that?
Okay, when you were at the 76 Olympics, was that, did you do any judo after the 76 Olympics?
No, that was it. That was my last tournament.
Okay, and you got the bronze medal. You got the bronze medal there.
Yes.
Was there any thought, like when that thing was over, you got the bronze, that you were going to stick around for 4 more years, or was it just like, this is it, I've had it with judo?
Well, yeah, I knew before I went there, because like I said, they actually, the USJF, the organization that ran judo in the United States, actually tried to keep me from going to the Olympics. They didn't even want me. I was the defending national champ, and they actually didn't even want me to go to the trials because another organization came along called the USJA, and I belonged to that, and it was all a bunch of young guys who were trying to, more or less a nationalistic group that wanted to have more Americans push towards winning medals, So there was so much fighting going on there, and there was so much politics going on that, like I said, they actually tried to stop me from going to the Olympics. And at the last moment, they changed their mind. I went to the trials, I won the trials, and I went to the Olympics and won a gold medal. Not a gold, a bronze, excuse me. But I knew, even before the tournament started, that was going to be my last tournament.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And this is a question from Chris, who says, who was asking, you kind of touched on this earlier. What were the details of your, basically, where did you make the decision when you were leaving the WWF, or how did that come about?
Well, what it came down to was I was just so sick of the nonsense that went on. They never kept their word to me. They made all kind of promises to me. And then when I found out, when I did that WrestleMania 6, I out that they actually paid Piper 5 times more than they paid me. I really got tipped off about that. You know, I thought it was totally unfair. I figured that this is show business. If anything, they should have split the money down the middle, and he got half of what he got, and I would have got half. But they figured that he was in their clique with them. They would pay me slave wages and give him all the money, and I really disliked it. So I told him I was leaving. I gave him my notice that at that Summer Slam, which was the 29th of August, I think it was, I gave my notice. I said, this was going to be my last match. I'm out of here. I was going back to Japan. So Vince begged me to stay until November. He said, please, please, I got all these, because they put me with Jake. And the thing went over so big. Every time that we went in, the people really got into it, that they actually begged me to stay for 2 more trips around the territory. Once we were going to, I came in that afternoon, and I did close to 100 interviews that we were going to do street fights all around, and then we're going to do cage matches all around the territory. But so I said, okay, so I came in and I did the interviews, and then that night they told me they wanted me, and I put Jake all over every town that we were in. I put him over, but they wanted me to put him over that night on TV and on the pay-per-view. And I said, this don't make any sense. If I got to go 2 more times around the territory with him, why would the people come out business-wise to see him? He already beat me. They're not going to come pay to see that. I said, don't make any sense. Why don't we save this to the end? And they, you know, like I said, Vince always has to have his way. And he just didn't see it that way, and so that was my last day there.
What happened with New Japan? Was it just one of those things that did, you know, what led to you going, you know, what organizations did you go to? Because I know there was UWFI. Was there any other organizations you worked for in Japan?
Well, I actually went to UWFI. What the problem was that Sakaguchi, who was the vice president at the time, when I started in New Japan Pro Wrestling, him and I never got along. There was something, I don't know what it was, but we just always had a problem. And Inuki stood between the two of us. And being that Inuki was the president and everything, he really liked me and he always took care of me. Well, after he went into politics and I went to work for the WWF, when I came back, he was in charge. And what he started doing was cutting my tours, because I was guaranteed 4 or 5 tours a year. And he started cutting me down to, he cut me down to 3 and then to 2 and then it got down to 1. So Takata, who used to be a member of the UWF, he was actually one of our juniors at the time. Years ago, when he started his own group, UWF International, he asked me, could I come over there and do a show with Gary? They wanted me to work with him. And I said, sure. So the office didn't like it. And I said, well, you know, it's unfair. I said, you got Steve Williams working for Baba and working for you, so why can't I go over there and just do this one show? And they couldn't see it that way, so I just left.
This is a question right here. Actually, this is when you mentioned Chavo Guerrero.
Yeah.
I think that the caller, I just want to make clear that the caller was going like, how old is Chavo? Because his son is actually wrestling in WCW. I guess he was going like, whoa, wait a minute. It's actually the Chavo that Bad News was referring to was Chavo Guerrero Jr.'s father, who wrestled in Japan, Los Angeles. Did you ever wrestle with Chavo in Los Angeles, or was that a different time period?
Oh, yeah, many a times. Actually, my last 3 matches were with him in Los Angeles. Before I left there, I was getting ready to go back to Japan, and we had a wrestling match, and then I challenged him to a judo match, and then I challenged him to a cage match in Usually Town. But yeah, I wrestled him many times.
What were your thoughts as far as working the Los Angeles territory when you worked it? Because it was kind of I don't remember if it was his dying days, but certainly the territory had seen much better days.
Yeah, it was definitely on his last life. But I enjoyed it because I have a sister who's a year younger than me. She's been out there for about 30 years, so I lived with her, and I was with my nephews and all that. So, like, we didn't make no money, but we were home every night. So I enjoyed it. It gave me a break away from Japan at the time, because I was on every tour there, more or less, on Japan, and after a while it got a bit much, you know. So I was, like I said, I was there, and we were home every night. So I enjoyed it, you know, just being out there with my family and everything.
Let's go to Randy in Tennessee. Randy, you're up with Bad News Allen.
What's up? How's everybody doing?
We're doing really good.
I can't hear him that good.
Okay, talk really loud, Randy.
Bad News. What do you think of today's wrestling? WWF, WCW, and ECW?
Well, you know, I think when I first started in this business, guys weren't in any kind of shape at all. I mean, if you looked at them, you said, you know, these guys can't be no athletes. I mean, look at them, you know. They're all fat and out of shape and everything. But today's wrestlers, the guys are in the gym and they're working hard and everything because they want their bodies to look beautiful. But what is missing, though, is the psychology that the old guys had. You had a certain psychology there that they can actually just look at the audience sometime and the people would get hot, you know. But now these guys, they want to do all this crazy stuff. They're doing 101 high spots. This should be a finish. And they're using that. And then so many of them are getting injured by doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, you know. And, like, I like the idea that they go to the gym and train and everything, but I think that also they should have somebody there teaching these guys the psychology of what this business is about, because somehow it's gotten lost.
Anything else, Randy?
And also, what was your favorite match in the WWF?
My favorite match in the WWF, it had to be working with Jake, because I enjoyed working with him. I worked with him probably more than anybody else there. You know, like they had me 9 matches with Hogan, and I think they had me with the times with Macho Man. But working with Jake, I enjoyed working with him. He had good psychology, and he was a good worker. It was just too bad he had bad habits. You know?
And Dave, about last night's show, wouldn't you say that the segment with Flair and Arn Anderson last night kind of saved the show from being a real bad show?
Yeah, absolutely. Arn Anderson's interview was phenomenal.
Well, I didn't see last night's show, so...
Yeah.
And what'd you think of the first match, Filthy Animals versus the...
I actually was doing a Yahoo chat, so I actually I had it on, but I didn't hear it, if you know what I mean. So it's probably not a good thing for me to judge. I was going to watch it back on tape, and I just had not had a chance to do that. So, I mean, I could see just from what I saw, I thought the Filthy Animals ring entrance was tremendous. But then what I was watching, it appeared they were just getting bounced around. So I was thinking, like, you know, you're going to make this great ring entrance, at least give the guy some credibility once the bell rings. And they didn't seem to do that. But maybe that's an unfair thing for me to say right now.
The opener?
Yeah, the Filthy Animals. Yeah, that match. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like they took the idea from Monday that they had with, you know, getting the woman down there to do CPR and everything like that, and it was funny the first time, and it wasn't the second time.
Well, they're going to do it. They're going to do it every TV show forever.
Yeah.
That's certainly my opinion. You know, the woman giving the CPR.
And also, how many more times are we going to see an ambulance match?
At least once more in the pay-per-view. Probably probably regularly now. I think the bad part about it was that wasn't the finish actually of the match that Mike Awesome ran into the ambulance to escape from Scott Steiner?
Right.
Wasn't that the technical finish?
Yes.
Right.
So it's kind of like they've already defeated the purpose of it, and they've only done like 2 or 3 of them. You know.
It's going to end up like the cage match where every single week is.
We're going to have gimmick matches up and down the TV show, and not one of them is going to draw a dime, and we're pretty much at that level right now. I mean, that's something, you know, talk about with Alan is, you know, you would build up, whether it was WWF or Stampede, you would build up to a gimmick match that made sense, and if it was done right, theoretically it would up the house, and now, you know, we have these gimmick matches that are just thrown out there because they just have they feel they can't put people in wrestling matches, and the gimmick means nothing anyway, so what's the point?
Well, you know, that's the unfortunate thing, especially with the WWF. I think they're more guilty than anybody else. Before, you used to can just bring in anybody and just put them in there and let them work and let them show their talent, what they had, you know, what they could produce. But now he's gotten so that everybody has to have a gimmick, and he's got people in there he don't know what to do with, you know. And every match, like you said, is a gimmick match now. Before, you used to build up to it, like it would take months at a time. You'd tell a story, and you'd work up to it, you know. But now they just throw it in there for no reason at all, you know.
Well, in the old days, the gimmick would make sense, and 2, the gimmick would settle something. And now, I mean, I think that they're afraid to ever actually put anyone over. You know, it's like they're afraid to put anyone over or have someone put someone really over. I mean, they may do pinfalls, but it's like, you know, it's a pinfall, and then the other guy jumps up and starts beating him up, and so there's no real winner and loser, and I think that it just muffles everything.
Well, you know, like I said, when I got into this business, like, if you have a run-in, that was like way down the road. You tell a story, but every match now you watch is a run-in or some interference, or they throw a gimmick match together that means nothing, and they, like you said, they're afraid to actually have somebody just go over and win without 50 people coming out there and beating the hell out of the guy after he won the match or whatever, you know.
Don't you think, especially now, even like in the 70s and the 80s, I think people took the wins and the losses, as far as fans, a lot more seriously, and certainly the business tried to portray it as real competition. So who won and lost was important.
Right.
Yeah. Now.
Well, now today the belt means nothing. I mean, it's traded back and forth every other week. I mean, he even got the promoter now. He was champ at one time and all this kind of nonsense, you know. So it really means nothing no more, you know.
But I mean, the thing is today where legitimately the wins and losses don't mean anything. They are above board and telling everyone this is all scripted, this is all, you know, that, and yet they're actually more afraid to put somebody over now than they were back when it actually probably meant something as far as your perception and your position.
Yeah, exactly. That's true there. I agree with you there 100%. You know, makes no sense at all. You know.
Okay, we've got to.
There's somewhere along the line the psychology of this business has gotten totally lost.
Okay, William Sanders from North Carolina and Scott Look from Maine were winners in our WWF trivia contest. The match that we were referring to, this was a WWF championship. It was actually a tag team title match where the Rockers, this was in 1990, defeated the Hart Foundation. And the reason that match took place in Fort Wayne, Indiana, was because the plans were to fire Jim Neidhart. And then about a couple of days later, I don't know what decisions were made in the WWF booking, but they decided to keep Jim Neidhart and just ignore that the title ever changed hands. They actually did a promo locally to explain to the local fans who had been to the show, saying that the ring ropes were not tightened at the right tension, so therefore the match was ruled.
Didn't they break?
I think the ring ropes broke or something, yeah. So they ruled that as the reason that it was Jack. They had Jack Tunney make an announcement for the fans in Fort Wayne who had seen it, and it was just ignored in the rest of the country. So anyway, that was the story on that one. And also WCW. This is an email from Eric who says WCW is promoting a major announcement from Terry Funk Monday on Nitro, saying that Terry's wife and Dory Funk will be at the show. So I guess they're trying to imply that Terry Funk is retiring. How many people can we have retire? Like every week on wrestling, we have to have 3 people retire, and when someone finally does, no one's ever going to believe it.
Yeah, really.
It's like unbelievable, especially Terry Funk of all people. I mean, were you ever in the same territory as Terry Funk?
No, I wasn't. Actually, when I used to work Japan, he was with New Japan he was with All Japan Pro Wrestling. And I was with New Japan Pro Wrestling, so I never really worked the same territories with him. But he's quite a character, though.
Yeah.
It's true, like you said, you know, everybody retires every other week. Well, this is like I'm having a hard time convincing people that I'm actually retired. They don't want to believe it, you know.
Well, they still call you up and go, please just work our show next week.
I got people calling me up and everything. We got some guy calling me from Connecticut. We running some shows up here. I said, look, I told you I'm retired. I'm not wrestling anymore, you know.
Did you, I guess you probably never would have met him. Maybe you have. I don't know. Did you ever run into Jumbo Tsuruta?
Jumbo, no. I never did meet him. No, not at all.
You know, I don't know if you heard, but he passed away a couple of days ago.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Saturday, actually. Yeah.
Oh, wow, he's a young guy. I mean, he's a lot younger than I was.
Yeah, 49. He was, he was having a kidney transplant, and I guess he bled to death in surgery.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah, it is. No, I never met him. It used to be, you know, like there was always a heat between Baba and Inuki's group, you know. Always Inuki's group would claim, you know, our wrestling was harder looking than theirs, and there was more too American, you know. That's how they used to put it all the time, you know. So that's a shame. I'm sad to hear that.
Yeah. We've got, let's go to David in Cincinnati. David, you're on the line with bad news.
Hey, how you doing, Dave?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something. I don't like to bring Bob Ryder's name up very much, but
you can. It's okay.
You said in your Observer, you talked about the buy rate for Slamborees being so low.
Very low.
That like WCW wouldn't even acknowledge it.
They would not give a number. I was told by someone in the company it was well below 0.2, but they couldn't tell me how much below 0.2 is because they didn't want it out. So it's below 0.2. Well, we'll get the exact number. Not exact, but we'll get a good number within a week or two. It always comes out. But yeah, I know he's like trying to spin it that it wasn't a bad buy rate. I mean, it was. What can you say? Below 0.2. I mean, the number speaks for.
Wait, he said on his. I don't listen to WCW live, so I'm not gonna I don't know the exact words, but on the recap of OneWrestling.com, he criticized you for printing that, and he said that WCW never releases buy rate information.
I know, and he's released buy rates of WCW on almost every show up until this one, right? Isn't that hilarious?
Even there must be some conspiracy, because I remember he released. Wasn't there a buy rate that did a .11? I think it was uncensored.
It was a .13, which he said was a .12, which probably, it's not saying one of them was right or wrong, because it's not an exact science.
I was wondering, why would Bob Ryder...
Why did he release a .13? Why did he release a .13 when he works for the company? I don't know. Think about that. Think about why he did that. When this one, he won't release it. Think about that. I think the answer's obvious if you think about it.
Well, I'm just thinking, why? Yeah, but why would he? Obviously, he didn't want Kevin Sullivan in charge. Since, I don't understand why he would actually acknowledge a .13 in his so-called independent notes from Bob column online.
I think that you just answered your question.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I got a question for Bad News.
Bad News, can you hear him?
Not too well.
Can you hear this?
Yeah, just tell me and I'll ask him, because he can hear me.
Can you hear that TV? Bad News. It's an interview with Bad News.
From when?
Saturday night's main event, right before a match with Hogan, which I remember Bad News actually carried Hogan to a pretty good match.
Oh, he said you carried Hogan to a good match. On Saturday night's main event.
And if I'm not, I don't know, I kind of remember seeing some good matches between Bad News and Savage.
I remember Bad News and Savage. I saw. Was it Bad News and Savage in Chicago? I remember it was really weird because Savage had just gone heel on television with a feud with Hogan, but he was still booked with Bad News at the house shows. It was very strange watching Savage work a match as a babyface against you and then turn heel after the match was over because he was supposed to be a heel. I saw that in Chicago once.
I thought that was probably one of the dumbest. They've done more dumb things since then. But I thought at that time that was pretty stupid, because he was working with me. And even I remember one time we were in San Francisco, and, that's when they was trying to turn him a heel to work against Hogan. And the people just booed the heck out of me, and everything he did, they would just boo me and cheer him,
Speaking of OneWrestling.com, Dave Shear once commented, he said, the worst gimmick he ever saw was when you brought a rat to the ringside.
Yeah.
Whose idea was that?
That's theirs.
Vince?
Every idea that you see them do on TV is their idea, Everyone.
He said it was Vince's idea.
Yeah, that's Vince's idea.
That was pretty bad. Actually, what was real interesting is I remember a little bit later they had Jake Roberts' Snake Damien killed, and then they immediately dropped the angle, and then before you knew it, Earthquake, the guy who killed his snake, was teaming up with him with Jake for a Survivor Series match.
Yeah. Well, they do stuff like that quicker these days, though, than they did then.
But the thing with Macho Man, if I can remember correctly, I don't think that Macho Man. Yeah, I don't think he became a full-fledged heel until after that WrestleMania 5 match. I think it was just
No, they wanted him. He was total heel off of the Saturday Night's Main Event.
A lot of times, how often did they tape those Saturday Night's Main Events in advance?
In those days, it could have been anywhere from a day or two to about a week or two.
I remember whenever I went to those WWF TV tapings in the late 80s or early 90s, God, I'd sit through 6 hours of just squash matches.
I went to many of those.
What's funny? The first time they came up here to do TV, they did one in Edmonton, and all my in-laws live up there, and they had no idea that it was going to be, the squash matches with TV with light. And I got them tickets and everything, and they went. And my youngest nephew really liked Hogan because a couple of times Hogan would take pictures with him and everything. And he never did see Hogan work that night because he would go on last. Sometime it was 12:31 in the morning. I remember working with him in the dark match. It was the main event in Huntsville, Alabama, and we went in the ring at 1:15 in the morning.
Oh, that's brutal.
And they had maybe 5 people in the audience left. The people who cared, we killed each other.
Oh man, because I remember going to see a lot of those shows. Well after midnight, and then Hogan would come on. And then sometimes Hogan would go out and do I saw him do 2 and 3 minute matches sometimes. Exactly. After people had waited all that time. Man, it was so late. I can almost see why, but it was
Well, that one in Huntsville, we went out 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just the people were so fed up with seeing, they've seen 100 matches before they saw that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else, Dave? Or?
No, I was just going to say, like, it got old watching all those Papa Shango matches.
Well, it didn't matter who it was. I just remember going to the Wrestling Challenge tapings where they would tape like four TV shows in one night.
Yeah.
By the fourth time you've seen the same guys, squash guys in 3 minutes, it didn't matter who it was. It was
one of those house shows that I went to was really awesome. They had a Bret Hart Shawn Michaels match and a Macho Man Ric Flair match in one show.
Yeah. I mean, I remember. I saw some good shows too.
I also wanted to comment. You said that the sellout streak ended in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I went to that house show, there was still like a ton of people there, even though it wasn't like totally sold out. And I remember the last few times I went there, it did sell out, and the last WCW show there was a sellout. It was that pay-per-view where Chris Benoit, I'm not sure if I should say won the title because the match never happened.
That show you could say was a sellout, but when half the tickets are freebies, you know what I mean? I don't consider that a sellout. When the WCW did the pay-per-view in January, I mean, they gave away so many tickets to that show, but it was I know it was packed.
There is a Nitro coming July 31st. How do I get free tickets? Because I hear about how they pay for the audiences.
I don't know how they do it. I mean, I think usually just, like in a lot of places, just go to the college, That's where they give them away. It's a lot of college kids.
If I just start walking around there are going to be guys like handing me tickets?
I don't know about that, but it's maybe by then it'll be hot enough.
Were, like with what Wade Keller reported, they had like the 13th caller would get free Nitro tickets, and there never was a 13th caller.
It was a Thunder in Pennsylvania. They said the 13th caller would get tickets when they did the Thunder in Philadelphia. Yeah, and they never had 13 callers. Yeah, that was sad. That was when it was worse than it is even now.
Well, with the Sullivan regime?
Yeah, the Sullivan regime. I mean, no matter what anyone would say, it's better now. It's not. The logic's probably no better, but at least there's a lot more.
The advantages though of now is the Sullivan regime. They never had like Kevin Nash, or they never had like the big names that Vince Russo hot-shotted back.
Yeah, all the guys that are still injured that they have working matches. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right, Dave. I guess I better get going. So
okay.
It was nice talking to you. I guess I'll see you at the Pillman show.
Yep, I'll be there.
All right.
Okay, let's go to Masad in Pennsylvania. You're gonna be our last caller.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, how are you?
Bad news. How are you guys?
Not bad.
Yeah, Dave, I wanted to ask you about D'Lo's situation right now. Are they just keeping him off matches because they think he's sloppy or what?
I don't know what the situation is with him. I can't give you a good answer there. I mean, they have so many guys, and there's a couple guys like Val Venus and D'Lo Brown, for whatever reason, are just kind of like they haven't really had a role. And then on the show that actually airs tonight, they're going to put Val Venus in a role where he's going to challenge the Benoit Jericho winner. They did a little program with D'Lo and the Godfather, but it didn't really go anywhere. I mean, they weren't hot as a team, and then they split them up, and it's just not a good program. He came out with the pimp outfit, and I don't know. It wasn't the right thing for him anyway.
If you were going to give a program, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, go ahead.
If you were going to give a program to either Val Venus or D'Lo, who would you pick?
Oh man, I don't know. I kind of consider them at about the same level right now. D'Lo might be a little better worker, but Val Venus is more charismatic as a talker. At least he can't, So I don't know. I mean, they just have to come up with storylines, and right now they just haven't been thinking about those guys. I don't know if there's a specific reason. I mean, some people think it's because D'Lo may have entertained offers to go to WCW, and they've kind of iced him for a little while. I mean, that could be. I don't know if that's true.
Can you recommend an All Japan match? Best one so far. Something I can get.
Misawa Kobashi, the one that won Match of the Year in '98, was like one of the great matches of all time. But I mean,
what month that was in?
Oh God, I forget off the top of my head. But any Misawa Kobashi match, I think is they're all tremendous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best feud in wrestling in the ring.
You remember Wrestle War, Flair Steamboat? Were you at that show?
The one in Nashville?
Yeah, the one that was Match of the Year.
Yeah, I was at that one.
Yeah,
I was at that one.
Yeah, I thought I saw you on the tape.
Oh wow, that's scary. I take enough ribbing about my haircut.
There.
What?
Kinda.
Okay, Brian's got something to say.
Oh, yeah, Brian.
I'm just wondering why you would ask if he was there if he was on the tape.
Because, I was asking because I was in the Netco rant, and he was like, well, there's Dave Meltzer with an afro. And I just started laughing.
That's probably right. Never have photos of you put in a magazine 10 years after they were taken. Oh, my God.
I'm going to leave now. Just before I leave, I just want to ask you another question. Do you think RVD would ever go to Big 2 or not, Van Dam?
Someday he will, when his contract's up or something, or, you got to think he's a young guy sooner or later.
I sure hope he goes to WWF because I just can't stand WCW, and I really want to watch him. All right. I'm sorry?
Okay.
All right, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, we are pretty much out of time right now. Bad News, I want to thank you very much for doing the show tonight. This was, this was a lot of fun. What stuff, besides the announcing for Stampede, do you guest appearances or things like that on any of the shows, or what's going on like in the Canadian and that area, Western Canada?
Well, there's not much going on now, but Tim Flowers runs a lot of stuff out in Vancouver, and sometime in September should be going out there to help him out again.
And also, is there anyone that's working in Stampede that like you think that like people should kind of keep their eye out for? Some of the guys you think really have a lot of promise?
Yeah, well, I think that Pistol Pollard has a lot of promise. He reminds me of the young Dynamite. And you got Tiger Khan, who I think is a good worker. You got that Johnny Devine, who's a heck of a worker and a really good talker. He's I don't know if anybody wants to give him a chance because he's really small, But, I mean, you could do anything with anybody in this day and age. And, you got quite a few guys that got potential, But
what are your thoughts on it? What do you think? I mean, when we're running like totally low on time, you were actually there during that period where Dynamite and Satoru Sayama pretty much put the smaller guys on the map. I mean, what were your thoughts like being in Japan when that stuff was going on as far as the lighter weight guys?
Well, I thought, like I said, there's some matches that I would pay to see, and there's some matches that you couldn't pay me to go see. But when you have Sayama, Tiger Mask, and Dynamite, I would pay to go see them. Chris Benoit and Liger. I mean, these guys used to have tremendous matches. I remember an incident where they brought Dynamite and Tiger Mask to New York to Madison Square Garden, and Vince Sr. was still alive. He was still running everything. And Bob Backlund was champ at the time, and they put those two guys on second, and they tore the house down. I mean, the people just, and usually people from New York, they're pretty hardcore, and they're skeptical of everything. But they actually gave them a standing ovation, and Vince Sr. almost had a heart attack. He's going, well, what am I champ? How is he going to follow those guys? He said, well, nobody can follow them, so, no need to cry about it. Enjoy what they did, But he always had this thing, if you weren't 6 feet and over, he didn't want to use it. So, but I was glad, even though, I don't like a lot of things that Vince Jr.'s done. One thing he's done is gave everybody a chance, no matter what side you were.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was Sayama, and then later Rey Mysterio really opened that up.
Yeah, exactly. And I like what they've done because, they brought excitement to the ring. Because there's certain guys, I'm not ashamed to say, like Hogan, he's always had charisma, but he was never a good worker. And now he's embarrassing. I think he should have retired 5 years ago already, And give the young guys a chance and get rid of those old guys, get them out of there. They had their chance. They got to go.
Okay, Bad News, I want to thank you very much for doing the show. And tomorrow, don't forget, Brian and I will be here with Jim Cornette at 6 p.m., so we'll see you tomorrow. We got Rick Martel on the line. Let's get to Rick Martel. Rick, how are you doing today?
Good, Dave. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Just for the audience that doesn't know, Rick Martel wrestled over 20 years, started as a teenager, wrestled all over the world, AWA World Heavyweight Champion. In the 80s was, definitely considered one of the late 70s through the 80s, one of the top performers in the business, big star as the model in the WWF. Made a comeback a couple of years back with WCW. And now you're wrestling on occasion still?
No, I've been wrestled since last year. I call it quits.
So it's full-time quits? Cause wrestling...
Retired fully.
Because in wrestling, how retirements are in wrestling.
Yes, yes, it's weird to say, but this time, I mean it, especially after, my injuries I had in with WCW, and I said, well, it's I should really do it this time.
Was there a situation? Was it a match with Stevie Ray where you got hurt, where it was just kind of like because you had been off for a couple of years, you came back in tremendous condition,
yes,
and I think you hurt your knee, but then you came back and got hurt again. Is that kind of how it went down?
Yeah, that was my first match after my injury, and of course I had the injury after a match against Booker T in San Francisco, and so I had 4 months of therapy. Physiotherapy on my knee, everything was great. I came back, I got back into really good shape, and my first match in Las Vegas against Stevie Ray, he wanted to give me his finish, with the flapjack. And as you know, you have to put your knees down at the same time on your neck, so the fall is not all on your neck. And the last second before I hit the mat, I kind of got gun shy. I lifted my knee that was injured, and all the weight went on my neck. And I had like 2 vertebrae out of place, for a couple of days. So right there and then I decided to call it quits.
Okay. What during that period, like how long and what was your training like, and what prompted you to make the comeback with WCW? And what prompted you to leave wrestling for the couple of years before that?
Well, I didn't finish it the way I really wanted it to finish it. In my last 2 years, see what happened, Dave, I got involved with real estate, commercial real estate, a lot, and it took a lot of my time, and so in the last 2 years with WWF, I didn't finish it the way I wanted it, and so I want to make a comeback to make a really good, to finish it the way I want it, and I want to get back in really good shape the way I like it, and so I took a couple of years off my business, and I said, well, I'm going to go back to wrestling and just concentrate on wrestling 100% and training and dieting and everything, And I made a comeback, and I'll tell you, I'm glad I did, because I really enjoyed, working for WCW. I liked the way they treated me, even when I was injured. The treatment was first class. I never had to worry about nothing, about anything, about payoff, about, the treatment was really good.
Is there, if you look back at your career, what would you say now, looking back, would be your high point?
Oh, definitely, in Minneapolis, when I defeated Jumbo Tsuruta, which, by the way, I'm very sorry to hear his death last week. When I defeated him for the AWA title in Minneapolis, it was definitely the high point of my career.
Now, at that point in time, right at the time you got that AWA title, you pretty much were being pursued fairly heavily by WWF, and you kind of got the AWA title, so you decided not to go, and then
right.
Is that kind of how it went down?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it went down. I was talking with Vince about making a comeback to WWF, and then I got a call, from Vern, and I wanted to go on and discuss it, and that's how it went down. Yeah.
Yeah. What's as far as going to Japan and stuff? Do you have good experiences there? What's your thoughts about those trips?
Oh, great experience. In fact, right after I won the belt, in Minneapolis, 2 months later, that was my first trip in Japan as a world champion. I just got married, and I brought my wife with me. We went there on a honeymoon, mixed pleasure and business, and they were great. Baba's, they were fantastic with me. They really gave me the first-class treatment there, and I really enjoyed it. I had a good experience as far as business also with them, great people to work with, and in and out of the ring,
Let's go to we'll go to a call right before this break. Let's start with Todd in Maryland. Todd, you're first up with myself and with Rick Martel and Brian.
Hey Dave, hey Rick, hey Brian. How's everyone doing?
Good. Hey, Rick and Brian, can you hear him?
I hardly can hear
him. But actually, I was going to address this more to Dave. But I mean, it's a general question because I sort of wanted to address the racial issue in WCW, the racial discrimination suit, because I wanted to call last week, but I didn't end up getting a chance. And I feel like it's sort of being addressed a little bit off the subject of it, because it seems like the discrimination is viewed more in a passive light rather than more in an active light rather than a passive light. And I feel like a lot of the discrimination is sort of inherent in wrestling and in WCW. And a lot of the time, it's justified just by the way it is. You know, Russo didn't intend to discriminate against people, or WCW didn't intend to discriminate against people. But I think that the problem still exists, whether it's being, attacked one way or another. I mean, I look at Russo's comment, I want to see Americans, on my American show. And it seems to me sort of parallel to if, some sort of governor were to say, I am going to aim to my white audience because they're the people with the money and they're the most people. It makes sense in a business perspective, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's right or that it isn't discriminatory. If you could just give your thoughts. I have more to say on the subject, but if you want to just, fire back your thoughts on that.
I don't know. We talked about it at length. I mean, there's certainly something there. I don't know how overt it is, and it's a touchy issue. I mean, there are very, very talented wrestlers that are not American and Canadian that have not gotten a fair shake because of the belief if they're not, they can't get over. And it's like a chicken and the egg thing in wrestling. Like this, everyone in wrestling, I think, you can come to and point faults and pick apart points and say, this is why this guy can't get over, okay? And if the bookers believe that this is why this guy can't get over, they're not going to get over. Yeah. And other guys, sometimes they'll look at a guy. I mean, Helmsley's like the perfect example. They looked at Hunter Hearst Helmsley and go, this guy can get over. He's tall. He's got a good body. He's got, great hair. And, he's a good worker. But it took him forever to get over. But he got chance after chance after chance. And, obviously he's earned his stripes now. He's a big draw. He's one of the biggest draws in the business. But very few people got as many chances as he did to get that. And it was because of, they said he's got, Luger. Luger's another example. It's like a guy who, nobody ever got as many chances as Luger. You know what I mean? Because everyone looked at him and go, we can make money with this guy. And whether people did or didn't in the end, there were plenty of guys who, never got that opportunity.
I think with Russo, it's not a race issue, but it's more an issue of the kind of wrestling that he liked as a kid or as he was growing up, and they just weren't the luchadors.
But, see, and those are very good points. But the difference, I think, at least in my mind, the key distinction is that when you're talking about a guy who's maybe short, who doesn't fit into his, his idea of what a wrestler's supposed to be, a lot of those people haven't been historically discriminated against, which is a lot of the basis behind a racial discrimination, too. In other words, a guy who's necessarily short, he hasn't, like a Latino or a black person in American society, hasn't had, this discrimination over a long period of time that, going against his ability to make money over long periods of time. Whereas, you can say a certain guy has a certain view in wrestling. It doesn't necessarily mean that the same thing can be applied to a guy who is going to be viewed that way by a lot of society. In other words, like I take, when Harlem Heat first came in, when they gave them that gimmick with the chain, I don't see how that is so much their view of what wrestling should be, but so much their view of what society is. And that societal view is a lot more dangerous than just not letting a guy get over because they view that wrestling isn't that important and they need a certain charisma or they need long hair or they need something of that ability.
That chain thing in the 90s, let me tell you something. That chain thing in the 90s was so many decades outdated that it was really sad that anyone in wrestling would actually think that was what society would push the right buttons in society at that point in time. I mean, it's like, jeez. I mean, look at Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan. They were already around then, and it's like that's, you know what I mean? They were marketable to every aspect of culture, and here we're in this business trying to put these guys in chains to get heat. I don't know. That's kind of sad about this business.
Yeah, and it just, it shows how large the problem is. And I think wrestling has been attacked in a lot of ways, but that's one way that it really hasn't been attacked in terms of its categorization. And I think that while the issue with Sonny Ono and some of the other people, it may seem that it isn't attacking the right thing. Like a Juventud Guerrera, it's obvious that this guy, if marketed right, could have been a huge star, or Rey Mysterio Jr. But if you look at a guy who's, borderline like Sonny Ono, I think that if you show in a certain way that they're discriminating inherently just by an idea of what a certain minority is supposed to be in wrestling, that it doesn't necessarily apply. The parallel that draws in my mind is if a lot of people attack affirmative action because it addresses mainly upper-class white women or middle-class white women. But that doesn't mean that middle-class white women aren't inherently discriminated against in comparison to middle-class white men. In other words, Sonny Ono may not be a manager on the caliber of a James Cornette, but if he's compared to, say, a Jimmy Hart at this stage, who gets no heat himself, but maybe he's being treated in a different way on a lower scale, but it doesn't mean it isn't necessarily discrimination in one form or another.
And Brian's got to go because he's going to Tacoma. We've got Rick Martel here. Brian, you're going to be at the show tonight.
Yep, I'll be at the SmackDown tapings, and hopefully I'll put up a report sometime late tonight on the website, so you guys can make sure to check that out.
Okay, that's tremendous. And Brian will be here tomorrow at 6. And anyway, okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow then, Brian.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. We've got Rick Martel here as well as a full bank of phone calls. Let's go to Richard in Canada. You're next up with Rick.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Good, thanks.
That's good. First off, question for Rick Martel. I was wondering, what's your favorite match of all time in your career, and who is your favorite person to work against?
Well, I think there's it's hard because there's several for different reasons. Several guys that I enjoyed working with, for different reasons. First of all, I really, off the top, I really enjoyed, working with Tito. I really enjoyed that, hard. He's a hard worker and always wanted to give it all, and I enjoyed that. I like that. And also Nick Bockwinkel, had some really good matches with him. I really enjoyed it. Stan Hansen, always worked hard, and those are the guys that stick in my mind right now. And as far as my favorite match, I'd have to say it was against Nick Bockwinkel when I wrestled him. Well, there's two matches that stick in my mind, and it's funny, those are 2 one-hour matches. The one in Honolulu, Hawaii in 1978 against Nick Bockwinkel at the Blaisdell Center in Honolulu was one of my favorite matches. And also in 1984 against Ric Flair in Tokyo, really enjoyed that match.
Okay,
that was going to be a trivia question for later in the show. But that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. No. I was going to ask a question of where the Rick Martel, Ric Flair, AWA, NWA unification match, which went about 40 minutes to a double count, I think.
Yeah, right.
As I recall, which was a super match. Where that match took place. But anyway, gotta come up with another. Anyway, go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry.
Okay. Isn't it funny to see how in the WWF where they're giving people time to develop that Chris Benoit's interview last night he's developed more so in a couple months there on interviews than he has in than he did in WCW in the time, because his interview last night was pretty darn good. It's and the same with Edge and Christian. They're starting to cut some wonderful promos now, and I just don't see WCW giving the time for people to develop slowly and improve their interview quality to produce entertaining stuff.
They're trying. I mean, if you watch their TV, they're trying to give the young guys, Vampiro and Kidman get a lot of interview time, so they're trying,
But the problem with their trying is they're just throwing them out there to dry, out there without any backup. I don't think they're getting, Arn Anderson to, take these people aside and tell them, here's how you cut a proper promo. The WWF seems to be backing these guys up, waiting until they're perfectly developed to get on the mic so they don't make a fool out of themselves.
Well, they give them, they seem to give them a lot more structure. I know, Rick, what would you, because you work for both companies, I mean, how would you compare as far as, that aspect of preparedness and stuff? Of course, with different eras and everything than now, but still, working for WWF, working for WCW in that regard.
without any doubt, I believe WWF, as far as developing talent, Vince, you got to give that to him. He knows how to get the maximum out of each guy, and make things happen. He has a flair for this. He has a knack for that. He knows how, and they spend more time also on that aspect, on taking a character, making it better, and how to make things happen for that character, as opposed where WCW, they kind of don't, they're so busy with other stuff that they don't really pay attention to that very, very, very important aspect.
Anything else, Richard?
No, that's enough. Have a good evening, and hope Brian enjoys SmackDown tonight.
Yeah, I hope so too. Let's go to John in Chicago. John, you're next up with Rick Martel.
Hey, hello. I loved you when you were with the Can-Am Express, Can-Am Connection.
Yes.
And also the Strike Force was actually my favorite tag team.
Oh, thank you.
I wanted to ask you, if I remember correctly, one of your last matches was against Booker T, right?
My last match was against Stevie Ray.
But didn't you also you were fighting with Booker T for the TV title?
Right. That was it's funny. My last two matches ever in professional wrestling was against Booker T, and then my last one was against Stevie Ray.
Right. I was wondering what is your opinion of Booker T? Because he's a guy that it always seems. He has the moves. I feel he has that personality. Maybe he doesn't have the interview skills as yet, but he could be one of the top superstars in this business. But for one reason or another, WCW doesn't seem to recognize that or put him in a correct situation where he can blossom.
Yeah, well, you got to admit that WCW, I was there anyway. Last few months, I don't know what's happening there. But while I was there, I know, they give, Booker T a decent push. They put the strap on him for a long time, and I agree with you that Booker T has got tremendous potential. He looks great. He's got some great moves, and all he needs is a decent push, like you say.
Right. It just seems like for me, it was like there comes a point where a certain wrestler will not, at WCW, like a Chris Jericho, like a Booker T, they'll hit a glass ceiling, either because of their size or their skills or something, Yeah,
it comes back to what I was saying earlier about making things happen for each guy or, the character, where WWF, they just have the recipe, they just know how to make things happen for some reason, where WCW has a hard time doing that.
Right. Two quick questions for you, Dave. I was wondering, first question is, did you happen to hear or catch a review of Russo's remarks last night after the Nitro?
No. Tell me about him.
Well, one of the remarks was he was saying how the WWF can, they only have two people they can put the title on, and he can put the the WCW title on to anybody. And
so?
I was just wondering, does that mean like the garbage man in the street, if they're going to put it on Arquette and everybody? It just seems like he's just not, it doesn't matter if you can put the title on like 20 different people. It matters if the title is worth something, if that person you're putting it on is a good torchbearer.
Exactly. You could put the title on anyone, but it's got to be effective. Unfortunately, with WCW, and everyone knows this, is that The only guy the title is effective on, and I don't know why. I mean, I sort of know why it isn't, because he's got the experience, but it's the wrong guy now. But it's the most effective guy is Flair.
Yeah.
Whenever Flair has it, it actually somehow or other seems to mean something. I don't know if it's the way he carries himself on TV, but I mean, the reality is Rick's 51 years old and he shouldn't be the focal point of the company, but he is the best one in that spot.
And they totally destroyed Jeff Jarrett now, because he's just now a total gimmick wrestler. It does not seem, I mean, whenever he's battling for that title, there's always something goofy that's going to happen that, you know, that he's going to win it by that. The blood falling from the ceiling, David Arquette, you know, turning on DDP, you know, he's not winning. He's not doing anything, you know, on his own, almost, you know.
Well, that's just the way that heel is booked in this day and age. I mean, I think that's, you know, you can't blame that on him. But I mean, the thing is I don't know. It's like I don't see the logic in so much of what Russo's been saying, because it's like, if just as an example, if we go into the mid-1970s, it doesn't even matter the era, any era, there probably have been times, even the mid-1980s, okay, realistically, Hulk Hogan held that title for years and years and years and years and years, and probably, with the exception of Savage, I mean, there were maybe 2 or 3 guys who probably could have held it at that level. Right. But when you got one, you don't need to go to those other ones. And you know, he could have taken the title off of Hogan in the 80s every other week. And I mean, it's not like it would have killed the company, but it probably would have made the title mean a whole lot less if they were changing it every week rather than, you know, changing it when every title change is something that people remember, you know, 10 years from now. I mean, let's face it, every wrestling fan who was a fan in the 80s probably remembers, you know, Hogan beat the Iron Sheik, and then, you know, where he lost it with the match with Andre the Giant, and then the Savage got it, and all that lineage. And I don't think that anyone can recite the lineage of WCW's title from January to now.
No.
Fully. You know, who could? It's been like, 13, 14 changes already this year.
Yeah. One last real quick question for you, Dave. This just came up in my mind because I had heard the Radicals on a different show talking about the event at Dallas when they first turned on against Mick Foley on Raw that day. And I was wondering, I wanted to ask you because to me that 2-hour Raw was probably the best American wrestling event so far this year, as far as for the big three, because it had all, you know, plot turn, good story, good wrestling in there, almost every match clicked. And I was wondering, for you, for the big three, what event in the first half of the year was the best to you?
That's hard. I really liked the Backlash pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked the No Way Out No Way Out. That's the one with the Hell in a Cell match.
Right.
I really liked that. I really liked that match, as far as there was a certain thing that gripped me in that match, and maybe it wasn't even good because really the Royal Rumble to me was a better match. Mm-hmm. I like Royal Rumble a lot, you know, because the main events were tremendous on the shows.
Yeah.
The No Way Out, there was something about it. I think that it was kind of scary because I watched No Way Out with this idea that, please, I don't want. It was a different emotion. It was like, please don't kill yourself in your last match. You know what I mean? It's like, exactly. don't take a bump that's going to kill yourself. So I was watching it it was a very different way of watching a match than I probably ever watched a match, but it was the most gripping match I saw all year.
Oh yeah, because they totally played against that fear, you know, because we had remember seeing Foley, you know, doing the first leap and everything, you know, being thrown off the first cage and going through there. So they played against that, you know, when is he going to jump? How is this? And then they did it at the most unexpected time, you know. So it was a great booked match, you know.
Okay, John, we got to head out of here. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Rick, real quick, how much of the current wrestling? I mean, how much wrestling do you watch these days?
None.
Oh, really?
I haven't watched any wrestling for the last 8 months.
Is there any reason? Is it something with the product, or just are you too busy, or was there any, you know?
A little of everything, I guess. I don't know. It's just maybe, I don't know. I just, you know, it's been, you know, when I watch it, I just have this feeling of, wanted to, I'm involved in it too much, or so I just wanted to cut it, and just said, well, I'm just going to move on to something else. And for right now, I just want to put a little distance between wrestling and myself,
Was it when you were in it? Did you? Because a lot of people sense that it's very addictive. Because you know how like so many of the guys, they can't retire even when they want to, and it's probably in their best interest.
Yeah.
We'll touch on this when we come back, but think about this. It is a hard business to walk away from, and that's why I'm kind of impressed that you can say that and say I don't watch it. And when I asked you if you're retired, I mean it was like you didn't say like, well, I could come back for one more run in a couple of months if I want to. I mean it was just like, no, I'm retired.
Yeah, Dave, I'm definitely retired, and that you can't put that on record. I mean, I had many offers to come back, and that's why I don't want to watch it because I had some good offers to come back, and I just don't want to. I don't want to get involved with it anymore. I'm successful in my business and doing great, and wrestling. I had a great career. Things were great, and my last match, I walked in there in great shape, and I walked out in good shape. So I just want to leave it like that,
You were still a teenager, or were you just like at 20 years old when you first hit it pretty big in New Zealand, Australia? Whoa.
Yeah, I was 20 years old when I was in New Zealand, in Australia.
What led to that? I mean, you broke in. You were about 16 when you broke in, right?
I was just turned 17. Yeah.
Just turned 17.
In Nova Scotia. And what happened is, some guy got hurt and they needed a replacement within 24 hours. And so my brother called me. He says, get on the plane and, you start wrestling right now, And I said, oh, man, he says, get on it. He told those guys I had experience with it. I didn't. And I went there and the promoter really liked me, Rudy K. And then, he took me as his protege and, was going to the ring with me. And finally, things got off on a great start. And so it was during my summer vacation. Then I went back. I was supposed to go back to school. And Dave, I went in one day. And then the next morning, I got up, went to see the principal. I says, this is it. I says, what, after 1 day, you finished? So, yes, I know I'm not going to finish my year, so I want to go back to wrestling right now. I don't want to waste my time. And I went back to wrestling, and I never regretted it.
So you don't regret that at all. Now,
no.
What led to you going? Because I think maybe the first time I actually ever saw you wrestle, which was weird, it was Harley Race was coming to San Francisco, and they showed a promo tape because Harley Race was the world champion, and it was a match from, and I don't know if it was Australia or New Zealand, but it was a TV match that he had with you, and so this had to be 70s, right?
Yeah, and the funny thing about it is that I wasn't supposed to wrestle Harley that night, that day in Australia. I was leaving Australia to go to New Zealand, and we're just taping my last TV match, last TV day, So all of a sudden I'm supposed to wrestle, in a tag match, and then they changed it for some reason. They said, Rick, we'd like for you to work with Harley, and I said, well, okay, great, I enjoyed, always I enjoyed working with Harley, So, yeah, no problem, so finally I wrestled with Harley, and, of course, he went over, and so I went to New Zealand, it was no big deal, and then all of a sudden I remember Bruiser Brody was wrestling then Australia and New Zealand. He was doing both places. Then he comes back to New Zealand one day, says, he took me aside and said, hey, Rick, says, you're going to be hot. He says, he says, Harley sent for that tape. They're going to show it all over the States, I said, oh, man, me doing a job, at Harley, oh, man, because I didn't want, I wanted to stay away from the States as long as possible because I wanted to come back and, do a good start, make a good start, make things happen, and now here I am doing a job Harley everywhere, So, and you know what? And that thing turned out to be the best thing for me because, I don't know what happened, but I got calls from all the promoters, wanting me to go to their territory, back then, it was a pretty good match, and, I don't know, was the Australian flavor to it or what, but they wanted, they really did good for me.
Now, did you go to? Was your first territory in the States Georgia, or did you wrestle before Georgia in the States?
Yeah, Florida was my first place. Kevin Sullivan was instrumental in getting me in the States. I was wrestling in Calgary, and a lot of guys, from the States used to go, "Oh, Rick, you should go to the States. You'd be doing great." And all of a sudden, Kevin came to me and said, "Oh, Rick, you should go to the States." I said, "Yeah, sure, yeah, I've heard that before." And then say, "Look, I'm really good with the gram. I'm gonna help you out." Okay. And then finally he followed up on it, and thanks to Kevin, I got my stars in the States. And in fact, I just thanked him. When I went to WCW, I hadn't seen him for several years, and I thanked him for that.
Let's go to Dave in Cincinnati. Dave, you're next up. What's going on?
How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing good.
It was nice to see you the other day.
It was good. Yeah, it was good to see you the other day.
Actually, I was also going to point out Jeff Jarrett is going to be breaking some records. He may be beating,
I'm sure he will at this rate.
Yeah, 2 records actually. 15-time world champion record, and
absolutely.
And he may be beating Lex Luger's record for most chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read a recap. Vince Russo's comment was that you can put the WCW title on Ric Flair, Jeff Jarrett, Scott Steiner, Goldberg, but the only people you can put the WWF title on is The Rock and Triple H. And he said you can't put it on Jericho or Kurt Angle. But my response to that is if Chris Jericho were to ever walk into or ever to appear on a WCW Nitro, he'd probably get the biggest pop of the night.
Oh, now? Absolutely.
Yeah, Rick. What I wanted to ask is, I remember in the '80s, I certainly enjoyed the NWA wrestling better, but for some reason, as a kid back then, I was a lot more drawn to the WWF characters, and plus the lighting and the production were way ahead of the NWA. But I remember reading some interview a few years ago. You said that that breakup with Strikeforce was a shoot. You said that you walked out, that you purposely walked out on Tito Santana at WrestleMania 5. What was that about?
Well, see, I was babyface, and I wanted to switch heel, and Vince and Patterson didn't agree with me, nobody did, nobody said, "Oh, no, you're not going to be, a heel, and, people like you too much, and you don't have the face for it, you don't have the attitude," and, and me, I knew I could, and I knew I wanted it, and they didn't, and so I quit, I quit for Vince. I said, "Well, if you don't want me if you want to do it with me, then I'm going to do it elsewhere," and I walked out. So, they said, finally, I worked out at TV in Tampa, and finally he called me back and said, "Look, Rick, come back, we'll discuss about we'll talk about it," and, nobody believed I could make a heel, so that's how it happened. That's how we made it happen.
Yeah, I remember, I was a huge fan at the time. I remember I was a big Strikeforce fan. I was just so mad that when they broke up. I also remember, didn't you go 60 minutes at a Royal Rumble? It
was 54 minutes or 56, I can't remember, around that, in Miami, yeah.
Yeah, I remember, even at the end of your WWF career, you were still wrestling just some awesome matches. I remember, some, Battle Royal with Razor Ramon for the Intercontinental title. That was a pretty good match.
Yeah, Razor, Scott Hall, I always enjoyed working with him, great talent, and always wanted to make, a good match. I always wanted to work hard, and I enjoyed him.
Dave,
mm-hmm.
I remember you got some email a couple weeks ago asking you the best Raw match ever. What do you think of that retirement match between Kurt Hennig and Ric Flair? I remember that was
It was very good. I wouldn't rate it as the best one ever, though. I mean, in my mind. I mean, I remember. I remember Reno was really, really good. I mean, maybe with Flair, the deal is that he had so many great matches that the ones that always stick out to me were Steamboat and Barry Windham.
Speaking of Steamboat, did you see that tape?
I have not watched the whole tape, no. But I mean, I've watched probably most of those matches at some point in my life that he gave me.
That's a match that I really don't hear about. Is that Wyndham against Flair match? I saw that match. And
which one? The Battle of the Belts or a different one?
There were 2 matches they had in 1987 that were probably like two of the best matches I've ever seen.
They had the one from Fayetteville, and they had one in Orlando. If those are the two you're referring to.
There was also a match between Flair against Jumbo Tsuruta. That was a really awesome match.
I've seen Flair and Jumbo Tsuruta wrestled many times, but there was they had a 60-minute match, and they had the match that Flair won, with I think it was like a ref bump type finish. It was kind of an American finish. So do you know which one you're talking about?
I think it was like in 1984. It was in Japan.
That might have been a different one because the 83 one was they did the 60-minute match. They probably wrestled again afterwards.
And I remember a match against Brian Pillman that he had that was just really awesome. It was I think it was in 1990. It was on
WCW Saturday Night Television taping, maybe?
Yeah. Do you remember seeing the match?
I remember that match real well. Yeah, because it did a great television rating, and it was the match that opened a lot of eyes about Brian Pillman.
That may have been the best match ever to air on the 6:05 time slot.
Well, that's saying a lot because back in I saw in the late 70s and early 80s I saw a lot of awfully good matches on that show. Ric Flair had matches with Magnum TA and Ronnie Garvin and probably Ricky Morton and all those guys in the glory days. And that's when those matches were just super matches.
Yeah, on that tape they have that Steamboat Flair match from the Saturday night. It was like a month after that pay-per-view where they had the double pin. Yeah.
Well, they had like the 40-minute match. Well, did you ever see the one with it was Steamboat and Eddie Gilbert maybe against Flair and Barry Windham?
Didn't they hype up like a mystery partner, like that whole show?
Right, the mystery partner and Steamboat came in. That's when Steamboat came in to win the title from Flair. Yeah, that whole night. That was like January '89, I think.
Yeah. It was actually real bizarre. I remember watching during that feud, Flair was supposed to be the heel, but Steamboat was just getting booed out of the building.
Nah, it was 50-50. It was. I remember in Chicago when they had the first big match, and I think that one was probably 60-40 Flair.
But when I go back and I watch those interviews that Steamboat give, I don't know, he kind of comes off like a heel right now when I watch him.
Well, today's standards, it was like that the trends were changing. Rick Martel's very similar to Rick Steamboat. Kind of good-looking, good physique, good athletic thing.
Rick Martel ever wrestles? Rick, did you ever wrestle Steamboat?
Did you ever get? Oh, yeah.
Did he say? Has he?
No, he never did.
That'd be a pretty good match.
It would have been a really good match. Yeah,
Yeah. I would have enjoyed.
It was like, I think it was in 1984. It was like an AWA versus NWA title match.
What, the Flair Rick Martel match from Tokyo?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about that match earlier. Yeah. Yeah, that was a super match too.
What about the Bob Backlund versus Ric Flair match? I think that was like in 1982.
Yeah, I never saw it, but I heard it wasn't. I heard it wasn't that great. But that was 82. Nobody had VCR. They didn't videotape matches. Nobody knew these matches would be worth money. 20 years later.
What was your opinion of the Bob Backlund Bret Hart matches? I remember they had one on WWF Superstars that Bret just did an awesome performance.
Yeah. I remember the one where they had the chicken wing forever, and then I remember they had I think it was a WrestleMania match years later that was not good.
That match was horrible. I'm talking about the one. This is the original match where Backlund turned heel.
I just don't remember them. I remember seeing one Bret Hart Bob Backlund match when I thought that it wouldn't be good, and it was great. So that might be the one you're talking about. But
yes, that was a terrific match. Yeah, that. I don't think that angle really didn't draw, but that was one of my favorite angles ever. The good guy goes crazy.
Bob Backlund as a heel. It was very entertaining. Yeah.
What about Bob Backlund running for president?
Oh, that was really entertaining. I liked when they sent Bob Backlund on spring break. When he was yelling at everyone for being in the sun and all the teenagers on spring break. I just thought that stuff was just hilarious.
Well, hey, where's Hakushi? Because whenever I watch some of his matches, they're pretty awesome. He's
wrestling for Michinoku Pro as Jinsei Shinzaki. Regular.
Yeah, I was watching some of his matches against the 1-2-3 Kid.
He had good matches with Bret Hart. He had a great match on Raw with Bret Hart. That was one of the better Raw matches too.
Did they wrestle at an In Your House also?
Believe so. I'm sure they did because they had kind of a program. Because remember he did the moonsault off the.
That period where they totally pushed Diesel and they made Bret Hart a mid Carter.
Yeah, I think that's when that was. Yeah.
The influence of the Click.
Yeah. Anyway, Dave, we've got to get running. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right. Let's head to San Francisco and Matt. Matt, you're up with Rick Martel.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, thanks.
Good. I used to have some fond memories, and I'm pretty sure you do too, Dave, of '84 San Francisco AWA days with Martel holding the title.
I remember a couple of Martel Nick Bockwinkel matches in San Francisco, maybe Oakland. I don't remember. I remember one at the Cow Palace very, very distinctly because I think that the ring collapsed either before. It wasn't in his match. It was the match before or after when I think Mass Superstar and Greg Gagne and some other guys were in the ring. But I just remember that Bockwinkel and Rick had wrestled. I think it was like 35, 40 minutes. It was a long, long match at the. I know it was the Cow Palace because I'm starting to remember it now.
Dave, do you remember? I don't know if you remember, but '84. I can't remember what month or whatnot. They had an AWA show there with a tag team battle royal, and the main event after the battle royal was supposed to be Brody and Blackwell.
And Brody wasn't there?
Oh, Brody was there.
Oh, okay. So I do remember the show. Okay, then I was at the show because I remember Brody and Blackwell doing a big brawl at the Cow Palace.
Yeah, that was a great match. Didn't Martel, Rick? Didn't you work that show?
No, it was a tag team. I wasn't on there.
No. Jeez. Yeah, that was.
Now, Rick, do you remember? It must have been. I'm trying to remember. Would you and Tito Santana wrestled Gagne and Brunzell in a couple of matches back early 80s, before you had to run in the WWF?
Yeah, as well as Dino and I against Greg and Jim.
Yeah.
That's right. Dino was working the AWA for a little bit. Right. I remember that. They had him on TV, I think, for 2 weeks or something. I remember the run with you guys. Jeez. Well, that was back in the day. Fabulous Ones, the Road Warriors. Boy, it was
yeah.
I was a kid then, and that was my first taste of live wrestling.
Oh, going to Cow Palace?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You walk in the building at that time, and you could feel the history in that building. Unlike today, you walk in the Cow Palace, it's the same old.
Well, I think I think every arena had its own little. Yeah, I know, Rick. When you wrestled, because this is the territorial area, when you would wrestle, weren't there certain arenas that had different auras to you? Whereas now, I think when you watch the TV, it sort of seems like any arena, they're not quite interchangeable because the different cities have different crowds, but they're more interchangeable than they were back in say the 80s or something.
Yeah, because I believe about all the what's around the wrestling, all the lighting and all the the entertainment around it. Back then, was down. Everything was to the basics, So of course, like the Kiel Auditorium in St. Louis, you had all those different buildings, in Tampa, the auditorium there. All those buildings had something, that you walked in there, and even not only for the fans, but also especially for the wrestlers, would go in there. I don't know the tradition that was in those buildings, like the Cow Palace. You'd go in there and you walk in the ring, and you walk in that building, and there's just something about it that you wanted to perform to your best that day because you were there, and you knew who were there before you, and the matches that took place there. Yes, it did. It has something.
No, Rick, because we had to hit break right now, but I want to ask you, were you a big fan growing up as a kid, or was it more like, your brother did it and then you kind of fell in? It was your older brother who did it, right? And then you've got into
it?
Yeah.
Yes, I got to be, I was about 10 years old when my brother started, and instantly, he brought me with him to the matches. And I was, a big fan right off the bat. Right away I enjoyed it. I loved it, but as a kid, beforehand, I remember watching matches, and I always was, thrilled to watch wrestling.
Okay, guys, now it's time for WF Daily Trivia, brought to you by RC Edge. The first two people to respond correctly via email to DaveMeltzer@IATA.com will win a poster of a WF Superstar, courtesy of RC Edge. And remember to include your mailing address with your answer. Also, if you've won anything from IATA in the past 60 days, you are not eligible to win. Here's today's question. Name 2 full-time WWF performers from the past 5 years who actually played in an NFL regular season game. That doesn't mean they were on the team and didn't play. They had to actually play in a game, which actually, actually makes the question a little bit harder. Anyway, we're here with Rick Martel. We have a lot of emails here for Rick. Before we get to the emails and everything, also you can call in at 1-877-392-3200. What was your favorite territory to work of all the places that you went to?
Definitely, there was two, like WWF, back with Vince Sr., was really enjoyable. I mean, I enjoyed that because the atmosphere that was there, was like camaraderie, and of course Vince Sr. was, what a great promoter and a great guy to work for. And also, of course, I enjoyed Hawaii because of, it's like vacation there. It's a great place, beautiful place. But those were my two favorites.
Do you have a place where you feel like you went where you, because of whether it was the atmosphere of the fans or whatever, or just because you worked so many nights, that you felt you improved your game the most in, or like learned the most? Like territory you're really glad you went to because, it helped you establish your career, if you know what I mean, learn a lot?
Oh, yes. New Zealand, because, of course, I was around Mark Lewin and King Curtis, and, I was there for 10 months with those guys and learned about the business, about interviews, about everything, about angles, everything with those two guys, and it was great. That's really where I learned the most, where it made me, change a lot of my style, a lot of my stuff.
What was the origination of the model gimmick? You were in WWF for a while. I think you did take a break, and then they came back with the vignettes, and they did the thing with the tennis outfit, and
Okay, well, it's like I said earlier, I want to be heel. Then finally when Vince finally said, okay, we'll give it a try. And, now I'm going to be a heel, but now I didn't know what kind of gimmick, right? So, J.J. Dillon came up with the model,
Mm-hmm.
He said, because I always like to dress nice, and he said, hey, it could be called a model, and then I remember Vince telling me that. I'm going, oh, man. I said, what am I going to do with that, And then finally, my wife said to me, says, well, be thankful they didn't call you a rooster, I said, yeah, you're right. You got a point there. So I started, and I'll tell you, I'm the one that developed the character, about the runaway stuff, all the interviews, the whole creating, I created the model, from A to Z. And what, you remember what Lord Hayes would say when I would go on the runway and stuff? I would be the one that gave him the material, and I thought about that character. I love that character. I loved it. I love doing it, and I'm glad that the fans enjoyed it as much as I did.
What was your thoughts? I guess it's about 87-ish. You were, I guess, probably en route to a WWF Tag Team title with Tom Zenk, and he left. Exactly what happened? Because there were a million stories that came out of that, which. Okay. Some were not true, Yeah,
well, I'll tell you what happened is, we had, Vince loved it. He loved that gimmick, Can-Am, and we really got over really fast and quick, and fans really loved it, and we could feel that he was going somewhere. Dave was like almost overnight, we did like a couple of TVs, and then the first time we hit the road, live shows, you could feel it, that we were going places, and what happened is that Tom, had Tom Zenk just couldn't handle success. He had a history of quitting when things, were great, and we were going there and we were making tremendous money. We were just starting. We were going, to make a lot more. And all of a sudden, his attitude started, starting to get a big head, and I'm the one, like, after the matches, I was the one giving him pep talks, where he could have been the other way around. I'm the veteran. He should be the one excited and say, oh, Rick, this is great, we're doing fantastic, and look where we're going. And it was the other way around, and he started getting a big head. And also, I remember they had a memo saying that we couldn't wear jeans, in WWF, in '87. And all of a sudden, I remember one day, we showed up at the match at the building with jeans, and he's putting our team, I'm So I went to him and said, look, what are you doing this for? You know, I mean, oh, man, then with those rules, you know, he's starting, you know, instead of being thankful for the big break he had, because he was making 50, you know, a year before that, he was making $50 a night in Portland, you know, Oregon. Now he's making thousands of dollars a week, you know, and I'm saying, oh, what an ungrateful. And I remember we had an argument, you know, that night. You know, I'm saying, look, I know what's wrong. What's wrong is your attitude, you know. I says, I don't know who you think you're becoming or, you know, who you think you are, you know. I says, here we are, you know, we have the biggest break, you know, that people can hope for, and you know, you think you're God's answer to wrestling, you know. I mean, so the next morning, I got up. We were supposed to go to interviews. There was a little piece of paper with the keys of the rental car saying, Rick, thanks for the break, but, you know, it's finished, and that was it.
Is there like any story behind, you know, your loss of the title to Stan Hansen? Was it just simply, you know, they came to you and said this is the time, or was there more to it than that?
In fact, I'm the one that suggested it, that I lose the title. You know, because I wanted to I bought in a third of the promotion in Montreal, and I remember, you know, I could feel that, you know, I wasn't, you know, Vern the way he would say, you know, see things and the way I would see things when we didn't agree much. And so finally I could feel it was coming on, you know. I says, well, before it does, I suggested Stan, you know, because I'd wrestled Stan many times. In fact, we wrestled together. We started almost in Texas. We had some really good matches, Stan and I, in '75, and I, you know, he was a good friend of mine. And I said, well, and you know, Stan being the hot star in Japan, he was right away. Vern thought it was a great idea, you know, and we went with it, and as it turned out, Vern wasn't such a good thing for Vern.
This is from Oliver Postlewaite from Ottawa, who says, I grew up watching Rick in international wrestling, and I used to see him live at the Robert Guertin Arena in Hull. I have so many memories from that time, but the strongest is an angle that you did where you smashed a beer bottle over your head and bled like crazy. I think it was in a feud with Steve Strong. And he goes, do you remember this, and what were your thoughts about international wrestling during that period of time?
Yes, well, you know, I remember that night very well, you know, the bottle and everything, and it had a great impact, you know. I mean, people couldn't believe I did it. I've seen the Beast done at Rudy Kay's brother, I've seen him do that in Hawaii. In fact, I was in a cage match against him in Hawaii, and for that interview, he did it, you know, with the beer bottle burning the blood, and I'm going, wow, this is great, you know. And I remember being in that match against Steve Strong, and Steve Strong was such a strong character, and I mean, you know, and I needed to put some spice into it and make, you know, really like things were going to happen in that cage match. I said, well, let's go ahead with that beer bottle. I'm going to do it. And people went, are you crazy? Are you nuts or what? You know, and I did it, and, you know, we put it in slow motion on TV and it looked fantastic, you know.
Now, did you ever do that in Portland? Because I seem to remember, and I don't know if it was you.
Roddy Piper did it in Portland.
Okay, and you were Roddy Piper's tag team partner then, right?
Right, and I remember the night before Roddy did it on Saturday, because he was with me in Hawaii when we both saw it at the same time when the Beast did it. And I remember him and I, the night before, we're at the outside our motel, you know, our motel room, and we both in front of our yard, you know, with a beer bottle in each hand, you know. We said, well, we got to try this, and we both did it that night, you know. Of course, with a couple of beers inside. And then the next night, Roddy did it on Portland TV.
Let's go to James in New Jersey. James, you're up with Rick Martel.
Is this Rick Martel?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I just tuned in late. At least there's one person out here worth respecting. Now, I have a question. Dave Melzer, how long did it take to wipe the brown off your nose at the last Thursday at the Pillman show? Because you're such a brown nose of his WWF marks.
That's really intelligent. See you later. Oh, God. Let's see. Where were we? This is from Scott in Maine, who was asking, how would you compare working to the AWA and working in the WWF in the 80s? Oh, wait, before I get to that, as far as the international wrestling goes, Now, you said that you were like a one-third owner at one point. What happened there? Like, did you get out and then go to WWF or?
Yes, exactly. You see, we were doing great. We had, some really good crowds, and business was great. But we getting pressured by the television because Vince by then was kind of taking over wrestling, as you know, with sending his tapes free, and with better quality than our tapes, of course. And so the manager, the TV station manager, were pressuring us every week. Well, you got to invest more in your television, and look at these guys, and we could have his tape for free, and look at you guys. And so I could see what was coming on. So I said, well, before the shift started to sink, I'm gonna head out here, So I went and had a secret meeting with Vince. With nobody knew it. At a secret meeting with Vince, and then I came up. Vince wanted me as a single, and I came up with the idea with the Can-Am connection. I said, look, I got this kid. He never saw Tom Zenk in his life. He didn't even know who he was. Never heard from him. And I said, look, I'm sure it's gonna work. Look, this, how, and this and that, and he said, okay, Rick, I'm gonna take your word for it, and we're gonna go with this idea of yours, and he did, and the idea worked, but it's just the wrong guy.
But now, as far as like afterwards, with Santana, you guys worked a lot with Heart Foundation, Demolition, the various teams that were in the WWF at that time. Is there anyone from, in any period in your career where you really didn't like working with them, where it was just sort of like you went into where they were in your territory or something, and it was one of those things where you kind of rolled your eyes and go, oh boy, this was, this won't be a fun night.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I'll tell you that when I first went into WWF, back in the days of Vince Sr., I came, from the South, or Georgia and Florida and Texas and, all these places. And I came, from Portland, where he had a great crew, Buddy Rose and, Roddy and them. And then here I am, 25 or something, wanted to get over like, gangbusters in WWF, in New York City, the big town, And I go there and I remember my first night in, I'm working against Baron Cicluna. And, oh, man, Baron didn't want to do anything, and, I wanted to jump all over, And so it's hard to get adjusted to that type of thing, And I remember Giant, came to me and said, Rick, don't worry, look, this is how it works here, and, take your time, and, eventually you'll get who you want to work with. And so I was patient, and things paid off. But those were hard nights, for me to go through.
When you first went to WWF, it was not, there weren't a lot of really, I'd say, athletic style wrestlers. Kind of your style was more of a real big, slow guy territory. Right,
exactly. That's what I mean. Like a really slow type thing, and not much, spots and stuff, and and then of course, you had Don Morocco was just, with the Intercontinental title, and man, when I could, work with Don, it was great. I really enjoyed that. But other than, and slowly it turned around, things.
Do you have like of all the various tag partners that you had over the years? Do you got like a favorite one? Was it Tito or somebody else?
Yeah. Well, of course, I really enjoyed with Tony Gurria as much inside as outside. And we're 2 times a tag team title holder, and I enjoyed that. But also, Tito was a great partner. But I'll tell you, of all those things, of all those guys that I, was partnered with, Tony Rich, and we had a great run in Georgia together. But all those guys, I'll tell you, if the Can-Am connection would have stayed the course, and Tom Zenk and I, we could have got over. That Can-Am connection to me was, I felt, would have been the best thing I could have done.
You can buy the Logitech QuickCam Express for just under $50. Check out quickcam.com, but you can win one right here. Now, this is one where you got to call up to give us the answer, and you'll get a webcam. It's not an email one. So anyway, here is the question. It involves Rick Martel, and Rick Martel just a few minutes ago had mentioned his tag team with Tony Gurria. Who when Rick Martel and Tony Gurria were in the WWF, they held the WWF Tag Team titles a couple of times. Who did they win the championships from? So anyway, you got to have all of the teams they beat to win the titles. And that's our trivia question. So we'll start taking answers to that in just a second. Before we get some callers on that, I want to ask Rick, we got several emails about your match with Jake Roberts in the blindfold match. And were you really blind, and what was it like working out that match?
Yeah, well, it wasn't, we could see a little bit, not much. It was hard. In fact, the first night that we tried this, I never had a blindfold match before that. So we had a trial match in West Palm Beach, Florida. And I remember, I put this thing on my head. It was hard to see, but of course, Jake was such a great worker, and he had done those matches before, and he let me through it. The things were, really good. It really clicked.
Okay, we've got Dave from San Francisco. You're first up, trying to win the cam.
Yeah, I got the answer to your question.
You probably do. Okay.
They won them from the Samoans. They lost them to the Moondogs. Then they won them from the Moondogs. Then they lost them to Fuji and Saito.
That's correct.
Got it. That's
Thanks,
it.
guys.
Okay, got to hang on and give your address.
San Francisco.
Okay, let's see. We were talking about that blindfold match. Now, I'm trying to remember, did Jake disappear right after that, or did you? Because I seem to remember the blindfold match and somebody disappeared.
I did. I did.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. Was that like kind of your like you had given notice and you were going to drop that match and then get out? Was that kind of the
correct.
idea?
Yeah.
Okay, what at that point in time, so this is 91? Is that right?
91, yeah.
Okay, what was the mentality of, so you would have been, how old, like mid-30s at this point?
Yeah, that's correct. I was getting involved with commercial real estate that time now. I knew wrestling was not going to be, I didn't want to finish up. See, all those years, Dave, I see so many wrestlers, especially back then, where, didn't have another life after wrestling, and they hang on and hang on and hang on, and then they just, I didn't want that to happen to me. I said, I'm going to get ready, and so in 91, right after that match, I got involved in commercial real estate, and I started, in that business, and then I came back a couple of years after, 93.
Now, when you left in 91, physically, were you banged up, or were you feeling pretty darn good leaving?
I was feeling good. Oh, I was feeling really good. Physically, I was feeling good. It was mentally that, it was hard. Wrestling was hard business, and you have to remember that, I started, I'd been in 91, I already been in wrestling, for 18 years, so I didn't want to do that much longer, I said, so physically, it was great, but mentally it was the hardest,
Now, when you were in wrestling, as far as the training and things like that, did you train differently than the other guys? Because as years went on, the good physique was not unusual. When you started, I wouldn't say there were wrestlers with good physiques, but you had that very very athletic look. It wasn't like it was like a bodybuilder, but not a huge bodybuilder that didn't have mobility. It was, because you had the quickness and everything to go with it. So it was kind of that kind of athletic, track star type of, but bigger than a track star. But you know what I'm saying? That look, did you train differently than other people, or was it a kind of a look that you just were genetically programmed for, or had that all, or was, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, maybe genetically, was like that. But my training and my dieting, was, I have to say, that Tom Zenk really helped me with that. I didn't, the nutrition, I didn't pay much attention to that. I said, I thought, well, I go and work out for 2.5 hours, and then the meals I had all kinds of too much protein, and I didn't pay attention. Well, Tom Zenk taught me about you should have so much carbs and so much protein and everything, and I mean I really learned a lot from him on that as far as training. He was a bodybuilder before I met him, and I learned a lot from him, and discipline. I've always been very disciplined, and whether I'd be on the road or whether in Europe or wherever, I always diet and went to the gym and stuff.
Let's go to Masad in Pennsylvania. Masad, what's going on?
Hey, Dave, Rick.
Hi.
How are both of you?
Thanks.
Dave, I wanted to ask you a question. Seeing as if All Japan might split up, do you think all the wrestlers would go with Misawa, and if they did, would Misawa be open-minded about them coming to the U.S. or not?
It's too early to tell. I don't. A lot of people thought that was going to happen within the next couple of weeks at the end of this tour, and the impression I get is that because of kind of like what's the word I'm looking for, but respect for Jumbo Tsuruta, that it may not happen so shortly, because now everyone's going like, if we all leave and this company dies, it's like the history of Baba and Tsuruta, kind of dies with the company. So there's somewhat of an aversion that the timing isn't right to make the move. If it does, I don't know what Misawa's thought is, because Misawa was like, there's two types of Japanese wrestlers. There's many different types, but you've got your Japanese wrestlers that, at one point in their career wrestled a lot in the United States, and kind of understand American wrestling and the American thing, and then you get the Japanese wrestlers like Misawa, who really never, he had wrestled matches in the United States, but never wrestled regularly in the United States, and so I don't know, where his mentality is. His style of wrestling is not American, or it's very different from what they do in the United States now, and the All Japan style is, totally different than American style right now. So maybe I don't know if his mentality would just be like, hey, it's not even similar. Whereas like in the 80s, it was different style, but if a guy was great in the United States and went to Japan, they usually could be great there or good there. And here, it's like it's different animals. Like there's some of the greatest wrestlers here would probably go over there and not be good, and certainly vice versa.
And my last question was, if let's just say he does decide that he might come or he might send someone, who do you think is the American wrestler that would blend with them the best?
For All Japan?
Yeah.
Oh boy. That's really hard, because it's like the way their stuff is. It's like, the kind of guys who got over there in the past were like your Stan Hansen, Steve Williams, Stan Hansen, Terry Gordy, Bruiser Brody. So you're talking about, good-sized guys with agility and a lot of athletic ability. But they kind of like that big look. So, kind of like, I think, Rock, it's a different style, and he throws a lot of punches. It's hard. If he could do the forearms instead of the punches, because he's got, he's agile and big at the same time, I could see him. I don't know. Is there anyone you could think of offhand?
Myself?
Either of you. As far as like a wrestler of today who would like fit in with like the All Japan style of American foreign. Maybe Booker T. If he's given the opportunity.
Booker T does all those great moves. Leg. I think he would. He looks great. I think he would do great there.
Hmm.
Myself, I think Triple H has proven he can fight any style.
It's a different style. He's a great worker. I think that's a different style of work. But and that's not saying he couldn't go there and adapt and be real good at it. And also the thing is with Triple H is he's pretty good at working the crowd, and that's probably something that they need a little bit of. It'd be interesting. Like a guy like Van Damme, I would say, to be a top guy there, no, the style doesn't work as a top guy main event style. Even though Van Damme's been there, Van Damme's style is more of a mid card All Japan. When he was there. I'm just trying to think who the other. So many of the best young guys here. I'm trying to think of who. I don't know. No one's really popping into my head right now. As far as Angle, to me, Angle's more New Japan style than All Japan. I think Angle would do very well there if he got the opportunity. I think though. I mean, as far as like, Angle would I think would do real well in that tag team role. Of course, Benoit would do if he went. Benoit would do tremendous there because he knows what to do there. I don't know.
He's already been tremendous.
What?
He's already been tremendous in Japan.
Yeah. But it was with New Japan. Benoit's never gone All Japan.
Yeah.
And there are differences, but he would do great. Obviously, and he would get over great because the Japanese kind of think of him as almost one of them anyway, because they know that he trained. He started his training there and his early career was there.
All right, I know you guys got to go.
All right. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Let's see what else we got going. We're gonna, as far as what are some of the other territories? Did you ever work Carolinas?
No, I never did. I never, a lot of people ask, because I was there, in, Georgia and Florida, Texas, and when I was about to go to Carolina, that's when I got, because that was going to be my next move after Georgia, to go to Carolina. I'd met, Rick Flair, and everybody was saying, Rick, you should come there, and you should go, and then I met Mark Lewin, who said, he told me about Australia and New Zealand, and I knew I needed to get away from the States and make a break and then come back later, get a couple of years experience before I came back to the States, and so I didn't get a chance to go to Carolina.
Do you ever wrestle like one of the European circuits, like England circuit or like Autobahn circuit or anything like that?
Yeah, I wrestled for Otto. Went to Austria, and Germany for Otto, because I met Otto back in the AWA, and we traveled together a couple of times, and so he called me when I was at WBF, and I told him, I said, look, when I'm finished here, definitely I'll come for you and for a couple of tours, and I did.
Is there any, like a lot of wrestlers, stayed in the States and then, you pretty much went everywhere. Was it just the opportunity called, or did you have, when you started in wrestling, the idea that, one of the perks of wrestling was that you were going to get to travel the world?
Yes, when I started, I wanted to learn, as much as I could, a different style and see as many different wrestlers from all over the world, and I said the only way possible was to go travel, and see, in fact, when I went to New Zealand, that's when I went to Singapore and all those places, and I met all these different guys, and, to me it was the best way to learn. The different style, different wrestling, and I'm glad I did.
Is there any place that you went that you hated, or said like you went on like one trip to, and just said, man, this part of the world I'm never going back to?
Yeah, South America. I went to Caracas, and oh man, it was rough. We couldn't even get out of the. At night you can, they said you couldn't get out of the hotel. Because it'd be dangerous. And I didn't like those kind of places, and I was offered a lot of tours when I was off in '91, and again when I took off in '94, I was offered a lot of tours in India and South Africa and all those places, and in fact, that tour where that Chris got injured, you remember that the kid from Georgia got injured, and they had a riot, and he got really badly injured.
Is it in India?
Yeah.
Yeah. They rioted because Chris Walker, right?
Yeah, Chris Walker, exactly. Yeah. I was supposed to be. They asked me to go on that tour. And I didn't want to go to those places. Where I didn't feel, where your security was, better. And I tell you, another place, especially back then, that I didn't care much for. I never wrestled in that territory for a long period of time. I just went and did a couple of shots. It was in Puerto Rico. Of course, my brother died there, so I went back there when Frenchie Martin was there. I wrestled as his brother. I went there for a couple, and and it was such a dangerous place. I didn't really enjoy that.
Now, that was, you went to Puerto Rico, was that before or after what happened to Brody?
Was before.
Okay, yeah, because...
Yeah, I went, before once, and I went after, a couple of years after I went once.
Oh, just for like one shot in and out?
Yeah, I never worked that territory a long time.
Yeah.
I just went there for, one shot or two.
Now, you worked for a long time for, was over a year probably, maybe longer for Don Owen, right?
Yes, I went for Don about 10 months around there. Yeah, that was just before I went to WWF.
Was there any, we talked a little bit about it, they had Buddy Rose and Roddy Piper and people like that. And as I recall, I think Kurt Hennig might have been there too. They had a lot of guys in that territory that went on, to be great workers. Was it just, as far as the Oregon, is there anything about the Oregon territory that you felt just because, I don't know, I guess there's a lot of, getting a lot of interview time, or that you worked long matches, you worked 6 nights a week or whatever it was that led to so many of the wrestlers developing well there?
Yeah, that, and also Don Owens, much to his credit, was a great promoter. He gave a lot of leeway to the guys. You could be creative, and you could, you didn't have a booker that would, hold you down and have his little click or whatever. You could go there and be creative, and man, Don was tremendous. He gave you your chance. Give you a chance to develop as a wrestler, and that's why a lot of guys went there and all of a sudden, blossom into top workers,
When you were a kid, you mentioned you started watching wrestling at the age of 10. Was it Montreal Wrestling?
Right. Yeah.
Is there anyone in particular as far as like a favorite wrestler?
Of course, Mad Dog Vachon here in Quebec, is our big idol here, and also you had, Johnny Rougeau, who was the promoter, and he also worked, he was a big star here, and Carpentier, So those were the big stars here.
Okay, Rick, we are totally out of time right now. I want to thank you very much for doing the show, and we'll try to do this again. And best of luck, and hope you have a good retirement, and you're not lured back, because too many of the guys, get lured back, and then kind of feel weird about it.
Well, no, you can take my word for it, Dave. I'm not getting back. I have no intention of doing so, and I'm enjoying my life too much for that right now. And also, I want to take the opportunity, to thank all the fans, in the States and all over, the world. They had some great times, and also want to congratulate you for your success. I remember you, Dave, from years ago, your first starting, and I remember in the dressing room saying, "Who's this guy? What is this?" And newsletter, what? And here you are now, big success, and it's great for you.
Well, thanks very much. I appreciate that, and good luck to you, and don't forget, we'll be back here tomorrow at 6. We have Harley Race here. Harley Race, one of the all-time greats of this profession, started wrestling as, 15, 16 years old, and is still involved in the business today still involved with World League Wrestling, Harley?
Yes, I am. Is this Dave?
This is Dave. Dave, and it's Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer here with Harley Race.
Hey, Dave, how are you?
I'm doing really good.
Are you the same Dave Meltzer from Mankato, Minnesota?
No, I've never been in Mankato, Minnesota in my life.
There was a guy by the name of Dave Meltzer I think it was Dave anyhow, Meltzer from Mankato, Minnesota, that was around when I was in Minneapolis. Which has been a lot of years ago.
Yeah, that's the 60s, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I saw the TV special. In fact, I just rewatched it a couple of weeks ago that they did in St. Louis some months back that you were a big part of, the history of wrestling at the Chase. And there was a tape, and you talked about this. I guess you were very young in the business when you first wrestled at Wrestling at the Chase, when it was at the Coruscant Room, and you were describing the atmosphere. And I mean, it was so unlike anything that I had ever seen in wrestling, the tape of Wrestling at the Coruscant Room in St. Louis, early 60s. And I thought maybe you could, tell people about what was the difference, and even more so, why? It was just like, wow, I've just never seen anything like this in wrestling.
Well, that was back before everybody started talking about wrestling in this frame of mind that they talk about it today. And it was just the right spot at the right place and time. It was great being able to be a part of it. And if wrestling was still held in the esteem that it was held back then, it would be a much better business today.
Now, could you explain what you mean by that, as far as just the respect for wrestling as a craft is what you mean, or do you mean, the fact that people talk about wrestling more openly now, or a combination of both?
Combination of both. The ability of a lot of the kids nowadays is still there. It's really a sham that they use the word wrestling in front of a lot of it, but it's there.
Oh, it evolved. I guess it just evolved into what it is. Without word, I know what you're saying, that there was a lot more.
It didn't evolve into what it is today. It was led that way purposely.
No, you're right about that, actually. Yeah. What are your feelings about the good and the bad of wrestling in the year 2000?
Well, the good part, everybody's making a lot of money. The bad part is that once that bubble bursts, where are they going to go from there?
What's as far as if you're gonna say things about the current scene, what in particular don't you like about the current scene, as far as like maybe if you're afraid of the future of the industry, or just pitfalls that maybe you're afraid they're going to walk into that they need to sidestep, or maybe
we're live on the air right now?
Yeah, we're live on the air, yeah.
So I have to be a little bit careful about what I say, right?
I don't have to be that careful.
We're on the air.
Unless you want to be.
All the fingers that you see stuck up in the air and the gestures made toward your crotch and things like that don't need to be in anything. It may be funny, it may get a laugh or two, but how do you explain that to your child when you go home? At some point there has to be an end to what people will do to entertain other people.
As far as, do you think that it's just like one of those things where the what's the word I'm looking for? The standards have just dropped to such a low degree that in the long run it's gonna hurt the profession?
Well, sure it is. Look back to the 60s when they called everybody hippies that were doing virtually the same thing. Now a lot of those people are leading some of this, and they, I don't know whether they want to admit that they're reliving their childhood or whatever, but does it remind you a lot of the 60s?
I wasn't around in the 60s, so I mean, I was actually like, Brian wasn't around in the 60s. I was alive in the 60s, but not old enough to really remember anything that happened then.
You don't remember the peace signs and the free love and...
I mean, I vaguely remember that from that period, and I remember Billy Graham, who was actually one of the first wrestlers I ever saw on television, used to do kind of like a gimmick based on that before he became superstar Billy Graham. Where he would be colorful and do the peace sign and things like that. I mean, actually, my earliest memories of wrestling probably are more in tune to that than actually living through that period.
Well, if you're, I don't even know how the hell to relate to what we're talking about there, other than the fact that that's the closest thing that I can relate it to. And if it continues to go that way, it's going to bubble and bubble, and that the elasticity of that bubble is pretty soon going to stretch too far.
Do you see any guys nowadays that remind you like a good classical wrestler?
I didn't hear that.
Do you see any of the wrestlers today that remind you of a good classical, wrestler? The type of, I think there's some of the guys today, and that would have fit in as far as like the top of the rung in the 70s. Like the real very, very skilled at the art of working matches, as opposed to Cheap Heat, I guess, if that's what we're going to be comparing it to. I'm not even sure if that's the right term. But, I guess he's trying to say
that's a real good term.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys out there that can still wrestle. To sit here and to name them all off to you, it'd take me quite a while, because there's that many of them that can still do it. It's just that they're not allowed to do it for time restraint. Someone couldn't go out there like they did the other night with WWF and talk for 34 minutes before the first thing started. And I'm not saying that all of that's bad. We did promos back in my year also, but they weren't 34 minutes and the wrestling 16. It was a lot more the other way around.
Before we get to the calls, I just wanted to ask Harley. You have wrestled pretty well everywhere in the world at some point during your career, and I just want to know if you had to name your favorite places to wrestle, favorite promoters, least favorite promoters. What pops in your mind when questions like that are asked?
Well, my favorite, of course, is Japan. I was in and out of Japan 65 different times over that same length of time that you're just talking about. The prettiest country, in my opinion, is New Zealand. Promoters are pretty much the same worldwide. Now, I've been one myself, and right now I'm one as we speak.
When you were in Japan, I know that you wrestled many, many, many matches with Jumbo Tsuruta, who passed away 2 weeks ago now. And I was actually wanting to ask you what your thoughts, because Jumbo Tsuruta, to me, was just an awesome worker, awesome wrestler.
Yeah, Jumbo came to Amarillo, Texas, right after the '72 Olympics, and broke in Amarillo. I was in and out of there a lot at that time, and overall, Jumbo was as nice a guy as you'd ever want to meet, and he was that way 24 hours a day, not just in public.
We have an email here from someone asking me a question. I'm not actually familiar with this, but maybe you are. Was there an incident with you and Jackie Gleason, like an angle or something like that? They said that, what was the story between Harley Race and Jackie Gleason? And I'm just not familiar with that. Was there anything?
Back in the early 70s, when they came out with Smokey and the Bandit, Gleason was, of course, a part of that. And he'd been out of the limelight for quite some time when he had finally closed down the Jackie Gleason hour. So he wanted to do something in front of the public again that would kind of spear into Smokey and the Bandit. So it was kind of set up that night when I walked out to the ring wrestling the Rock's father, that he was to shake hands with Rocky Johnson, come over to me, and I'd extend my hand, and he'd do that, and away you go stuff, just slap my hand and do his walk out of the ring. Well, during the course of the evening, he had a little bit too much to drink, and he thought, well, if I just cheap shot him, I can knock him out. So that's what he tried to do. And then later on, in the Milwaukee paper, it came out, UPS, or whatever the initials are for United Press Association, he told the story exactly the way it happened, and that was it.
And also, Let's see. What was? Oh, we got a question here. This is from Johnny Tibbs. I knew that this was going to come up. Could you please ask Harley to explain his position that the show must go on regarding Owen Hart's death at the Kansas City pay-per-view? He goes, I heard his comments on the Law show, and I couldn't disagree more, and he used injuries in the NFL as an example of the show going on without interruption. And his thought is, he goes, if Brett Favre or Steve Young had a violent collision on the field and died at that moment, I'm sure the game would have been stopped. If not, could you imagine the headlines? The pay-per-view should have been stopped out of respect for Owen's family, if nothing else. Besides, it's the only thing to do under the circumstances because the man died. And anyway, I was wondering, I know you were, and I know that you were friends with Owen Hart, and you made those comments, and I was just wondering, what your thoughts are of all that.
I've been friends with the Hart family dating back to the early 70s. And what I said, in effect, was that Detroit Lions were playing the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City. One of the players was paralyzed, and he's never walked since, and the game continued. Al Unser's kid was just killed the other day on the Speedway, and the race continued. It's part of the entertainment business. We're out there to do the show. And as tragic as that horrible thing was, had they stopped it right then, there would have been 19,000 plus people demanding their money back, and probably a lot more injuries than the tragic one that had just happened.
I mean, to me, I have to say that I would disagree on that, only because they have rainouts in baseball routinely, and it's not really an issue. And I've seen concerts stopped, when a performer has, a bad throat. And I've just seen like a lot of the
concert that you saw stopped because the singer had the bad throat. Was that right in the middle of it?
It was right at it was very early on, yeah.
Well, did they have any problem with the public?
Not what I would call. I mean, they had disgruntlement, but as far as it wasn't like it was a dangerous situation or anything like that.
Well, I've been involved in events where people died. Ted DiBiase's father died in my arms in Lubbock, Texas. And the ambulance was backed in, and they hauled him out, and the match continued. It's happened several different times. Owen Hart was not the first. And it continued.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, there was a boxer who died in the ring. They didn't stop the boxing card.
They had a show in Kansas City where they did stop the boxing card, and the guy, in fact, it was very shortly after Owen Hart died.
Oh, yeah, shortly after.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they did stop the. I remember there was a boxing show in Kansas City where a guy took a terrible beating, and he actually didn't die for about 3 days afterwards, but he did die. But they stopped the show at that point because of the fear that he might die, and also because it was like just a couple of months after Owen died, and it was at a casino in Kansas City, and just the idea that because it was Kansas City, I think that the promoters felt, and not only that, but they actually canceled their next show because I forget what the whole story was, but they had announced a follow-up show and canceled the next show out of respect to the boxer.
Well, that may be all well and true, but again, you just said it was after the Owen Hart thing. It was in Kansas City, and if you believe that didn't have a lot to do with what they did.
Oh, it had everything to do with it. They all said that. They all said because of the negativity towards what happened in Kansas City, that the boxing promoters just felt that, they didn't want to repeat the mistake the WWF made, was basically, it wasn't their reasoning that they said publicly, but everyone knew that was part of their reasoning.
Yeah, but, like I said, Owen was not the first one to die in the ring. And God help us, let's hope that he is the last. But in all probability, he won't be. That's just the sad reality of it. We go in there with injury in mind. You know, you can be hurt at any given moment. Take the football player that got hurt up there, was paralyzed for quite a while. That's just part of it. They didn't stop that one. I really don't know of any that has ever stopped when a wrestler was really seriously injured or when one died.
I mean, I know that when Larry Cameron died in I think it was Austria, that they did stop. I mean, I know that example. I mean, there may be others, but you know, I'm aware of when Larry Cameron had a heart attack and they stopped the show.
Well, I wasn't aware of that one, but
yeah, that's in the mid '90s.
I guess you know it would be the call of whoever would have to be there running it at the time. Had I been there running it at the time, I would have done just what they did. I would have went on with the show.
Now, if you were running, what are your thoughts as far as some of the, and I don't want to belabor the Owen Hart point, you know, the weird coincidence, of course, you being actually one of the final, I think you were one of the final people who actually talked with him, and I know that, you know, what are your, as far as the type of stunts and stuff that involved, I mean, do you, and it's not a lawsuit question either, but just do you think that that's gotten out of hand in wrestling as far as like, some of the risk-taking and things like that?
Yes, I do. And I was one of the originators of a lot of that goofy stuff. At some point, sliding down a cable like that to me has nothing to do with it. He wasn't the first to do that either. Hell, back in the 50s, they had a guy who used to swing down on a rope until he hit the top rope and tripped himself and damn near killed himself. So, you know, all that stuff's been done before, but I don't think there's any part of it that has anything to do with wrestling. And I didn't like it then. I don't like it now.
Let's head to the phone. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Brian.
What about there's a lot more stunt work in wrestling nowadays. Do you think that that's going to lead to more injuries, or what are your feelings on that?
Well, as far as the stunts are concerned, if there's a semblance of being involved in a wrestling thing, you know, like I said, they've been there forever, and they're not going to go away. So it's just at some point you have to say, I've stretched this thing as far as I can stretch it.
Now, you know, you were one of the first guys to do a lot of the top rope moves, diving headbutt off the top rope. I don't know if you were the first, but you're probably the first one I ever saw. You know, Dynamite Kid later did it, and Benoit does it a lot, and a lot of guys do it today. As far as like what physical price, I mean, you were for your era, you were a huge risk taker. And did it night after night for a long, long time, but not from the heights that some of these guys are doing it now. I mean, do you think, like, with your experience looking back, what type of physical, price are these guys going to pay when they get to be, say, 40, 50, 55 years old?
Well, February 2nd this year, I just had 5 vertebrae fused in my back. The 3, 4, and 5 lumbar, and the top 2 sacroiliac. At some point, I'm going to have my neck fixed like Austin just had his. That's what I originally went into the doctor for, was the neck. So that's the price I paid for abusing my body for 40 years.
I want to start going to the phones. Let's start with Wes in Virginia. Wes, you're first up with Harley Race.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Very good.
I wanted to ask Harley what the relationship was with Ole Anderson, and I know there was some heat between the two, if he would comment on that.
I can hardly hear him.
he was asking about Ole Anderson. I mean, there was a period. In fact, I'm kind of curious about this myself. There was a period in the early 80s when you were world champion where for a long period of time you never went into Atlanta, when Atlanta had the national outlet, and they never mentioned your name even though you were... Was there any reason for, that, or is it just... What's the story behind that?
That was an inner squabble between the people that were trying to take over the National Wrestling Alliance versus the powers that were to be at that point in time. It wasn't really Atlanta that I didn't go into. It was actually the Carolinas, and the Carolinas had virtually control of Atlanta TV at that point.
So was it more of a Crockett thing than an Ole Anderson thing, or was it a combination of both? Or...
Crockett.
Really? And so what was... do you know what that was all about? Were they just trying to take over the alliance at that point in time, or...
Well, it's really kind of hilarious. Back about that point was when the move was to consolidate the whole National Wrestling Alliance around the Carolinas rather than in St. Louis, where it had been for 50 years. And it was just a power struggle, trying to head New York off, and it all come up short.
What I was going to say, this is Wes, is there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yeah, one quick. I wanted to ask him how the thing with the Secrets of Pro Wrestling on NBC, like about a year ago, turned out. And I know there was some backlash from some people from that. And I just wondered his comments.
Yeah, that's right. That Secrets of, did you know what it was going to be going in, and what were your feelings on it coming out?
No, I did not know what it was going to be going in, or I wouldn't have went out there to start with. Once I had already got there, if you noticed, I was the only person on there, period, that did not have a mask or have their face or something covered up one way or the other. I thought, if I'm stupid enough to let myself get back into this, then I'm going to be man enough to face it coming out.
So when you, how did they pitch that thing to you, and what were your feelings on the show after it aired?
Well, after it aired, if you saw the same one I saw, I was only on there a brief, just a real brief part on two different little flicks. And what they'd actually taped was ours. But I didn't tell them what they wanted to hear, so I got the two little clips that were on there.
What did they want to hear?
Well, if I tell you, I'd be myself, well, but send it to there where I was getting paid for it, right?
But they basically, now what they wanted to hear, because, to me, a lot of that show, there were things that were said, like, I'm sure she's a stunt grannies and things like that, which were, kind of, to me, killed whatever truth there was in there. There was so much that wasn't true that when it was over, my reaction was, it's like, whoever was the technical advisor to this was making a lot of stuff up or didn't know anything about wrestling.
Yes, they were.
And I mean, with the stuff that you were telling them, were you just trying to tell them, look, some of the stuff that you're purporting to be the secrets of wrestling is not actually part of wrestling?
On numerous occasions, I said that to them. But that was, again, they're cutting the film, not me. There was so much stuff on there that there's just absolutely has nothing to do with wrestling that they made the thing ridiculous for themselves.
Yeah, because when the thing was over, I mean, it was pretty much lambasted for its just, aside from it being just a really bad show, the credibility to like anyone who was a wrestling fan who just, talks about some of the things, and I guess the stunt grannies just pops in my mind. When they were talking about this happens every night in wrestling, and I'm thinking, geez, I've been going to wrestling since I was, for 30 years, and I'm still looking for the granny and the knee pads taking bumps.
Yep, like I said, there was tons of film shot there, and they had their choice of what they wanted to air of it, and they wound up making a fool of themselves with it. I wound up making a fool of myself to even go to appear out there to start with, but again, I like to say I had enough guts to confront the thing, and at least they knew who I was.
Well, how was it going from territory to territory? Because now the champions, they wrestle within one promotion. They wrestle the same guys every night. When you were champion in the 70s and in the 80s as well, you basically wrestled every top guy within the NWA, in 20-plus territories year-round, pretty grueling schedule.
Well, I'll give you two for instances on that. Excuse me. I wrestled 1 hour to a draw in Tokyo, Japan on Friday night. I left there and wrestled Jack Briscoe in St. Louis, Missouri on Friday night, with the time change coming back and the date change 1 hour. Left St. Louis the following morning and wrestled Carlos Colon for an hour in San Juan, Puerto Rico. That, my friend, is asking a world of any one human being.
Oh, my God. Just the
travel. He talked about that hour that they did on the show, Vince's show the other night, like it had never been done before. Then I had a tour to Australia. I wrestled 5 straight hours and 2 90-minuters in 1 week. I left Australia, looked like the human sponge, or the human prune. You were just, everything about you was crinkly, where you dehydrated. But if I had it all to do over again, I wouldn't change a whole lot of it.
Was wrestling at WrestleMania 3, this is from Andrew Thomas, was wrestling in WrestleMania 3 a career highlight at that big crowd in Pontiac?
Sure, it was great. When you walk out in front of 20,000 plus people, whether it's 20 or 100, you really don't know a heck of a lot of difference. That thing was probably at that point the largest one ever. They've had some bigger since, but the highlight of my career was the first and the last time I won the title.
So now the first time was that Kansas City from Dory Funk Jr.?
Yes.
And then the last time would have been with Flair. Right? Is that St. Louis with Flair?
No, Wellington, New Zealand.
Oh, the restaurant of the New Zealand one. Yeah. Any specific reason why the New Zealand one would be a career highlight?
I just got 2 steps ahead of Fez at that point in time.
What do you think about the state of some of the titles nowadays that are changing hands every week?
Well, when you've only got 2 organizations and 2 bosses, they can change it whenever they want to. I don't really agree with it because at some point your title doesn't mean anything.
How, you held that title on and off for 11 years. What is, I guess this is probably not even how often do you think a title can be changed to where it just becomes changed so often that a title change means nothing and then the title itself stops meaning a lot?
Well, you're seeing it happen right now. The frequency, I guess, would depend really on who's there and who's prepared. But when there's just 2 groups and they never wrestle one another and it becomes kind of an inner sanctum thing, I guess just whoever they get in the position to keep the seats full.
What you wrestled Bob Backlund when he was WF champion, probably half dozen times, maybe more. Not a lot. Was there any? What was the politics behind those matches? I mean, was it just one of those things where the companies were working, WWF and NWA were working close enough together where they could just put the match on to help draw a crowd in some places, or was there more politics behind it than just the fact that they were a couple of cities maybe wanted that match?
Well, back at that point in time, the WWF couldn't use the word world. They call it the WWF champion. They couldn't use the word world in it because they were actually a member of the National Wrestling Alliance at that time. I wrestled Backlund, I think, 3 different times for the title. Once in Florida, once in New York, and then once in St. Louis. New York City, he won on disqualification, but of course, under the National Wrestling Alliance rules at that point, title could not change on disqualification. As far as being a political thing, I don't think really then that was involved in it, because it just, the people had wanted that match for so long, they decided to give it to them, and when they did, they decided to do it in 2 or 3 different places.
Let's go to Chris in Indiana. Chris, you're next up with Harley Race.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, how are you?
Mr. Race. It's great to talk to you. I'll speak up, or Dave, I'll just talk to you if I need to. I know we got a bad connection sometimes.
Just talk loud, and it should be okay. Harley, you can hear him fine?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Race, I know you mentioned a couple minutes ago about you've had to have some vertebrae fused, and that I was just going to ask, how have you been feeling the last couple of years here? I know you had a botched surgery a few years ago, and I just wanted to know how you're getting around these days and how you're feeling.
Well, I just came back from the doctor in Kansas City yesterday, and he told me the fusion had taken great and everything looked good, and I automatically felt about 3 times better right then. I'd been kind of concerned about it, but a lot of that stuff becomes mental. All through my abdominal surgeries and stuff like that, I never really thought that was going to be the end of my career, and it wasn't. Probably should have been, and I'd have felt better than I do right now. But
wasn't it a car accident?
I still get around halfway decent.
Wasn't it a car accident that knocked you out of WCW there in 94, 93?
Yeah, what was the injury that ended your career with WCW as far as, because you were managing Vader, if I remember?
Yes. I was managing Vader, and I had an automobile accident and wound up with a plastic hip after 3 surgeries.
Yeah.
Wow. I know that the Dynamite Kid has spoken highly of you as one of the guys that he puts you right up there. He said you were probably his best friend in wrestling in his book, and even on his website he does the Q&A, question and answer with the fans, and he's always spoken highly of you. I just wanted to know maybe what are a few of your memories of Dynamite, some of your time together.
Dynamite, when he first came to Canada from England, was a real tough little guy, and then he got into weightlifting and a few of the other things. Overall, Dynamite was just a great guy. I thought of Dynamite as a son more than I did as another wrestler.
Yeah, he said that even though the 2 of you were, there was an age gap there, the 2 of you were like peas in the pod, basically.
So you met him first in Canada, right? With for Calgary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Whenever I'd go to Calgary, I'd stay with him and his wife at that point in time. He was probably the most worthless guy in the world when it come to repairing things around the house. So whenever I'd arrive there, I'd get a list of things that need to be fixed.
Well, Dynamite and I have one thing in common at least. That's good to know. And just one last thing. This is something that we talked about almost it gets talked about almost every guest and every wrestler that Dave has on the show. But will the boys ever be able to stick together long enough and without the backstabbing to form any kind of a union to team up against promoters? Do you ever see that happening?
No.
No.
Succinct answer.
Yep.
That's kind of like that's usually the answer we come up with too.
That's easy. Yeah. Well, Mr. Race, I wish that there were more tapes of the early '70s around because I've loved watching your matches with Briscoe, and I can still I thought Rock and Helmsley had a good match, and there is a lot of nobody thought of doing it in this day and age, but I know that you and the boys used to do it 4 or 5 nights a week, so that's really something that's a lost art because there's just not an attention span for it. But I just wanted to thank you for a great career, and I hope you have a peaceful retirement.
Well, thank you. All the compliments are greatly appreciated. Rock, well, that's what I was saying earlier. There's a lot of guys out that are capable are still doing this, and it's just a shame that they can't put more of that into what they're doing now. But you can't. I guess you really can't knock success. If you're selling out every night, you're doing something right. May not be everything that everybody agrees to, but they're doing something right.
Now, what if you're not selling hardly any tickets at all? Are you doing anything right?
Evidently not.
There's an email here who says, can you name some wrestlers who, for whatever reason that you probably came across during your career, who you felt, had the ability that just didn't get the right break, didn't get the right chance, that could have been, top guys, and conversely, wrestlers who got breaks that became big stars that you felt were maybe lucky and maybe didn't deserve those breaks?
One that kind of sticks out right off the bat back in my so-called ear was a guy by the name of Tex McKenzie. Tex McKenzie didn't know up and down, left or right, but he made quite a bit of money. There's been a few over the years that, for want of a better expression, had not paid their dues for what they got out of it. And then there's been some that has spent their whole entire career paying their dues and has made nothing.
Any examples of someone who, like, maybe, especially when you went from territory to territory, there was a guy, maybe you wrestled him, like, in a TV match and not a main event on a big show, and all of a sudden, and you just went, wait a minute, why is this guy in this position? You know what I mean? When he's this, is there any, like, names that would pop in when I describe something like that?
Well, now some of those guys went on to do quite a bit. Take Paul Orndorff. I talked Paul Orndorff into getting out of a situation that he was in Oklahoma and coming first to Kansas City, then going to the Carolinas. Then he wound up in New York and become a superstar. Then he went into Atlanta, and he's still working with the power plant there in Atlanta. There's a lot of those guys that were around, and I tried to funnel quite a few up to Kansas City. Of course, I had a vested interest in doing that.
Yeah.
But there were several guys around back then that could have been a lot better than where they were, and wasn't for lack of talent.
We got Will in Sacramento. Will, you're next up.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Fine. Nice to talk to you. Enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I'd like to say hi to Harley Race. He's my all-time favorite wrestler. And I met him in the airport in Memphis a few years ago, and he was very cordial to me, and I appreciate it. And I wanted to ask Harley if he still has any involvement in amateur wrestling. I know at the time he was an assistant coach at a high school or something.
Wasn't your son like a really good I met your son once, Harley, about, God, I'm thinking it's got to be about 8 or 10 years ago, and he was like didn't you have a son who was a really good amateur wrestler?
Well, he was 2 times Kansas State amateur, once in the kids program and then once in the high school program. And I did do a lot of coaching back during that point in time. I took him when he was a little kid, and then through his high school years, and now that I'm here in Eldon, Missouri, doing what I'm doing now, I had an amateur class for the kids here in Eldon that was all last fall and probably start again this fall. Hello, you guys still there?
I'm here. Anything else, Will?
Sorry.
Will,
Yeah,
anything else?
I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I was also going to comment about Reed Flair and this amateur status thing.
Yeah.
I run an amateur wrestling club here in Northern California. I have kids from 3rd grade up to seniors in high school. And as far as his appearance on a pro wrestling show, I don't think that would affect him in any way. I don't think for him it would be any different than him being in like a school play or something. Because, you know, in the world of amateur wrestling or Olympic style, they don't really have a situation where they get paid to do anything unless they're doing clinic. And I don't really think that would affect him very much. As a matter of fact, I thought that his 2 leg shots were the best wrestling on the show last night, but that's just my opinion.
There was a period where, if you were like a collegiate wrestler and you did a pro match, you'd lose your eligibility.
Is that
not that many?
Yes.
Not that many years ago. Even I would think that was up to about 90. Whenever it was when Dan Severn turned pro, so I'm thinking it's 92, 93, because Dan Severn turned pro because he could still compete amateur, and he put off turning pro until that ruling was changed.
Well, I remember that Schultz and those guys were trying to start actually like a professional wrestling tour, doing freestyle wrestling, and
like Mark and Dave.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it didn't never put any butts in the seat. That's the bottom line, which is a shame, but that's the way it is. I also wanted to ask Harley Race, who was his favorite guy to work with, and who was his least favorite guy to work with?
Well, again, that's kind of a twofold question. The favorites would have been either one of the Funks, more of a Dory, because he did a lot more wrestling than Terry did, or a Jack Briscoe, who was just a pure great wrestler. The least would be the big fat guys that couldn't move when you got in the ring with them.
Well, I sure appreciate you answering my question, and I wish you a happy retirement.
Well, thank you.
And Dave, how about some lucha news once in a while, too?
I try. It's hard to keep up with that. It's hard to keep up with so much stuff.
Well, since they moved to Tuesday nights, I'm finally able to really sit down and watch the shows again, and I love lucha. You know, I wrestled.
So do I.
What?
So do I.
It's great stuff. I wrestled amateur for 13 years, and I still coach amateur wrestling, but I went to my first live pro wrestling show in 1969, so I'm an old mark.
Yeah.
And,
was it in Sacramento or was it somewhere else?
No, I wrestled in the Los Angeles area.
Okay.
And after that, I went to Long Beach Community College, Cal State Long Beach, wrestled there, and then after that, I played judo for a few years, and but I'm still an old pro wrestling mark. I can't help myself.
Okay.
Sure appreciate it.
Okay, guys, now it's time for WF Daily Trivia, brought to you by RC Edge. The first 2 people to respond correctly via email to DaveMeltzer@IATA.com will win a poster of a WF Superstar, courtesy of RC Edge. And remember to include your mailing address with your answer. And also, if you've won anything from IATA in the last 60 days, you are not eligible to win this contest. Here's today's question. Which of these wrestlers never wrestled in Madison Square Garden during the 1970s? And this is the list. Ric Flair, Jack Briscoe, Dory Funk Jr., Terry Funk, Harley Race, Giant Baba, Jumbo Tsuruta, Antonio Inoki, Vern Gagne, and Billy Robinson, who were basically the cream of the crop of wrestling in the 70s. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, that's our question. So you can email us in at DaveMeltzer@IATA.com. We're here with Harley Race and, of course, with Brian Alvarez and your phone calls. And let's go to Dave in Cincinnati. Dave, how you doing today? Hello.
I can't hear him at all.
I can't hear him at all either. Is Dave here?
Yeah.
Okay, Dave, go ahead. We didn't hear you before.
Harley, what are your memories of Ric Flair?
Harley, can you hear him now?
No, I can't.
Okay, he was asking what your thoughts are of your memories of wrestling Ric Flair.
Wrestling Ric Flair?
Yeah.
Well, that could span a lot of things. Ric Flair, during the late 70s into the 80s, was as good as there was. You know, he could do about anything. He never was a great amateur, of course, but a lot of people weren't. But as far as charisma, being able to move in the ring, go as long as you ever want to go, Rick was right up there with all of them.
Did you enjoy getting? I remember, I think like Vader in 1993. Vader was injured, and you actually filled in for Vader and wrestled Flair on some like house shows.
Yeah, towards the end of your career.
Were you happy that you got the opportunity to? Were those matches any good? And were you happy that you got the opportunity to work with them? I think I read that one of them was like a 40-minute match.
You're going to have to repeat what he said.
Okay. He said that when there was a period where Vader was injured, and you wrestled. This would be like towards the tail end of your career. They used you as a sub in a lot of matches with Flair, and he said that like he seemed to recall that one of the nights you did like a 30 or 40-minute match. But what are your thoughts of wrestling Flair, you know, like at that stage? I guess that would have been the last matches that you had with Flair. So,
well, I knew that I was in good enough shape then to wrestle 30 minutes. And I told them if they changed the time limit from 60 to 30, I'd wrestle him any night they wanted me to. But I had enough pride in my own ability that I knew I could do 30 minutes and do it with ease, and that's what we did.
Anything else, Dave?
Yeah, also, I remember, Dave, you talked about a Bret the Hitman Hart Diesel match. Remember when Bret hit the table? You said that was a big thing in the WWF?
When Bret did the...
I'm sorry?
When Bret did the table bump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember like Harley did like a headbutt through a table on a match against Hulk Hogan on Saturday Night's Main Event. And wasn't like Harley like seriously injured from that? I think that was like the first time I ever saw somebody go through a table.
As I recall, now were you going to undergo surgery, or what was the story behind that? I remember you went through a table in a match.
That was the beginning of the end of my career. It was
really?
In Nashville, Tennessee, and at that point in time, they were still on NBC, and they had heard of me being able to go through tables and so on and so forth. So they brought this table in, and I never even bothered to take a look at it. It had a 5-inch wide steel band around it. Well, I went through the table all right, but as I pushed to get up from the table, the steel that had bent recoiled and hit me in the low abdomen. And about a month later, we were in WrestleMania 4 in Trump Plaza. And when I got home from that, my intestines exploded, and I had 7 abdominal surgeries after that.
You know, it's really interesting. I was actually watching a special tape I had of a special that WWF did on the newcomers of the WWF in 1986, and Harley, you were referred to as an up and young comer.
Up and coming young wrestler in 1986.
Yeah.
1986.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny because everybody talks about how Vince makes stars, but none of the people that they featured on that special ever made it.
Really? Who were the other guys in those days?
Dan Spivey, like Jimmy Jack Funk, like Hercules Hernandez, all those big steroid guys.
What did he say? I couldn't hear it.
He said that there was a special that they were doing, and they always talk about Vince making superstars. And he was talking about like they had this thing in '86, and he was mentioning names: Hercules Hernandez, Jimmy Jack Funk, and Danny Spivey of guys they brought in. They brought in that basically those guys never made it to the top. Those names that he mentioned in that era.
And I was in that, huh?
Yeah, the young new stars come into the WWF. How did you feel? It's an interesting one. when you came to the WWF, they pretty well erased you had a history all over the world. And one of the things about the WWF in those days was that they erased your history when you came in. I mean, Dory Funk Jr., who was, one of the biggest names ever in the industry, was Hoss Funk, like he was at a Bonanza. Yeah. And you were Harley Race, and all the world titles, were just erased from your resume.
Yeah, they could erase that by not mentioning it. They couldn't erase it from people's minds. The only thing that I would not do up there is, I should say, the only thing I would not do, the stuff that they wanted me to do. I was Harley Race, and I was going to remain Harley Race. They had the King of the Ring thing, and that kind of fit Harley Race's image, so that's what I went with. Then they wanted me to do a lot of goofy stuff with the King, stuff that I wouldn't do, so then they brought Bobby Heenan in to do it for me. But Harley Race remained Harley Race all the way through his career.
Did they ever ask you to change a name to like something?
Oh yeah, sure.
Did they ever come up with like a name, like a goofy name for you, or did it never? Or did you just say like, no, I'm Harley Race?
You got it. That's what I said. That's who I was. Real early in my career, I wrestled as Jackie Long, and I came home from Nashville, Tennessee, and my dad said to me, he said, I haven't heard anything at all about Harley Race. Where are you? What are you doing? I said, well, Dad, I'm wrestling as Jackie Long in Nashville, Tennessee.
I have a question for Harley.
Yeah,
hey, Harley.
Yes, go ahead.
You guys were talking about the most undeserving people to make it. You were like one of the first people to put over the Ultimate Warrior, I can remember. You ever think that guy would ever do something in the business?
I didn't. I heard him say something about the Ultimate Warrior, but I couldn't hear it all.
He just said that, like, when Warrior came in, you were one of the first top guys to put him over, and did you ever think?
I was married to him for 6 months. Everywhere we went, it was the Ultimate Warrior and myself.
Oh, Dave, I forgot to tell you. Oh, yeah, one of the other guys that were featured in that special was one of your favorites, Ted Arcidi.
Oh, Ted Arcidi.
Ted Arcidi.
Oh, my God. You know,
God,
Triple H in the business?
I got involved in a hell of a group of guys there, didn't I?
But did you know Ted Arcidi got Triple H in the business?
Ted Arcidi was the guy who got Triple H? I didn't know that.
I was watching, like, one of those WWF home videos. It's called Triple H, It's Our Time. And Triple H talked about his career, and he said Ted Arcidi was the guy who got him in the business.
Wow. Ted Arcidi. Did you ever wrestle Ted Arcidi?
I can't remember if I did. I know who he was, of course, but I don't think I did.
I guess with Warrior, when you worked with Warrior, they must have obviously been trying to groom him and figured that if this
they give him to the master to do the grooming.
We're not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I remember watching on Superstars like a tag match. It was Harley Race and somebody else against the Warrior and Don Morocco. I'm trying to think of who that was.
I don't. It doesn't ring a bell to me. I don't know. Do you ever remember? Don Morocco's an interesting name too.
Yeah, Morocco's. When Donnie was first broke into business, they had him in Tampa, Florida, and they were grooming him to be the next Jack Briscoe. And Donnie, at that point in time, had other interest, and somehow or another that just didn't pan out the way they wanted it to.
I remember Don Morocco, when he was in the WWF,
in my opinion, is still a great guy.
But he bulked up to like 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, he got real big. Well, when he first came in, he was like
he looked like Jack Briscoe.
Right. In fact, you wrestled him.
Didn't the Grand Wizard manage him?
No, this is long before Grand Wizard days. No, this is 74, 75. I remember Harley going into Florida, wrestling Jack Briscoe. I don't know, like in some matches, and it was one of those things where, and it's interesting how the booking was in those days. Is that Morocco wrestled Harley Race, and I think Harley was an ex-champion. I think Jack Briscoe would have been the world champion. And the deal was that Morocco came close and had like almost beat Harley Race, but Harley Race actually would beat Don Morocco at the end. But the fact that you almost beat a guy, actually elevated him to the level, and now you have guys beating the top guys, and they don't get elevated at all. But I remember, like Don Morocco was elevated to world title status by losing to Harley Race in Tampa and Miami or wherever those matches were held.
Well, that's the difference in having a business that is run. Well, I think I'll just pass on that one.
Okay.
Slide.
Anything else, Dave?
Yeah, one last thing. I was wondering what he thinks of. I remember, I think Harley Race beat Terry Funk to win the title in like 1977.
Yeah, Toronto, I think. Yeah.
I was wondering what he thinks of Terry Funk still wrestling and taking all those bumps.
Oh, I know. That is a good question. I mean, I don't know. Harley, do you watch a lot of WCW or occasionally?
Did I wrestle in WCW?
No. I'm just talking. Do you watch WCW now?
Yes. Yes.
What do you think of Terry Funk still wrestling and all those crazy things? You know, all those bumps he's taking with all his injuries.
Well, hopefully he still doesn't need the money. Other than that, his father died at 54. In kind of a shoot thing with Mr. Wrestling of that year, not Johnny Walker, the guy that hauls the ring around for the Atlanta.
Wasn't it like Gordon Nelson, right?
Yes, Gordon Nelson. Gordon said, I can put you in this hole, you can't get out of it. They did it, and old man Funk had a heart attack fighting to get out of it. I don't know if Terry has got that in mind or not. I talked to him for about an hour the other night, and I asked him the similar question, what in the hell are you still doing? You know, Terry didn't start until a little bit later on. He's I'd say maybe 21, 22, just after he got out of college. Terry's only 1 year younger than myself, and Dory's 2 years older. Terry's 56 years old, and if he doesn't hang it up pretty soon, he's going to have knees. He's going to have God only knows what put into him, keep him still upright.
The thing with him that scares me is that it's like, you know, with Terry Funk, you know, there's some wrestlers have the ability, or whatever, I don't need to call it the ability, but there are a lot of wrestlers who coast their way through matches. And Terry Funk is clearly not one of them. He takes as much punishment as anyone out there, and he's done it for 35 years now.
Well, that's part of being Terry Funk, is I can survive no matter what happens or what you try to do with me.
We hadn't talked. Okay,
I kind of had that thing like that, or I shouldn't say early on, but pretty much through my career, any goofy thing that was out there to do, I'd be trying to do it.
I don't know if you know about this, but on Tuesday, because it actually aired last night, he got kicked by a horse. They were doing a match in a stall, and I think the horse kicked him, Brian, kicked him in the shoulder, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and I was just thinking, like, if that horse had kicked him in the head and not the shoulder, I was like, what are they doing? I mean, it's like the horse is just sitting there, they're in this stall, and there's a horse standing there, and all of a sudden, him and Chris Candido are wrestling, and all of a sudden this horse just kicks. And it's just like, it's like, oh, God. This is, I'd heard, thankfully I'd heard the story about it before, because if I hadn't and I'd seen that, I was just like, oh, no. I've seen Terry Funk, do so many moonsaults to the floor and things like that, where I just think, as he turns and he's not quite getting it, that this time he's never getting up, but he always does.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the feeling. I've watched him do it. There's nothing that Terry wouldn't try. I don't believe.
Let's just hope he doesn't wrestle Ahmed Johnson.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, he wrestled all the Harlem Heat.
I have to wrestle Ahmed Johnson. Oh, God.
How many guys is that guy injured?
Quite a few. Although
that was pretty funny. Russo, like on that WrestleLine interview, he talks about how he doesn't deserve to be accused of this racism thing because he hired Ahmed Johnson. I'm just thinking, why would anybody take credit for hiring Ahmed Johnson?
I don't know.
I got a question for Harley.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
As far as the 60 and 90-minute matches, how did you prepare to do those? Was it like just you'd done matches every single night and you were ready as far as the cardio, or was it pacing, or just a combo of both?
A combo. Most people of that era were capable of going long matches. A short match back then was 15, 20-minute match. It's just something that you set yourself a pace to do, and you try to keep people from varying it on you.
Yeah.
Did you have a favorite city to wrestle in, like St. Louis or Tokyo, or one of them where the fans you felt were the most respectful to your style?
Well, you probably named two of the top. The others were pretty much any of the Florida towns.
Mm-hmm. This is a question we're gonna hit to some of the calls just a second, but someone emailed me this and just wanted your opinion on some of these guys, and actually some interesting names here from the past. Let me just throw some names out at you that you're, I'm sure, familiar with every one of these men. Peter Maivia.
Yes, sir.
Graham. I'll just throw out some names and just give me some comments. Peter Maivia, we'll start with him.
Peter Maivia, I wrestled Peter in Althea, Western Samoa, and they're used to a round system over there. So they thought they had scheduled it right, and they put us in 10-minute rounds. So what they've done is they give us 100 minutes of wrestling.
Oh, my God.
And along toward the end of it, it got so dark that the cops pulled their squad cars in. We were outdoors in an old soccer arena and turned their headlights on, and it just got so screwed up that they finally stopped it. But it went well over an hour.
Wow. What about Billy Graham?
Billy Graham, for his knowledge that he had of wrestling, probably couldn't have been in a better place than most of his career was up around the New York. Back then it was Northeast NWA/WWF. And they weren't into the big, long, grueling matches, and Graham fit in perfect right there.
What about Larry Hennig? I mean, Larry Hennig was probably your first famous tag team partner.
Yeah, Larry Hennig and myself were together 4.5 years. And to this day, Larry was just down here 3 or 4 months ago, if it's been that long ago, have never had an argument. And that's, when you travel with a guy and you're with him for virtually 4.5 years and you haven't argued with him, got to be something right with him.
Now, here's a guy who was a top star at the same time you were a top name, and you were in different promotions, and I don't even know, I mean, you probably did wrestle him at some point, but I'm not even sure your paths crossed. Nick, well, I guess I shouldn't say that, because I actually saw you guys wrestle in Japan. So, anyway, Nick Bockwinkel.
Nick's father was originally from St. Louis, and at one point in time was involved in the promotion in St. Louis. Nick, for some reason or another, never was ever big around St. Louis, but he did hit it great in Minneapolis, and Nick's a real nice guy. Cheap as cheap could possibly ever be, but other than that, he's a nice guy. He was my tag team partner in Japan on a couple of occasions.
Now, here's another one. A lot of the wrestlers that you talk to, when they talk about, like, the greatest performers, when your name comes up, and the name that comes up a lot also from that era is Ray Stevens.
Ray Stevens was not only good in that era, he was good back 6, 7, 8 years before that. Ray, if there was ever anybody that I kind of put myself in tone to as I was developing Harley Race. Ray Stevens was one of those people.
Let's go to some callers. Let's go to Charles in Los Angeles. Charles, you're next up with Harley Race.
How you doing, Dave? Brian, Mr. Race, it's really an honor to talk to you. I grew up back east during the early 70s. I saw you and Larry the Axe Hennig, boy, on Championship Wrestling in Florida, many times destroying the competition.
I can't hear him.
Okay, he was just saying that he saw you and Larry Hennig wrestle a lot in Florida in the early 70s.
Yeah, Larry came down to Florida for me. I was booking Florida at that point in time. It was right after they had the plane went into Tampa Bay with Buddy Colt and that group of guys that was there, and Bobby Shane was killed in it. I went in to book Florida at that time, and I brought Larry in to Florida with me.
I had two questions for you, actually. You kind of answered one of them. What was your favorite program from around 1973 to 1980? And, well, two more. And I saw great matches with you and Johnny Valentine. Do you think that if not for the plane accident, Johnny Valentine would have become NWA World Heavyweight Champion? And what was your favorite regional title outside of the National Wrestling Alliance World Heavyweight Championship? Maybe Missouri State, Florida, whatever.
Did you
I heard most of it.
Okay.
John Valentine was in the early 70s up until his plane wreck. John Valentine was as good as they get. As far as him ever becoming world champion, I don't think that they would have ever done that, for the fact that John was too unpredictable. If he decided he didn't want to go someplace or didn't want to show, John was just John. His ability, as good as they get.
Anything else, Charles?
His favorite regional title?
Yeah, do you have a favorite regional title as far as like?
I'd have to say the Missouri title as far as the regional. I held it 8 different times also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Race. Great.
You're welcome.
You gave me years of great entertainment. Thanks for taking the call, Dave.
Okay. Hey, Charles, call more often. I miss you. Okay. Let's go to Tom in Los Angeles. Tom, what's going on?
Hi, Dave.
Hey, how are you?
Harley. I don't know if you remember me, Harley, but I'm one of the two guys from Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Iowa in the early 1970s. Used to badger you constantly to get us in the business. And he finally took us to Gus Karras, and he even got me a shot on St. Louis TV. 30 years later, thank you for that. It's been a great influence to me. And speaking of 90-minute match, I remember in Waterloo, Iowa, he went 90 minutes with Dory Funk Jr. Tremendous match. I've got friends that still think that was the greatest match I've ever seen. And even after the match, you guys fought another 20 minutes on the way back to the dressing room. You guys are just incredible. And you were absolutely the top performer of all time, I believe.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. What's your name?
Tom Hankins. I lived in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and I used to badger you every time you come to Cedar Rapids or Waterloo, me and another guy. I don't know if you remember or not. You'd show up to East and West, we'd be there waiting for you. And
you were a stalker.
I was. And it finally worked. Harley got me into the business, really, and got me on St. Louis TV. Got to work with Jack Bristol because of Harley, and I still thank him for it.
That was that the highlight of your career, working with Jack Briscoe?
It was. It was the greatest. I was just only been in the business a few months. You know, I was in the St. Louis dressing room with all these greats, and it was just unbelievable.
Yeah. I know Harley mentioned like Jack Briscoe was one of his favorite guys to wrestle too.
Briscoe was a classic. 90-minute draws. He was just he was incredible. First suplex I've ever saw done anywhere was Harley Race. Came back from Japan, had that suplex. I asked, what is that? I've never seen it before.
Harley, where did that vertical suplex come from? Because you were, I would think you were one of the guys who popularized the move. I mean, the earliest suplexes I remember was were you doing the gut wrenches and the big vertical suplex where you held the guy up for a long time that like Bulldog does now. And I mean, everyone does the vertical suplex now, but I mean that Harley Race trademark suplex.
Well, were several of those that I brought into wrestling. The gut wrench was one of them. The double arm was the other one, and then the vertical. I had a guy up there once, and I just decided to see how long I could hold him, and that's how I got started.
Well, that's all I really have to say. I just wanted to, again, thank Harley for everything he did for me and for wrestling.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, the gut wrench would have come from amateur, right?
Yes.
Because I know they do that, but the vertical.
It's just a different version of the German.
Yeah. The vertical suplex. I mean, did anyone? I'm trying to think. Did anyone do that type of suplex before you, or did you see? Okay.
Afterwards, Dickie Murdoch come up with a version of the brain buster from that. He'd take you up with your head under his arm instead of, you just bring you up about middle ways and drop back with you. But majority of the suplexes I originated.
What were your feelings as far as in the last 2 years with the deaths of both Baba and Saruta? Considering that you made a great living many years going through that company.
Well, when they lost both of them, they lost two great people. To me, Baba was just a prince of a person. I went over to Japan the first time in the late 60s, and I met Baba then. Baba's been to the States numerous times and has stayed at my home. It's just hard to describe the type of person he was. He had nothing bad to say about anybody. And if he could find good to say, he would. Saruta, I talked of him earlier. Again, just another great guy.
Were you familiar as far as these guys would have been, the guys that are there now, Misawa and Kawada would have been starting their career right when you were winding up your Japanese days? I mean, do you have remembrance? Misawa was the original Tiger, the second Tiger Mask, but the one that was there when you were there. And Toshiaki Kawada was, I remember he was like a first, second match guy who later became, one of the top guys in the business.
A lot of those kids over there, and still are doing that because they're taught from the ground up. They're not just taught how to land, how to create mayhem. They're taught the basics of wrestling, and it's drummed into them. I mean, when you go through one of those dojos over there, you've been somewhere. That's what I'm trying to do with my school and the stuff that I've got running here in the central part of Missouri.
Why don't you tell everyone about the promotion you're doing in the school you're running right now?
Well, I have WLW, which is World League Wrestling, and then Harley Race Academy, which is headquartered in Eldon, Missouri. You can pull up HarleyRace.com and just kind of follow your way through it. You can see where we've been, what we've been doing, and the events that we got coming up. I do a lot of fundraising stuff with booster clubs, MDA, Chamber of Commerce. I just, got tired of doing nothing, decided I'd get back into the wrestling business and run a show that you can bring everybody to. You can bring your mother, your grandmother, your wife, your daughter, and you're not going to be really embarrassed being there.
Don't you think, there's a lot of the stuff that's going on, and it's one of the the new attitude of wrestling is certainly one of the reasons you can't knock the fact that the crowds, for WWF at least right now, are huge, so they must have a good formula. At the same time, isn't there something, to me sometimes it's like, there are people who are friends of mine that I can't bring to those shows. And I guess maybe it was always that case in wrestling, but because of what they would see, they would go, why did you bring us here? They're doing this and this and this, And it's kind of like, sometimes I want to bring friends to shows, and you got to think of which friends can I bring to the shows that won't be morally offended by what's going to happen at the show. And I think that's something that's sort of, I don't know, kind of it's one of those weird things about wrestling right now, unfortunately.
Well, that's what I was saying a little bit earlier, and what I'm still saying now. Anybody out there with a computer can pull up HarleyRace.com and just kind of go through their site. And you'll see letters of recommendation in there from the military academies to pretty much every place. I shouldn't say pretty much every place that we have been. We've been invited back. I'm one of the people that believe that the W should still be involved in wrestling, and that's what we're trying to give them, is what I more or less grew up with and what you probably did. And I'm like you. If I have to think about who I'm going to be able to invite to it, I don't want to do that. I know I can have anyone come to see this that wants to see it. They're going to leave highly entertained and not embarrassed.
Harley, we are totally out of time. I want to thank you very much for doing the show. And I want to remind everyone that tomorrow we will have Mike Mooneyham of the Charleston Post-Courier with myself and Brian, and we'll see you at 6. Law that I think is in legislation or is in the midst of being passed, and probably will be passed in New Jersey because it's got bipartisan support as well as the support of the governor. And this law is, I'm not saying that the law. Okay, I am actually think that some of the groups, and this law is basically aimed at closing down combat zone wrestling in Jersey All Pro Wrestling. And it's got a lot of legal wording. And I am not necessarily. I don't know if I'm opposed to shutting them down. I think that they have the right to do it. They have the right to be. I think that the government has the right to regulate those groups, but whatever regulation they do has to be consistent throughout the industry. If it's, the only stuff and the only stuff of combat zone wrestling that I've ever seen is I saw some clips of it on a television show, which probably isn't fair, and I've seen the combat zone wrestlers. When they wrestle for Big Japan, I've seen a couple of the clips, and to me, it's bad wrestling. It's as far as timing's bad. The guys aren't very well trained, if trained at all, that type of stuff. But because it's bad wrestling, they still should go under the same the same regulations as every other form of wrestling. But anyway, let me read some more of this. Okay, the legislature finds and declares that because its principal purpose is to entertain without injuring or disabling one of the participants, professional wrestling should be excluded from this system of regulation. They're trying to explain why they're going to regulate boxing, wrestling. Okay, so that means like amateur wrestling, extreme wrestling, which is combat zone and all this, kickboxing, or a combative sporting event. They are being regulated by the Athletic Commission, whereas professional wrestling is not. Now, of course, obviously, the principal purpose of any pro wrestling that I'm aware of is to entertain without injuring or disabling. I mean, there's no attempt. Do you know of any? I don't even know of any sport where there's an attempt to injure or disable.
I don't think so.
I mean, it's a byproduct that sometimes happens in like a combat sport, like a karate or boxing or kickboxing or even in a UFC type of event. Hey, what am I saying? Even in professional wrestling, the fact that there's probably more serious injuries in professional wrestling these days than in any of the other ones I just mentioned, except for maybe football. Let's see. The legislature further finds and declares because its principal purpose is to entertain by having its participants intentionally cause bleeding or perform acts which reasonably could be expected to cause bleeding, extreme wrestling should be distinguished from professional wrestling. The emphasis is on dangerous stunts that cause injury, and bleeding makes extreme wrestling potentially harmful to its participants. Furthermore, the atmosphere of base violence and depravity that prevails at an extreme wrestling event has a deleterious effect on children and young adults. Moreover, the liberal bloodletting that characterizes many extreme wrestling events constitutes a public health hazard not only for the participants but also for the spectators. Is there health hazard to the spectators?
I don't know. I mean, you know, I've seen chairs get thrown and hit a spectator.
No. It says the liberal bloodletting.
From the blood out. I mean, no one's ever even been, never a wrestler that has bled in a match with another wrestler has ever got it.
I certainly am not. There's certainly no medical cases of guys in double juice matches having HIV, and God knows that in the 80s we used to hear it was going to happen all the time, and it never did. Mm-hmm. As far as we know. As far as we know, it never did.
And I mean, if it doesn't affect the guy you're in the ring with that you're bleeding with, I don't see how it would affect the fans.
Yeah. So anyway, for all of these reasons, extreme wrestling should be subject to strict state regulations. Because the creativity of those who seek to profit from vulgarity cannot be underestimated. Now, I love that line because there's so much truth to that. Okay, but I mean, I think that at various times that hits WWF, WCW, and ECW at various times. Probably is strong, if not stronger, than any of these groups. That's strong. I mean, maybe not stronger. But anyway, the State Athletic Control Board should be given a proper amount of latitude to regulate the attendant excesses of extreme wrestling that presently exist and could be incorporated into extreme wrestling events in the future. You know, the thing is that, like, how does ECW... I mean, you know, WCW right now is like... a lot of skits, and I think when they do live shows, it's a lot of wrestling. WWF, they do blood, but they don't do blood that much on house shows, but they do blood on TV, you know, fairly regularly now. And but ECW does, like, you know, the objects, and they all do the objects in hardcore matches anyway. And you know,
maybe the point is excessively.
But
I guess you'd have to define what excessively is. Every match on every show. Every show. Once a month?
Yeah. Okay. But once it's done, it's done. I mean, if it's one match a show, and that one match is just like, you know, a hardcore brawl where you go all over the place and hit people as hard as you eat chairs, I mean, then it should be regulated. I just think it all needs to be regulated together. All I can say. Because the board shall promulgate rules that differentiate an extreme wrestler from a professional wrestler. Okay, this is the difference. An extreme wrestling event from a professional wrestling event. If a person is unsure whether he or she is an extreme wrestler, or if a promoter is unsure whether the event being promoted is an extreme wrestling event, it shall be the obligation of the person and the promoter, as appropriate, to consult the board for a ruling. That's scary. All right, this is the big one. An extreme wrestler or promoter of an extreme wrestling event who fails to apply for the required approval, permits, and licenses, or a promoter of an extreme wrestling event who knowingly admits a person under the age of 18 to an extreme professional wrestling event shall be subject to a civil penalty of not less than $5,000.
Wow.
So
no kids under 18.
No kids under 18. Okay, we got Tom on the line. We'll get to Tom in just. I just want to read more of this stuff, and we'll get Tom Zenk on the line. See, all licenses. Okay, that's not important here. And okay, here we go. This is the key. Right here. No extreme wrestling event shall be held by a promoter who has been licensed pursuant, unless the promoter is... Okay, basically what they do is that they have to promote an extreme wrestling event. This is where they're going to get shut down. And this is what the whole idea of this bill is anyway. They have... let me see if I have it here. Okay, basically the promoter has to give at least 20 business days before holding the event, notify either the Director of Public Safety in the municipality where the event is supposed to take place in some form with such detailed information as the board may prescribe of the proposed holding of the event and receive approval in writing thereof. In other words, you've got to go to a local official at least 20 days before the show and get approval in writing from the local official, or else you can't do the show. So that's where they're getting shut down. They also... if you're an extreme wrestling promoter and you give out comp tickets, you're going to love this. Here we go. The identity of all recipients of... This is only for an extreme wrestling, not for professional wrestling. The identity of all recipients of complimentary tickets... shall be included within the quarterly report on complimentary services required pursuant to... Basically, you've got to list everyone who gets a comp.
And they have a quarterly report?
Yes. Let's see. You also have to have 2 qualified physicians and an ambulance at the matches. So in other words,
that's another big one. That's expensive.
That's a big one when you're drawing 100 people, right?
Yep.
So anyway, it's an attempt to legislate this out of existence, but not touch the big guys. And we've got Tom Zenk on the line, the former Z-Man from World Championship Wrestling. And how have you been doing lately?
Pretty good. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing really good. Good.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're more than welcome. We heard great reports from you from the wrestling show, The Law in Toronto.
Yeah, Jeff Merrick.
From Jeff Merrick, yeah.
Yeah, good guy. He and Dan, right?
He says he told me, like, you've got to get Tom Zenk on. And I go, hey, I know Tom Zenk.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, really. So what have you been doing with yourself since getting out of professional wrestling?
Well, right now I'm managing a multinational corporation here in Minneapolis, the production arm. I'm in the production field, and I've got a very good pulse from my coworkers at work about the wrestling scene.
So, do you watch it pretty regularly, or just time to time?
Yeah, once in a while. Just no one's been talking about it lately, because it's not really hot. But about a year and a half ago, it was really cooking there. So a lot of guys around work would talk about it. Big fans, being former Z-Man, they always have a million questions. But not too hot right now.
Really? What do you think WCW probably don't hear much about these days, right?
No, you don't hear anything about that. It's only Vince's show. Not much about WCW. There's no buzz about it. It's really worn off from what it was.
Now, you of course spent many years with WCW. Kind of, your plight was very similar to a lot of wrestlers' plights in WCW in that they're pushed up to a certain level, and then no matter what happened, you don't get past that level.
Yeah.
And you've been out of it now for many years. And it really hasn't changed much either.
Yeah.
In that regard, I mean, it's different. Different bookers come and gone.
Yep.
But WCW has always been one of those things where it's just it's you can make good money.
Yep.
And you can get good exposure, but there's that glass ceiling that you hit your head on, and you're never and some guys who have left. I mean, we talk about the obvious one like Steve Austin and Mick Foley, who were there the same time you were.
Yeah. Hall and Nash, they left too.
Well, Hall and Nash were earlier in their career, but yeah, Scott Hall wasn't too bad. Then Nash was a little too green, but they left. They went somewhere. Now, if you go somewhere and then come back, they'll push you as a superstar. But somehow they are unwilling to create their own superstars, I guess, with a few exceptions.
I don't know if they don't know how to. I can't believe that they're that naive that they don't know how to push stars. They don't create anyone. It's a lot cheaper than buying back guys that are overpriced. I mean, where are their big money stars now, the $1 million guys? I don't see anyone other than Ric Flair, and I call him the Bishop, because they crap on the belt. And who do they give the belt back to? Flair, right?
Yeah.
There's no star quality people that I see there. How come Vince, the big machine, WWF, they use you right? They turn you into somebody. He knows how to do it. WCW, they're floundering. They're the laughing stock. It pays good as long as you keep your mouth shut and it's called in the business, you play the game like a surfer. You're just riding the wave. Keep your mouth shut, do what you're told, and that's that. The guys that are hired, they're hired for a spot, and they never, ever advance. Benoit, he didn't advance, did he? He played the game. He's a great guy, kept his mouth shut, didn't create any waves. Where did it get him? Dave?
WWF. He ended up in the WWF, and now he's at least getting the chance.
Have you ever? My hat's off to him. He should have done that a long time ago. My point being, Dave, have you ever heard of wrestlers quitting on guaranteed contracts upwards of $500,000 to go for no big guarantee? Like, you ever heard that?
It's very rare, but don't you think that also at this point in their lives, because you're talking about those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Malenko's actually 40 right now.
Oh.
But Eddie Guerrero and Benoit, they're both about 33, and it's kind of like if they didn't make their move, they were going to lose their prime years.
Exactly, Dave. Exactly. When I was down in WCW, it was a waste of my life, my personal time. It paid in that, but what I'm saying, my wrestling career, to do the right thing. The time is now for Chris Benoit. Hand him the ball. Let's see what he can do. It's time for him to run with it. They're stagnant down in WCW, and I'm glad. I'm very happy for him, and I like watching him, that they made the right move. It took a lot of guts, and he did the right thing. I just hope he gets used right in the WWF.
What's your thought, having been there?
Yeah.
And what's your thought on, as why, is it just that because sometimes I think it's like that the brass at Turner is so consumed by what they consider star power that they consider, like, no matter what the business is, the guys that they have on top, because they were once stars and they did draw money at one point, a lot of them, most of them actually, that they must still be stars. It's kind of like, they have that TV star aura, and then a young guy, they'll just dismiss them because, there's, as we all know, you can always find fault with any wrestler, and unless they've proven it somewhere, you can always go, well, has he ever drawn money? And the point is that we all know, unless you're put in the position to do so, nobody ever will.
That's right. They put the knock on you. I don't care if it's for drugs or he never drew any money. They put a rap on you, and they brand you that, and all the guys, they echo that, and it's like a wave. They put the rap on you. You can't get anywhere. Vince McMahon, he knows how to create it. He has different guys work with Austin or different people, and they get that rub-off, so to speak, that I read on the Internet and in those terms. They create stars. They put them, they enhance them. You know what I'm saying? It's like athletic acting there, and it's a lot of action. It's totally different. They know how to use people. The Turner people, they're TV people. Like Hulk Hogan, I think they think Hulk Hogan's like Elizabeth Taylor in Hollywood, okay? I think that's the star quality they think of Hogan. He's made a name. He's made a few B movies. And I think they really think they have somebody. It's not... Nobody at Turner has taken the time in 10 or 12 years that they've owned it to really be a fan or to study wrestling, because it's a very unique business. And no one's learned how to manipulate the carny people or wrestling people back, or how to draw money, what to do. No one's been a student of the game of wrestling, I think. I think that's their biggest problem.
There's people in the company who are, but they don't seem to advance either, because it's always sometimes I wonder, it's just different people get the positions, and we've gone through, and you went through the different people. Jim Herd at the very beginning.
He was a very nice guy, Dave.
He was a very nice guy, and I was friends with Jim Herd, but the fact is he didn't know wrestling.
Oh yeah, but don't you?
And Kip Fry, I thought Kip Fry was a good guy too, and he didn't know wrestling either.
Okay, but don't you think those committees? I think they did the wrong thing. When I was hired there, I was promised a top spot akin Luger, Sting, and Flair, and Sullivan, Jody Hamilton, Jim Herd, Jim Barnett. It looked like those dogs playing cards, sitting around the table, with the dim light. All these faces bobbing their head, shaking their head. They all know the business. No one stood up for me. Jim Ross was there. They confused the Turner people. I don't know why, because it's so counterproductive, the game that they play down there. And it is a game. They're getting the money, and look where it's $61 million. Is that true? I heard it's projected they're going to lose $61 million.
Yeah, that's the projection for this year.
How can that be? How can that be? For God's sakes, you own cable TV, you got satellite, you create it, you manipulate people. How can you not? When the economy is booming, how can you not draw people when Vince? It should mirror it to some degree, right?
Well, when the business is hot, you should. The thing is that they've created this atmosphere where one company's cool and one company isn't, and you know how the public is, especially when it comes to wrestling. Wrestling's either in or it's out.
Yep.
And
exactly.
it flourishes like crazy when it's in, and when it's out, it's like, man, you have trouble giving the tickets away.
Exactly. And they were papering people. I'd like to thank some of the guys on top. They didn't have to draw back then, and it was slow in the early 90s. But they're making big money, and they didn't draw then. And I guess they've come full circle. They drew it. Now they're not drawing now. How is that? Same guys on top.
We're going to start with Todd in Maryland. Todd, you're first up with Tom Zenk.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Tom. How are you guys doing today?
Can barely hear you.
Speak up, Todd.
Okay. I had a couple questions for you, Tom. The first one was sort of what you were talking about earlier in terms of upward mobility, because when I first started watching wrestling, it was right around 1990, 91, and I remember seeing you would get, like, a push for a little while, and then you'd job to someone, or, there was this whole, like, push where you had the winning streak, and then you just jobbed to Bobby Eaton and Star Kid out of nowhere. And then there was this thing where they did this pile driver angle with Lex Luger, if I remember properly. And then all of a sudden, when you were coming back, it was like teaming with Johnny Gunn or something. And I was wondering whether there's anything more to it other than just sort of booking ineptitude and unwillingness to push young talent.
Dave, can you repeat? I can hardly hear him.
Okay, he was just pointing. He was actually going through pretty detailed some of your career in WCW, where you would get like a push for a while. One time they did a winning streak gimmick with you, and then all of a sudden it would stop, and then you would get another push, and then all of a sudden it would stop, and then some of that might also be changes in bookers, because they would change bookers fairly regularly.
Okay, great question, Dave. When I was hired there, Ric Flair was the booker. He was the babyface booker, and I mean he's the only one that did good by me. I got a push there for a while when I first came in. Then they teamed me with Brian, and that's what they said when I met with all of them around the round table. 2 young baby faces, to draw the young female girls and, the crossover. And then all of a sudden, Ole came in. And then Ole got sacked. I think it was back to a booking committee, and Jim Ross was on it, Barnett, Jim Herder. Then I got a push there for a while, and I think it was, Flair was back in power too. Then Dusty came in. I got buried. They buried me with Dusty because Dusty wanted to push the natural Dustin, his son. Then Bill Watts came in. Bill Watts pushed his son. All the cronyism, the nepotism, that didn't help me out. And the funny thing, after 10 years, it's all come about. The best Vince could do is put him in a fat man suit. This is Dustin, by the way. A fat man suit, give him makeup and a wig, and go to the ring. And now he came back, he floundered again. So the whole business of wrestling is corrupt. And hard work. I don't think Pillman's death, I don't think he was so happy with, I know he never wanted to leave WCW. I feel very strongly about certain things like this. Rick Rude said, they don't take pills or get whacked out because they're so happy. They manipulate in wrestling, and they play a very nasty game. I feel very strongly about it. How come WCW or WWF doesn't help out Melanie Pillman? Where were they? I'm sorry, I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but there's a lot of things that I feel very strongly about that should be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to run off like that. Just break my eyes, Dave.
Yeah.
Todd,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Todd.
Okay. My other question, I was just going to, referring back to actually what you're saying, about your tag team partners, I was wondering who your favorite tag team partner was.
Who was my favorite tag team partner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The favorite tag team partner in and out of the ring was Brian Pillman, far and away. We had a lot of fun. That's when he was single, and I was single. We were running around having a good time, in the ring and out of the ring. We just figured, hey, if they're not going to use us right, we're going to have fun after hours. So we turned up the heat going out and had a great time. So they didn't wreck our fun, but they wanted, or Ole, I should say, wanted us to quit because guys shouldn't be making $156,000 when they could get the Rock and Roll Express or other guys that worked for them over the years for half that. They want to manipulate. They didn't mess with Luger or Sting, by the way, just the lower end. Okay? They had to control people. But as far as potential, Rick Martel. He was a good friend. I got let down because he got a different contract than me, and it was about money. But Martel and I had great potential, very similar in look, good body structure. I think we'd have gone unparalleled. I knew it was over after 6 months. It was just unfortunate with what went down there.
Why do you think Luger stayed on top all these years with all the different bookers and questionable amounts of talent?
Pardon me?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that what happened was Luger was brought. I can almost answer that. Luger was brought in by Jim Crockett in 1987 or 88, whatever year that was. I think it was 87.
Yep.
With the idea that he got a huge contract after his first year in Florida, and they had decided he was, people had been convinced he was going to be the next Hulk Hogan, so he was in that spot.
Yep.
And they never took him from that. Up until today, he was never really taken from that spot.
Why is that?
I think it's just because he had the spot.
Yeah.
So, it's like a Sid Vicious. It's like, they put you in that spot, and then sooner or later the people just accept you in that spot. Whereas a mid-card guy, they're just hard to give you that boost.
But don't you think, like in the WWF, they can build you up and then they beat you on that? Build you up for 2 years. If you go after a year or 6 months, the people or anyone, let the people decide. You give them a little push if you see star quality and talent, and let them run with the ball. You've got to be put in that position to draw money or to be popular. You don't get over by getting beat. WWF,
the one thing with WWF is they're willing to take guys and go to the top with them. But even so, even in WWF, I mean, if you really think back at even like The Rock and Triple H, okay, from day one when those guys came in the company, management of that company waved a magic wand on both of them, and it stalled many, many times, but they kept waving that wand, and eventually they became the two biggest stars in the industry, as they pretty much them and Austin are right now.
Why do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, it was one of those things where, I mean, I remember when, before Rock had his first match, there were people in the WWF who told me that this guy's going to be the number one guy in the company, and you could tell when they first brought in Helmsley from WCW, where it was John Paul Levesque. I mean, they gave him gimmick after gimmick after gimmick, and eventually he made it, and I don't regret, and he's great now. But it's still the same thing. There's a lot of guys who they didn't wave the magic wand to because they weren't, I see with those two guys, it's, big guys with good physiques and, good hair. You know what I mean? Hello. Is everybody there?
Yep.
You're there. Is Tom there?
Somebody.
Tom.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, sorry. I was actually just about to leave. I was going to leave you with a quote before I left.
Yeah, hold on. Is Tom there?
Uh-oh.
Tom is not there. Okay, Todd, you go ahead, and we'll try to find Tom.
Okay, just after Russo's Superman effort, where he actually was longer in the figure four for longer than the average length of a match on Nitro, I have this quote back from March of 1999 in the Raw magazine. Vince Russo himself. It's automatic. When the booker decides that he wants to become a television star, the rest is downhill. I'll sign off on that.
Read that one real loud, because I think Tom will really like to hear. Tom, did you hear that quote by any chance?
No, say it again, please.
Read that one. He'll appreciate this one.
Vince Russo, March 1999. It's automatic. When the booker decides that he wants to become a television star, the rest is downhill.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It's
to a certain extent. If you have
Go ahead,
Dave.
Yes.
The booker decides, but I mean, some people, it's like throwing money into a furnace. You know what I'm saying? They just don't have it. It's like some of the sons. If they want to push their sons, don't push them ahead of their time. They lose a lot of respect in the locker room with the boys getting pushed over someone that's paid dues or has talent or has a better body or can work better. You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't everyone pretty much think that realistically Bill Watts ruined? I mean, Bill Watts, in the attempt to give his son a jump start, basically ruined his son's career because his son has never gotten another break because he was deemed Eric Watts.
Exactly. The fathers set their sons up to fail, so to speak. They put him over their skis. He wasn't ready for that spot. And Eric told me one time that his dad said if he got a degree, he'd get him in the business. And maybe the sons, that's their dream, to follow in their dad's footsteps. But it seems the dads always have big shoes to fill. Look at Eddie Graham in Florida. Look at Greg Gagne.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, look at the Von Erichs. Look at the Von Bischoffs, Von Flair. You know what I'm saying? I see your stuff. I like it, Dave. It goes on and on. I'm not, okay. They have an argument, okay? It's like Dusty said about me. The word got back to me from Dennis Brent. What does Z-Man's daddy do for the business? Well, my goodness. I mean, I showed I had a good attitude. I did jobs. I went with the program. I didn't quit. I'm no quitter. I'd have ran the floor scrubber down at CNN Center for $3,000 a week. Come on, Dusty Rhodes. I mean, it's just really silly. Eric Watts, he's a good kid. I understand he's in Japan. I read the Observer. And how's he doing over there?
He got banged up a lot though on the first tour.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, I think it hurt his knee and his elbow real quick. You were been there. It's a hard style there.
Oh yeah, it is. It's like, when I went back there after WCW, it was like, oh my God, I'm in over my head. It was okay in my 20s and early 30s, but time takes a toll in wrestling. I mean, I couldn't compete, and I didn't have it in me to do that again. You know what I'm saying? To do that style, you have to come off the top rope, crossbody, drop kick off the top rope, go over. They want you to do a plancha outside of the ring, hit the barricades, flip over, take that bump over the railing. You know what I'm saying? Give them some action, And anyone that knows wrestling, it's a young man's business. These guys now in WCW, it's like slow motion,
Well, Tom, you're actually younger than a lot of the headliners there. Now, when you walked away, okay, I don't see your name on indies anymore. I mean, it's like you walked away, and it was like you really walked away, and very few guys ever have done that.
Well, life goes on. I love the business. I think it's a shame what they've done to it. I think they should all be ashamed of themselves. Who can look Ted Turner in the eye and say, "Yeah, I really did you right, Ted," or Siegel? Give me a half an hour with Siegel, I could clue him in. I mean, my God, what they're doing there's no excuse. What about that big name talent? Why aren't they? That's what the TV should be jammed with. I got a different life now. It was frustrating. No one picked up on it. I thought going through Jim Hurd, Kip Fry, Bill Watts, someone would have picked up on it. Somebody in the Turner organization would have got clued in. That's a heck of a company to work for. After what I did for AWA, out to Portland, to Montreal, to Martel's promotion, getting lied to about money, Dino Bravo's promotion the year before. I traveled around, Japan 9 times. I paid my dues and then some. I feel very strongly about what I'm saying here.
I think some of the Turner guys have been clued in, but they've been clued in by the wrong people.
Oh, is that it? You think?
Like, the older guys saying this is how it is, these guys can't do whatever.
Well, don't you think that then the other guys just bury them and say, this and that? They trash them too? It's nature of the beast, right?
Yeah.
Or is nobody credible?
I think whoever is in charge is credible at that point. And then there's always, one of the things with WWF, of course, is that Vince is the guy.
Yep.
And ultimately, no one can backstab Vince because it's his company. And in WCW, one of the things is that whoever's in charge, everyone works at backstabbing them, knowing, because they're all temporary. The wrestlers outlast, the bookers and the administrators.
What happened to that Bush? Bill Bush.
Bill Bush was in over his head, and
who got him? He was there from the early '90s in the accounting department, right?
Right. Yeah, same guy. Yeah, and then he was put in charge when Bischoff was sent home.
Yep.
And then the numbers were real bad. And the thing where they had that day where Benoit and Malenko and Eddie Guerrero and all those guys, when they all and Perry Saturn all went to WWF, and he let them go in that manner.
Isn't that a sign?
Yeah, that killed that ultimately I think is what killed him.
Oh, okay. So he took the heat for those guys leaving?
Yeah. Although it was the advice people gave to him. I can tell you that he was given the advice that if you give Benoit the world title, he'll stay, and then the other 3 guys just let him, and Douglas as well, just let him go because we don't need him. Benoit will stay. We'll give him the misread Benoit because Benoit just handed the belt back and left.
I didn't know that, really.
Yeah, that was really the mentality that was going down there. Bush was told, Bush was basically told that, the only one that means something is Benoit, and we can keep him by giving him the belt. So they gave him the world title. While this whole controversy is going down,
he was asking to leave all weekend.
Yeah, he spent all weekend, threatening to leave.
Yeah.
So then they gave him the world title, and then that next day, he basically, they basically told the other guys to leave.
Yep.
Just, leave Nitro. And they said, and Chris goes, well, if they go, I go. Well, you're the world champion. You have to defend the title. And it's like, well, if they leave, I leave. And then it was just like, so he handed him the belt and he left.
Wow, what a dirty game.
And then a couple weeks later, he was on WWF TV, and that's the deal. This is something that I never had a chance to ask you, and I'm kind of curious about. I think we talked a little bit after this happened, but now it's 6 years later, and it's a totally different perspective. Looking back, since you were actually a part of this trial, what are your thoughts as far as the Vince McMahon trial, your role in it, and just everything that happened? Because it was all going on, and we used to talk as it was going on, and then it was over. And looking back, I don't know, how do you view everything?
Wow, what a waste of money! The government spent a waste of money on trying to get him. I don't know what was going on there, but everyone knows that Dr. Zahorian was around, and I think my testimony, or what seemed to me, is that you could get draws. I think they wanted to tie in that you could get money was made available that you could get draws to see the doctor or whatever. And I don't know. Drugs are a part of our society.
You know, wrestlers now, Dave, as you well know, we've talked about drug use and anabolic steroids and the stance on that. They're a felony now. You can't get them, but Mexico, maybe Europe. But the guys now are huge. They're bigger. Growth Hormone, I've heard that name around. I mean, guys are huge on TV. I mean, WWF, WCW, I don't know. What did it change, the whole deal in McMahon? I'm not familiar with his side of the story or whatever, but they flew me in from Japan to testify. They really blew it for me in Japan, the United States. I didn't want to testify. I don't have a problem with the guy. He can run his business the way he wants. But, yeah, it just really caused me a lot of aggravation, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
You know,
but, I mean, as far as, like, I mean, what did you feel they were wanting you to say, and, you know, as far as like the cross-examination and everything, how do you feel that all went? Like when it was over, you're just glad it was over and just go, I don't ever want to do this one again.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, why are they messing with me? I quit. I left. I mean, and then it just, you know, it just keeps reoccurring. They sued me for leaving, breach of contract. They bullied me like that. They turned my life upside down. Then all of a sudden, years later, this whole deal, you know, about Vince McMahon and Zahorian and steroids, you know, it was common knowledge. All the guys, everyone knew about it. It was like, oh, man, how did he get off? All of a sudden, what was the final disposition on the case? It was just thrown out? The judge... The jury voted him not guilty of conspiring with Zahorian, which was basically... Okay. That was how that one ended, and they had another one of distribution with... well, actually, what it was Zahorian... mailed steroids to Vince and for Hogan. And so they wanted to charge Vince with distribution. And it came out, and I mean, no one denied that, you know, I mean, everyone basically admitted that Hogan got steroids sent to a friend of his. Hogan got steroids sent to Hogan from Zahorian. Hogan got steroids sent to Vince McMahon's office, where we'd go to the office and get the steroids. Oh, okay.
So they tried to get that as kind of Vince distributing them to Hogan, and it's kind of a fine line whether he did or he didn't, but the... You know, I mean, it's not a fine line of what happened. I think it's pretty clear what happened, but the fine line is like if
wasn't Vince's argument that they shared?
Their argument was that not that they shared. I guess that they shared. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it was put. I mean, it was the deal was that they were trying to charge Vince with distribution because it was mailed to Vince and then he gave them to Hogan. Okay.
Yeah, but they were like buddies, right?
And they were buddies. So the idea was that they were trying to say, which they were, is that they would get the steroids, open the package, and divide them up. So it wasn't like it was a distribution.
Yeah.
And it turned out that whatever you would determine that never really actually got tried. The jury never voted on it because it happened in Connecticut, and the case was in New York. What was it? It was in New York, in the Eastern District in Queens. Was it the Eastern District of New York? So they actually didn't have jurisdiction of something that happened in the office in Connecticut. And so that's why that case couldn't have gotten a conviction. So what they did was they tried to say that at one point, one of the steroid packages that Zahorian sent to Vince gave to the limo driver who drove from Connecticut to the Nassau Coliseum, which was within their district, which was in the jurisdiction, to give to Hogan, but they couldn't prove that ever happened. And in fact, what was the most embarrassing part of that one actually is that the package that they alleged was sent. Okay, was sent on October 24th. I believe the year would be 1989. I could be wrong, okay? But anyway, it was October. I remember these dates. It was October 24th that Zahorian sent the package FedEx to Vince with the steroids, right?
Yep.
And the show at the Nassau Coliseum that Hogan supposedly got the package was October the 18th. And when I found that out, watching the trial, I'm going, how can you make this? I mean, how did it get all the way to a trial when the dates don't match?
Oh, no.
So that's, I mean, it went that, I mean, we got it that far. And that was, I think, the saddest thing watching that because they had like an argument for conspiracy. It wasn't very strong. But that distribution argument, it was just like, how could they claim, I mean, the distribution thing, they never had it within the district. And then the thing they had within the district, the dates just didn't match. It was impossible. Unless there was a time machine in those days that Vince invented that we didn't know about.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how things happen, but if they were buddies, and I'm sure Hogan and Vince were, oh wow. But didn't they have a grand jury and they spent all this money and subpoenaed people?
Oh God, yeah.
Everyone.
They spent years on that case.
But how did that fly? Who was the United States Attorney? Something with an Irish name, maybe something with an M?
Sean O'Shea. Sean O'Shea and was Tony Valenti, right? Those are the guys.
That's it. And McDivitt was for McMahon and Laura Bravetti, right?
Laura Bravetti was one scary woman.
Oh, yeah. I'd take steroids from a trash can. She said about my character. It was like, oh, my God. And she, after it was done, she kind of winked at me, like after she tried to light me up, and implicate, that I got steroids from my dad, who was a pharmacist, or family members. They trash me, and then
they trashed you.
Huh?
They trashed you.
Yeah, big time. So, it wasn't a pleasurable experience. It's like, oh, my gosh. How nasty they are, but I couldn't believe it. The whole thing, I just couldn't believe he'd go after McMahon and have that weak of a case. McMahon's attorney, they slam dunked him, Sean O'Shea. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Do you want to know something funny, though, that came out after the case?
Love to.
Okay, is that the key witness in the case was, what was her name? Do you remember the secretary's name?
Oh, no, I know who you're talking about. I read it.
Oh, man, the name escapes me right now. Vince McMahon's secretary for a long time. She had a journal, and it had, all these logs, and there was a lot of steroid references in her logs, a lot of them.
Okay.
So anyway, the secretary was approached. There's some articles that came out after the trial, one in Village Voice and one in New York Post.
Yep.
And the secretary was approached by a guy who claimed to be an agent who wanted to do a movie on Vince, and also claimed to be a 60 Minutes producer at the same time, okay? Yeah. And so he got close to her.
Yep.
And was talking to her, going to represent her, and this and this and this and this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who he was?
Who?
Secretly, no one knew it?
Who?
The husband of Laura Bravetti.
Oh, no!
Yep. And when Laura Bravetti cross-examined Emily Feinberg.
That's how she fit in. Oh, no, that was her husband?
It was her husband. And so when I see you weren't there, but I was actually there the day that Emily Feinberg was on the stand.
Oh.
And Laura Bravetti, I was amazed. I thought Laura Bravetti was the greatest attorney in the history of the world. She had ESP. She knew the days that Emily Feinberg was on vacation, and she knew everything. And I'm going oh my God, this attorney is the most well-researched attorney. And she just ripped Emily Feinberg on the stand. And then when it was over, I don't know, it was a good year later when these stories came out, and it was like this light bulb hit, and I go, no wonder she knew everything.
Oh, my God.
So anyway, there's that little... there's a lot to that trial.
I have no more questions, Dave. That's great. Oh, that's a good one. That puts all the pieces together.
Real quick before we go back to the calls, sure. A lot of people have asked about this one. What's, as far as your deployment in 1987 with Tom Zenk, what's your side of the basic story?
My side of the story was Rick's greed. Rick... You know as well as I do, the guys, everyone makes their own deal. And Rick went down there. He went behind his partner's back. Dino Bravo, Tony Muley, Gino Brito. That was his partners. He put money in the business. It was going down the tubes, and he bailed out. He told me that he was going to go down there and make a deal, Can-Am Connection. He was going to feed the idea to Vince, which he did, and he liked it. And Vince said to wear all white trunks. He wanted all white. Okay? So Rick came back with a contract for me to sign, and it didn't hit me until I remember this now reading Dynamite Kid's book. There was $25 he got paid at TV. I don't know if my contract said $25 or $50 for TV. And it was that's the only consideration monetarily in the contract. I said, Rick,
it was original contracts, yeah.
I said, yeah, it was primitive. I said, Rick. And up to that time, I never signed a contract with Vern, with Don Owens, with International Wrestling in Montreal. Never. And here I'm supposed to sign. I said, hey, Rick. I said, no. I said, I'm not going to say, hey, listen, I went down there, I went to talk to Vince. He didn't know who you were. He browbeat me, gave me that whole spiel like the old-timers, how they manipulate, and he really was charismatic and had a lot of fire when he was doing it, And I said, well, I'll sign it, because I knew there was no money on the deal, and I'm sure I could get out of it before the merchandising hit, boring their attorney just to be stubborn. They were bullying me. So that's why I left. Rick, he made the wrong judgment. The old-timers are guys who think you should have stars in your eyes. Most wrestlers are too lazy to work for a living or simply have never done anything but wrestle.
You know, I love the WWF. I had a great time on the road. I like the lifestyle. The money. I'm embarrassed for Vince what he paid me. Didn't he know? But I suppose Rick said he had me under control. You know, and the French Connection, Patterson, Garvin, you know, Rene Goulet, all those guys are agents of his company, and, you know, that's how they play a very, very tough game up there. No one gets over on Vince. He doesn't sell. You know, that's just the way it is. Martel, he swerved me, you know, and, you know, it's too bad. I mean, he said that I had a big head. No attitude, no big head. I asked him 3 different times. I said, what'd you make last week? What'd you make for WrestleMania? Same as you. And then I read in his interview he did with you, and he said that Vince wanted him as a singles when they had Ricky Steamboat and Macho Man. Oh, yeah, everyone knows Rick's a real great interview.
When did they stop doing those TV contracts?
Huh?
When did they stop doing those TV contracts when you only got paid like...
It was when... You know, I'm not sure about this, but I think that was when Hall and Nash jumped in '96.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I talked to somebody that was there in like '94, and they always said that for TV you only got paid like $250 because they would go, we're putting you on TV and getting you over, so, you know, we're not going to pay you big money for that. We're doing you a favor here.
Well, no, they said, well, I think now it has to be different because almost all of it's TV.
Yeah.
But I mean, I remember even not all that many years ago, unless you were in the advertised main event at the TV taping, you know, you never made any real money doing the television matches. I remember, you know, like if there'd be a big house at the Cow Palace, just as an example, I remember one time they had like a big sellout house, whatever it was, $170,000, which was a big deal in those days.
Yeah.
All of the guys underneath got like, you know, their $50 or $100 or whatever the money was, and then the guys on top, which were Hogan and whoever he was working with, actually got main event money from doing that TV taping because theoretically they drew the house, everybody, you know.
Yep.
But wasn't say, but I mean, as far as guaranteed money contracts in WWF, I think that they started doing the downside guarantees in '96. Oh, let's see, you know, Pillman was one of the first ones who got one actually.
Yeah.
When Pillman left. Yeah, he was one of the first ones who got a downside because he jumped from WCW and they needed to do something to make him jump.
Oh, man. Well, he had Jim Ross in his corner, and Brian used to work Jim Ross. I got my game face on, Jim Ross. You ready for TV? He was real good. And Jim Ross is a sucker for big guys. You know, he falls into that syndrome, and especially football players like Doc Williams. You know,
that was always Ross's guy. Williams,
sure. Yeah, football. Ross wants to be happening, you know, finger clicking, yeehaw, Jim Ross. Hey there, you know, pretty boy. You know, but anyway. Yeah.
Okay, let's head to Nick in New Jersey. Nick, you're next up.
Oh, hey, Dave.
Hey.
I have a question for Tom.
Yeah.
I understand that he worked in both the WWF and WCW. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I was wondering what the big difference is behind the scenes, how the two are run, and what are your comments?
That's a great question. Okay, in the WWF, it's business. They're right down to business. There's no girlfriends. There's no dog. There's nothing's discussed except wrestling. They've got a product to sell. Boom, boom, boom. You talk to Patterson, Gurria, any of their agents, and this is the big difference. Patterson will sit you down. I remember Tiger Chung Lee and maybe Iron Mike Sharp or someone was a tag team one time. Patterson explained the way it was going to. We're going with these guys, the Can-Am, you know. He just was really fiery, and everyone had respect for Pat. But that's the way the business works, because Pat was a big main event. He drew a lot of money. Anyway, he told them how they wanted the match to go, to bump, to fly around, to make us look good, because they were going to go with Rick and myself. And if there was any questions after the match, we're going to come back here and talk about it if it wasn't the way that they wanted it done. In the WCW, Mike Graham comes in, Z, we want you to go out there and we got to get Vader over. We got to get a hot heel. They give you the bullshit, and, you know, it's just sloppily run. Ted Turner's got deep pockets, and a lot of people have taken advantage. They don't run it like a business. For a public company, I mean, they got to be accountable. You know, they're running the bookers and that. When I was there, they run it like their personal business, like it's a family deal. They should develop a professional management team down there. You know, forget about the BS as wrestling's a special business. Nepotism, cronyism, you know, there's a whole track record of it. I don't know how they can't see it by now. You know? I mean, let Flair take the company. Sign the company over to Flair. They can't live without him. He took the belt, showed up on Vince's TV. And then he came back and signed for more money. You can't kill Flair. You know, Flair's the man. Woo! There's nobody at the chemical company that goes,
nothing but woo. They don't go 2 times, 3 times. No, they don't say it. They don't say slap nuts. They go woo, Z-Man, woo. That's what they do. You know why? Because Flair knows the business. He loves the business. Okay, he comes through my TV. He chokes me in the living room when I'm having a few cold ones watching TV. The only reason why I tune in is for Flair. I told that to Jeff Merrick, too. He's the same way. I'm a mark for Flair. Pillman was. Because he's the best. It's not, you know, bro, I rode down the mountain, and, you know, brother, come on. Flair's the guy. Sign the company over to him, okay? That's my advice. You really, you know, does that clear anything up?
Yeah, that helps.
Okay, brother.
Okay, thanks.
Right on.
Okay, guys, it's time for WF Daily Trivia. Here's today's question. Who has the highest, and if you read The Observer, you know the answer, so this isn't a difficult one. Who has the highest main event sellout percentage of anyone that has ever headlined Madison Square Garden, or ever headlined it more than a few times anyway? Maybe, you know, one for one doesn't count. Okay, so anyway, you can do that. And we're back here with Tom Zenk. We're, of course, always here with Brian Alvarez as well. We got a lot of emails and phone calls to get to. Let's go to Bob in New Mexico. You're next up. Hello, Bob.
Yes, how you doing today? My question was, you know, back when you were in WCW, back around in 1990, you know, I can remember back then where they had a lot of young guys that were, you know, where I thought had a lot of potential to be really talented guys and could have been something bigger than they were, like Terry Taylor, Brian Pillman, Brad Armstrong, Matt Bourne. Of course, I know about some of the things Brad and Matt went through. Looking back on that, what do you think is really necessary to get the talent built up so that they can go out there and draw? What was really missing back then in WCW to get that done?
That's a good question. I'd have to say the Booker's agenda, okay? We had, when I was there, when I first signed, I remember Shane Douglas, Johnny Ace, Lion Bryan, you know, these guys, like you said, that they got lost in the shuffle. Dusty had an agenda. Dusty was pushing himself and Dustin. The bull drop in, baby. Dusty couldn't see past his own face. They run it like it's their company. He already had put the Crockett to bankrupt. I mean, how many chances does he need? They push the guys that they can manipulate and control. That's what it seems to me. And Ted Turner has deep pockets, and some guys don't even have to show up to work, from what I understand, even now. Johnny Ace, he went over to Japan, and he's never come back. Shane Douglas, he had to take another route. He signed a year contract, and he took off.
Tom, real quick, this reminded me of something. You were Shane Douglas for one match, weren't you?
Yes, I was. I was a Mexican. And, you know, no one knew. Nobody knew.
And yet Shane's back in WCW again.
Pardon me?
And yet
He said Shane's back in WCW again, yeah. Yeah, he finally got back after all these years.
Exactly. But he had to go away for a while. Now, couldn't they have taken Shane and built him up slowly, and then only jobbed to some of the top guys only here and there and not on TV where it would hurt you? But you got guys waiting in the wings in case some main event star gets injured, and a talent like Shane, he's an athlete. He could just fill in a spot. Pillman could do that. They never groom people right because some of the top guys will kill off their competition. Just like after WrestleMania 3, Ricky Steamboat, a classic example. What happened to him? They gave the honky-tonk man the belt. Maybe Ricky Steamboat stole the show at WrestleMania 3. That's the match I like the best for wrestling, and I remember him, you know, doing a slide under the leg, baseball slide. They had a fantastic match, but I think some of the top guys kill their competition. Don't mean to ramble.
WCW right now.
Well, it's been the same. I mean, it's been the same, and even to an extent, WWF right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
And it's not as bad in WWF right now, is it? But with WCW, I mean, the thing is like we're talking about. It's like here's Tom, who's been out of the business for many years, and there's a lot of guys on top. Basically, they're his contemporaries, or a couple of guys that are a few years older.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the same guys on top, right?
For the most part, yeah. I mean,
for how many years? Since the mid-'80s? 15? Dave, where do you ever get a 15-year run in the business?
Yeah. Well,
where do you get, no rotation, same guys on top. They're not drawing money, same guys there. How does that work? Unless, I guess we're playing the game, or what, do they got a special handshake, or, a certain sign, or what do they got, a little fraternity, or, what do they got going on? Something, because it's the same cast of characters. That's what I got to believe.
Okay, Bob, anything else?
Yes. One other question. I mentioned Terry Taylor, and of course he's still in the business, and he's still backstage with booking. Just wanted to get Tom's opinion on Terry Taylor, and would Tom think that Terry Taylor would be a good person to be put in charge of running a company like WCW?
Yeah, what were your thoughts, Terry Taylor?
Terry Taylor? Okay, perfect. This is a great question. He's at the top of my list as a worker. He got screwed over worse than me. A guy like that, handsome, good-looking, he dressed the part, he played the part, he was a nice guy. If you had one in front of him, he would say nothing. He played politics. He's a great guy. He was a better worker than I could ever dream to be. We had great matches, and that's what I think, but it never went anywhere. He was a great worker, but that's one guy I can always, any day that I feel bad for myself or my career didn't take off like I thought it should have, Terry Taylor. Then that brings me to reality. This guy had talent. He knows the business. He's a straight-up guy. I heard one guy say Terry Taylor is too honest for the business, or naive, or whatever. But then I
don't think Terry Taylor's naive at all.
I don't think so either. But you know what I'm saying? How they slam him. Or I've heard he's a stooge. So I've heard a lot of bad things about me, and I don't mean nothing personal by that, Terry. But he'd be the guy. He would be the best choice. I think Terry was raised. I think it's all what you learn at home. I think he came from a good family, good upbringing, and, I think he would be a lot better, or I'd welcome that than anyone else so far. I trust him.
At least he has no kids, and he does, and he's a student, and he is a student of wrestling.
He loves it. He loves the business. This guy loves it. I didn't have that love like he had. Martel had it. I think Vince McMahon loves the business. I know Pat Patterson does. There's certain guys, it's in their blood. It's in their blood, and he's a student of the game. Terry loves the business. And he's not second generation. What's he going to do worse than Bill Watts or Dusty? I mean, come on. I mean, Eric Bischoff? I mean, look what he's done to it. There's no accountability. It's just, it's very frustrating. It's so easy, and they complicate it, or...
I think the people who run the Turner thing, I mean, like, the one thing with Bischoff is that he was there for the big run.
Yeah.
And then
he stole talent. That's all he did. Who did he create? He stole Hulk Hogan, who Vince created, and he got Hall and Nash. Okay? Yep. He stole those two. Okay. How come the power plant didn't put out anyone? Dallas Page, do you think that was the right thing to do with a 36 or 39-year-old guy to train him? How did Vince miss on him? How did anyone? He's the Forrest Gump of professional wrestling. Two knee braces? Come on. What do you think Lou Thez or Harley Race? How many? 2 knee braces? And he's a champ? Come on. You can't fool me, and I can say what I want. It's my opinion. This is entertainment, right?
Yeah.
But,
real quick, I want to mention something. This is from Scott in Maine, and he said that he wanted to know if you have any good road stories about Brian Pillman. I have a couple questions like that.
How much time do you have? How much time do you have? Oh, my goodness. It's at the Waldorf Astoria, okay? We're there. You're laughing, did I tell you? Okay, we're at the Waldorf. Huh?
I don't know it yet.
Okay, we're at the Waldorf Astoria, the best zip code in the country. Most expensive real estate. We're up there for the doll convention, the Galoob doll convention. Okay, so Brian was single at that time. We were both out roaring around Manhattan. So he gets a friend, meets a friend, this chick, beautiful blonde, and we go back to the hotel, and I had met some other girl that was at the doll show that day. So I'm in my room. We split up, and usually our deal was to leave the doors open, in case, you needed a toothbrush or some dental floss or something, that we could walk in, or, a soft knock. Anyway, I'm in there with this girl, and one thing leads to another. All of a sudden, after about an hour or half hour, Pillman comes in, and he slides in, and they're naked. And Brian says, "Hey, Tom, come here a minute." So we had been out, had a couple of beers, and I said, "What is it?" He goes, "I'll leave the light on in the bathroom. I want you to come in and hold my feet. I need to get some traction. So slide down low and hold my feet at the end of the bed." I'm going, oh, my God. So anyway, that was the story.
Oh, my God.
Wild and crazy times. Pillman was a gas. He was a wild man, and, he's truly missed. It's too.
What did you think when you got the word that when he died?
Oh, it was awful. He died in Minneapolis here.
That's right, at the budget tell or something.
Yeah, what a way to go out. Well, I talked to Ed Shark about. I said, what was going on? He said he got there early. They were in Winnipeg the night before, and he just walked in. He was like in a daze, and then he said he was like a guy called to him, Brian, do you need a ride? He just was like walking off into the darkness, Eddie said, and that was it. That's the last anyone heard or seen of him.
Wow.
That was terrible because we had good times, bad times. You know, when you hang around, it's not normal to hang around another male for 12, 15 hours a day to travel. You know what I'm saying? So it wears on you, the road anyway, right? Training, you have to diet to look good, all the BS that goes along with wrestling, the manipulating, the mind games. And, yeah, he was a good partner. He was a good guy. It's just a waste. I mean,
were you there when Brian and Bill Watts had their problems? Were you still there?
Yes, I was.
What were you? Because I remember that. Because that was like Bill Watts just tried to totally bully him to make an example, and I remember Brian was just like, okay, just job me out. I'm keeping my money.
Because we used to laugh about that. I mean, they thought their mentality was so naive or stupid how simple Bill Watts and Ole were to manipulate us, to beat us, and we're going to quit on that kind of money when we never had that kind of money before to make in the business. All our years finally paid off. They were going to job us out, but here he pushes his son through the roof, but his son's getting paid at training camp. I mean, how is that supposed to make a guy like Pillman feel? He had just signed the contract. He was on cloud nine with Kip Fry. The night that we had that match down in Florida, was it Jacksonville? Pillman and I had a match.
Oh, the singles match, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first night that Bill Watts came in. So Brian and I, there was.
Oh, you had a really hot match.
And there was no follow-up, was there?
That's right.
I never had any follow-up with Terry Taylor, Chris Benoit, Brian Pillman. They did it to humiliate me by having the little guy beat me. It was fine, but we tried to steal the show because Kip Fry said, you get $5,000. The best match gets $5,000 or whatever the figure was. We're going to split it and give the referees some money. So that's what Brian and my motivation was, and Bill Watts had just come in and gave that lecture in the locker room and lit everyone up. Went back to the old henchman style. I'm going to run this, like promoters used to talk that trash to guys. Now they can't because, publicly owned companies. But back then, Bill just ran it like it was his own personal property. He got on there and he, told everyone this and that. But how do you think Pillman felt just signing a contract and then right after it, a week or two later, Kip Fry has gone, Watts is in, and then he's busting his chops.
Yeah, it's like, okay, Brian, you're going to have to give back this contract, but then we'll push you. But if you keep this contract, you're going to be in the opening matches. And it's like, oh, God.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
It's like, they're going to pay whatever was like $250 or $300, whatever it was. It was real good money in those days.
Yeah, it was like
he was going to be the highest paid opening match guy in the history of the business at that point in time, or he could be pushed and make like maybe half the money. That was the way it was split to him.
Yeah, but that's the old timers mentality, right?
Yeah.
That we'll make you a star. It's like Vern used to say to me, I made you a star. I put you on my TV. I'm going, TV's a byproduct of your business. What are you talking? He's just like, oh, God. They try and manipulate it. It's a real strong game they play, and they talk down to you. Very condescending, and that's just old school. That's the way they did business.
Let's go to Dave in Pennsylvania. Dave, you're next up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. I think, Tom, you've been a great guest. This has been one of the most entertaining shows I've listened to so far.
Well, that's what it's about, baby.
I have to say, keep it up.
Talk to me.
I'm pretty involved in the Internet and wrestling writing. I write under the name of Soup for WrestleArena.com. Just because I don't use my real name, just because I don't want to have my personal email interspersed with, Vince Russo marks flaming me. But anyways...
It's too bad, Brian, you should have done that.
I know.
We all should do that. But, anyways, I looked, Tom Zenk was on tonight, and I was like, I haven't heard a lot about Tom Zenk, lately. But I looked, I have two questions, really, but the first is, I looked on Yahoo, and I put in Tom Zenk, and this website comes up. It just says Tom Zenk. You click it. It's the GeoCities website, and it has, columns and shoot interviews with Tom, and they're contradicting a lot of the things Tom is saying here. Like, there's one about the whole WCW Sullivan situation and trashing Ric Flair. the same time I'm getting Ric Flair's demands from Tom. And there's things about the radicals in there and that whole situation. And I'm thinking, well, Tom's situation was explained to you, Tom. I just don't really understand. Is Tom a part of that website, or
is there a disclaimer on the website?
It's a GeoCities website.
What is it? www.tomzenk.com?
It's like a GeoCities. It's like a Tom Zenk GeoCities website.
So what do you?
It's not TomZenk.com though.
It's not TomZenk.com?
No, it has links to that.
Okay.
But it was just kind of bizarre because it has things in there about you just trashing Ric Flair, about some of Ric Flair's facelift and weird stuff.
So how do you feel about the things that I've said about Ric Flair right now, about the business, and he's the man? Is that accurate?
No, that's what. It's like.
Is it accurate?
It's just contradicting, you know. It's just.
So what's your point?
I'm not being negative. I just want to know if Tom said those things or not. I don't have any comments on it. Is that a valid website? Like, is that something he's involved in? Because I'm not sure if it's fake or not.
Something on the internet is not true.
Uh-oh.
Pardon me? What's that?
Something on the internet that's not true.
Yeah, hello? Hello?
The way that happened. I just wanted to know, because he's plastered all over it with his comments, and I just wanted to know if he was a part of it or not. There was somebody.
Well, this is the up-to-date version about Ric Flair. Are you a Ric Flair fan?
Hello?
I can't really hear.
I can't either. So let's go to another caller.
My second question is this. With Flair...
Hello?
Hello, I'm here. My second question is with Ric Flair.
Okay, if Ric Flair... I know what you're getting at.
Flair matches. I don't want to knock Flair or knock you. I've seen hundreds of Flair matches.
Go ahead and knock
I believe I've seen you wrestle Flair. Well, my point is, what was it like the first time you wrestled Flair?
I only wrestled him 2 times.
Match? Did he explain to you things beforehand, during the match? What spots did he call? Did he call the trademark spots? How does he do that? I'm just interested in how Flair calls the match and works the match.
Well, isn't it pretty much the same?
How that worked?
Isn't it pretty much the same match all the time? I've heard all the boys in the locker room go, you see one Flair match, you've seen them all, but it's worked. It's worked for how many years? 30 years? He's got all that TV time. He's the man, okay? The facelift part, I see what you're trying to do. Okay, the facelift part, what I'm saying is he gave his life. He's done what it takes. He loves the business. Mm-hmm. There's no denying it. That's more than I ever did. I wouldn't even have liposuction if I was fat. What I'm saying is this guy lives, bleeds. It's like I'm thinking about promoting him from Bishop Flair to Cardinal Flair after the blood stripped on him.
Flair.
Look, pardon?
He's Flair. You can knock his booking.
I'm not talking
Flair
about
tried to put himself over. But Flair, whether you knock his booking or not, he pushed wrestling. And he did it well. I always liked Flair as a booker.
I think we've got common ground now. That's right. He pushed wrestling, and he knows
Flair, that was the best booking ever. Maybe Flair's on top? Flair should be on top. Flair's been buried for 10 years now.
What do you think? What do you think about what do you think about what Bischoff and Hogan are doing to him now? They're sitting back, waiting in the wings, don't you think?
I just think it's bad for business. It's bad for them.
That's right, but do you know any other business that's so counterproductive, what they're doing to WCW? Ted Turner, it was fantastic for wrestlers when that came along. Look at how many guys have made livings by that. What happens if that folds? That's what they're going for the quick kill. You know what I'm saying? They could do a lot better. When it's hot, when wrestling's hot now, how do you lose $61 million? How do you lose $17 million in 1999? Jeff Merrick, he told me that. He made the point. Yeah, that's really wrong. It's disgusting. Flair is the guy. Flair gets ratings. I look on the Internet. You can't believe everything you read on the Internet.
Oh, I do not.
But what I'm saying is, it all points.
The Internet is shit.
The ratings don't lie. It's junk. Why doesn't the WCW, what they've always sold is wrestling, why don't they go back to it? Let the people, give them another product. They had the best wrestlers, Benoit, Perry Saturn, good bodies, guys that could go. Give them 15-minute matches. Mm-hmm. Give them a different product. All that, the sex, TNA on TV. Do you think, I remember seeing wrestling when I was 10 years old and said, hey, I can do that. That's your formative years. You think that's good for America? Americana to see that kind of stuff? Give them a different product. They're out of the South.
Okay, well, thanks for having me, Dave. I appreciate it.
You're getting tons of fan mail, Tom.
Are they trashing me, Dave?
No, they're not. They're saying that you were better than. Do you ever meet Bad News Allen, by any chance?
No, but he called Vince McMahon from Danny Crawford told me this. You're going to like that. He called Vince McMahon. He's the devil in a suit.
I laughed so hard, Crawford, when he told me that in Japan. No, I heard he's a real character, a good guy.
Bad News Allen was one of my favorite interviews. We had him just not all that long ago, about 2 weeks ago, and people are like, the emails are basically like, this is as good as Bad News Allen. In fact, one person said it's even better. So
really?
So you're being compared to that's a pretty high standard. We had some good interviews like yesterday with Edge was really good too.
Oh really?
Well, a lot of them have been good lately. So
after this show, I know what the guy's talking about. That GeoCities, it's www.tomzenk. TomZenk.com. Professor Rod Dixon in Australia will answer any questions, and Lee McMichael down in Valdosta, Georgia. They're the webmasters. I know exactly what he's talking about. I had a brain fart for a minute there, but it's nice to know some people are reading the web page. That's how they can get a hold of any questions or whatever. Yeah. Was that a setup call, Dave? You wouldn't do that to me, would you? It was out of the East Coast.
I wouldn't do it.
Okay, but I'm sure he did.
We don't set it up, but I'm sure someone did. Yes.
Whenever Brian Alvarez is in there first for the name of the web page, it's always set up.
Yeah.
So that rant he was talking about, maybe I was trying to draw heat because, I'm a frustrated heel and trapped in a baby face body and face. So maybe I was trying to get a little heat to jack the numbers. Okay? Is that legitimate?
I don't know. Let's go to Adam in Brooklyn. Adam, you're next up.
Oh, hey, I just like to say I'm a big fan of Tom, and he's done some miracles like carrying guys like Van Hammer and Vinny Vegas, like in the past. And I was just wondering, since he worked with, Paul Heyman in the past, what does he think of Paulie now and ECW?
I don't know. What's with the tables? Do people like to see those guys go through the tables, or
that's like a real big thing right now? Is guys going through tables? Yeah.
That's just a high spot. Someone's going to get hurt, right?
People do.
The people
sometimes they, you know where you get hurt is like sometimes the table will splinter wrong.
Yeah.
And if it can get near your eye, that's the scary stuff with the tables. I don't know, Brian. What's your thoughts as far as the tables go?
I think last night on Thunder when Sting was given that Uranagi on the table and it did not break, that was
scary.
When the table doesn't break, that's bad news.
I saw once a Road Dogg in a match with, I think it was D'Lo Brown, but I'm pretty sure, but D'Lo Brown or whoever it was, might have been Al Snow, but it was I remember it's Road Dogg. He got powerbombed on a table, and when it didn't break, I was thinking like, oh my God.
Broken ribs?
He ended up being okay. He didn't miss any matches, but at that moment, it was just like, oh boy.
Really?
Yeah.
It can, someone's going to fracture something, or, there's no future, no longevity in that, but the fans, you've seen that once, here comes the referees in the ring, and, I refereed, Dave. I had licenses all over the country. I had a flourishing career as a referee. Dusty, thanks, Dream. He made me do that. But anyway, you pull out a table under the ring. Where does that fit into the picture of wrestling? I don't get that. I don't follow the psychology.
It's just what it is.
Do people really like that?
Yeah, they really do. It's like the big in thing, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it kind of hurts like the psychology of the matches, like with the Dudley Boys,
Yeah.
It breaks a certain aspect of it when you the thing about the table is everyone loves the break and everyone loves the anticipation of the break, so it gets over. Oh. But to me, the things that kill it is that it takes so long to set the spot up, and that like the guy who's selling just has to sell a ridiculously long time to make the spot work. So that's the negative of the spot.
That's what I always thought was kind of wrong with like Sabu,
Yeah.
Like I always thought he's a very hard-working wrestler. But a lot of his spots in his match are very, contrived and like ridiculous, and they're like take so long to do.
That's what I thought really hurt him when he went to All Japan. Is that like I would watch him do this, and it's like in the context that All Japan mentality where it looks real and it looks like it's an athletic contest, and then you see those spots that take so long to set up, even though they're brilliant, they're great spots. It was always like in that context, Sabu to me didn't work. When it was in ECW, Sabu worked when he hit the spots. Where it didn't work is when he would like do the same spot 4 times in a row because the first 3 times he would slip, and then it was just like oh God. Then to me then it looks like that was when Sabu didn't work in ECW. When it when sometimes he did work when his spots hit. It was spectacular stuff.
Well, in Japan, like I think tables mean a lot more. Like I was watching this Toryumon tape with Magnum Tokyo and Great Sasuke, and they did this like great spot where Sasuke does his his special over the top rope through a table, but the table didn't break.
Oh, but that's got to hurt like crazy.
Yeah, to Magnum Tokyo.
Oh, man.
But, that's basically a dive, but you land on a table that doesn't break instead of landing on the guy catching you. Oh, that's...
Oh, like concrete, huh? Yeah. Wow, you can't make a living at doing that, huh? Oh, I wouldn't do it.
Not for a long time.
No, wow. Yeah, I hope, someone's going to get seriously hurt, or I see on the Internet, someone's going to die in the ring, or... You know what I'm saying?
Somebody just did on Wednesday.
What?
A week ago Wednesday.
Serious?
Yeah, it was an independent show. A guy landed wrong on a choke slam and broke his neck and died.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I bet on a choke slam, huh?
No, press slam. I'm sorry.
Slam?
Yeah, the press slam, and then he was dropped, and I guess he landed at a bad angle.
Anyone I know?
No, because I'd never even heard of him. His name is Mark Mendlin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've been to a lot of Jersey All Pro shows,
Yeah.
where they're coming down hard now.
Yeah.
And
I want to ask you about Jersey All Pro because I've never seen it. Tell me about Jersey All Pro.
About Jersey All Pro? Okay, like
as far as like you tell me about it and do they do stuff? Is there anything in particular they do that you don't see on the other promotions that would make them different?
Yes.
Okay.
They use a lot of mouse traps.
I hate that.
Yeah, I know. Mouse traps. A lot of fire, like setting tables on fire.
Like that flash paper?
No, real fire. Matches.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But WCW just used fire last night with Vampiro. They set that table on fire.
No, but one time I went, and the promoter's a wrestler, Frank Iadavia. You talked about him?
I know of him, yeah.
Yeah, he had this match where he wrapped his arm up in tape, right? And he, lit it, with gasoline or something, and then he set his arm on fire and did a clothesline.
Oh.
The guy.
Oh.
But then the fire wouldn't go out, so he was running around like crazy in circles, and he ran to the back where one of the managers put his arm out with the fire extinguisher.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
They don't even know how to put it out. You got to smother it with a towel. You got to kill the oxygen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, and they're doing that. See, that's how people get carried away, that it's the adrenaline or there's, I don't know.
The guys who do it love it, They're like addicted.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, you know that. You know about the guys that, that are addicted to the pop. I mean, that's why guys can't walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of them stay a lot past their prime, and that really waters down the product, especially when they don't do jobs. What's with doing jobs? How many jobs has Flair done? And he's the most popular thing. Guys aren't smart enough to pick up on that.
The Rock.
The Rock's doing jobs too. Well, The Rock doesn't have a problem. The thing is it's interesting that what's funny now that I think about this. Think about this one.
He's got a ton of charisma though, The Rock.
Like no one I've ever seen almost.
Exactly.
Okay, but think about this. If you think about a booker, okay, for the most part, should be the one who manipulates things like that. The guys. If you look at guys who booked a lot, whether it's Kevin Nash or Dusty Rhodes, when they're baby faces, the ones who are bookers are the ones who really hate to do the jobs.
That's right. That's right.
Dusty, you could say now he's 55 years old and he's wrestling in ECW and he put over Steve Corino. That's one thing. But when he was in his day, that guy never did jobs and
And he took and he had the horseman feed. He could take on 5, 6 guys. Where do you think these other guys learn it from, right?
That's where these guys are doing all these spots
exactly.
from that we saw last night.
They're doing the Dusty stuff. It's like, oh no, it's so simple, the psychology to figure it out,
Well, you can say the same thing for kind of like Ric Flair. I was watching our video did a shoot with Vader.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how in 1994, Vader and Flair were supposed to have this cage match, the rematch from Starrcade. They had a really good match then, remember?
Yeah. The Starrcade match, that was a really classic match in Charlotte, yeah.
Yeah, and then Dusty Rhodes was booker, and then the week before the cage match where Vader was supposed to get back the title, or so he says, Flair became booker. And they changed the whole angle, and Flair won the title back, or kept the title.
Well, that happens all the time, and believe me, there are plenty of guys who've been told. I'm sure that Vader's telling the truth on that because that's probably how they would have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when was it Hogan and Vader in a strap match where Flair was the one who did the job?
Yep, in drag.
In drag, that's right.
Well, they just did that a couple months ago with Luger and Flair in the strap match, or Flair and Hogan in the strap match, and Luger got beat too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how they are. It's, people. I don't know, the whole job thing. It's been Flair. He's proved it wrong. So it's just an ego thing and what they think. It's among the boys. It's all, it's really hurt them more than anything. They can't pull that in the WWF. But then you got the fool Bischoff that signed these guys that have say-so in their contract, whether they win or lose. Well,
Hogan's the one who has that, and Hogan's one of the best I've ever seen as far as being a manipulator.
Oh, really? I heard that. Pillman told me this. The last time I talked to Pillman was for like 3 hours on the phone one night, and he said that they were faxing the finishes to Hogan where he could check off. Is there any truth to that?
Oh, I bet that's true.
Yeah,
because he was Hogan. They used to do. This is the period when they were hot.
Yeah.
So this is like 96, 97.
Exactly. That's when he was talking about.
Okay, I mean, I remember that, they would come in and whoever was putting together the TV, whether it was Sullivan or whatever, he would put together the TV, and then, Eric and Hogan would come in and it would be, totally different. And then, I mean, it actually was doing very well in those days, but when when segments looked bad, then that was great was that everyone could point the finger. I remember, Brian, me and you used to talk about this.
Yep.
This was when Nitro was really falling bad, so this is when Nash was Booker, and, every Tuesday, and these shows were much worse than the shows now.
Okay.
And Tuesday, it would be I would get phone calls from different people representing every faction. It would be the friends of Hogan would go, well, we just, it's like Hulk just did what he wanted. Hulk just did what he was told. Hulk had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
And the friends of Nash were, I know Kevin's the Booker, but Hogan's doing it. It's all Hogan. It's all Hogan. And then Eric was just I gave all control to Nash. It was this finger pointing every Tuesday morning. This was when the shows were this is when they really had to fall. Now it's. They're at this level and they're staying at this level, but this was when they fell from that mid fours down to the low threes.
Well, Dave, that's go back to Flair again, because when Nash first came in as Booker, they were putting out really good shows. The pay-per-view string they did Uncensored. That was a great pay-per-view. Spring Stampede last year, and as soon as they started to turn Flair into this crazy old man, everything right went down the shitter.
That was bad because Flair was real hot then. But Flair, part of that was Flair. Flair wanted to go heel. I don't know that he wanted to go in the insane asylum business because that was not a good one. But Flair, Flair loves to be heel. And I know when Flair was a babyface and he was drawing ratings, it was I just want to be turned heel, work with Hogan, as a face. And they love that. They're comfortable with that. But it was, wasn't the right thing at the time. I didn't think.
Yeah, but. Don't you think Rick wants to go? You can't go back. It's all changed now. Rick wants to go back where you could draw with emotion. Boom. They love him. He's like the James Bond, jet flying, limo riding. That's what these guys at work tell me. They want to know about Flair, how cool he is. Oh, boy, he ran the limo, huh, Tom? Oh, these guys at work. That's what people, they're so out of touch doing their little angles behind the scene or internet people. Not that the internet's bad, but that's not mainstream America. They're not tuned into the pulse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
To humiliate Flair like that in a men's split? No, come on. But Flair, they want to cheer for him. Heels aren't the same. They want to cheer the heels for talking trash. It's totally different, don't you think, Dave? Other than drawing heat or sit down, fat boy.
Adam, let me go real quick because we're running low on time. I want to get one more call in. Okay, let's go to Matt in Iowa. Matt, you got to make it real quick because we're running low on time.
Hey, Tom.
Hello.
I just wanted to say that I've seen your work in Japan before, and it was really great.
Thank you.
When you wrestling guys like Kawada kicking your face hard enough to make you cry, well, have you ever considered going back?
That was combat pay.
Have you ever considered going back and maybe wrestling with the Saitama Pro Wrestling Company or something?
You want to go back to All Japan now?
No. I'll be 42. I burned a bridge back there. I didn't show up on a tour. I had enough. I was done. All I did to get booked back in Japan was the hideout. I didn't think they'd fly me back for the McMahon steroid trial. When I was done with WCW, that was it. Close the book. I can't compete with those young kids. One thing I was is an athlete.
Young guys.
I know my physical prime is done. After 36, if I'd have kept training or whatever, being big like that, but no. I'm not going to kid myself. And, other people that think they're a freak of nature, whatever. But I say otherwise, I don't make my living at it, so I have nothing to lose. I'll tell the truth. No, couldn't compete like that at a work rate like those guys. Guys have it. There's no place in the United States you see action like that. All the high spots, boom, boom, fast, stiff chops. That's wrestling. I like that style, and I'm a fan of it. I prefer it because you don't have to think. There's no manipulating. You get on the bus, you look good, you train, you help the young guys, you just get along there. You have to get along on the Japan bus, touring bus. And if you can earn a spot on the bus, that's kind of prestigious. And you work for the company. That's where I learned to do job. It's part of their culture.
Don't forget, we'll be back here tomorrow at 6.